friend from Deloitte, his presentation was to be made today because he's going to address challenges related with are we going to start with Sam or the gentleman from Deloitte? I think we're going to start with the gentleman from Deloitte. Correct? Okay, because I think the presentation from Sam is already here. So I think let us start with the story of Zero Trust Maturity Model, improving threats, informed visibility. This is what I've seen. So welcome, Sam. And at the end of all this presentation, we'll be able to do some Q&A. I'll ask you a few questions. And later on, I'll open the floor from the audience so that at least we can also have questions to our three presenters. Sam, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And hopefully, we'll get a clicker to advance the slides. So I appreciate this opportunity to come visit with you for a few moments today. Yes. And we'll talk through a handful of ideas and concepts here around Zero Trust. We'll start with some definitions. We'll move into some of the opportunities that presents and talk about some AI. We will see if I can convince this thing to advance. Okay, so we'll start with three different definitions, and these matter. Zero Trust is more of a concept or an idea, so there is not a single definition that works for all cases. So here, NIST defines Zero Trust, a collection of concepts and ideas designed to minimize uncertainty and enforcing accurate, least privilege per request access decisions. NIST goes on further to talk about, if we can get it to advance. No. We jump forward 3. As Zero Trust architecture, being an enterprise cybersecurity plan that uses Zero Trust concepts and encompasses component relationships, workflow planning, and access policies. So it's both physical and virtual. And operational policies that are in place for an enterprise as a product of a Zero Trust architecture plan. NSTAC further defines this. This one I think is perhaps the most helpful or applicable definition, that a cybersecurity strategy premised on the idea that no user or asset is to be implicitly trusted. It assumes that a breach has already occurred or will occur. Therefore, a user should not be granted access to sensitive information based on a single verification done at the enterprise perimeter. So Zero Trust becomes this idea that instead of having a castle wall with a gate and a moat, where we put all of our firewalls and all of our authentication, all of our VPN access, instead of putting all of those details at the edge, and then once you've connected or made your authentication, you're able to do whatever you need to inside. Zero Trust is this idea that we need to have continuous validation, continuous verification for each asset and each application. I've spent long enough doing security assessments and doing pen testing and doing red teaming to realize that our castles are not very strong in the first place. Or our traditional approaches a lot more like a sandcastle. Unfortunately, we're one bad wave away from having catastrophe and loss of data or loss of privacy with our access. So the Zero Trust Maturity Model presents an alternative way of framing this for us to better understand how we're doing and how we can improve our cybersecurity systems. So within the Zero Trust Maturity Model, there are 5 pillars identified, and you'll note that each of these pillars from bottom to top then has different maturity levels. So the 5 pillars being identity, devices, networks, applications and workloads, and data. Each of these different pillars provides opportunities for us to do policy decision point and policy enforcement points. And that maturity grows from traditional, initial, advanced to optimal for each of those pillars. But the landscape that we live in isn't so graceful or clean. So some laws of cybersecurity physics, we've got this complexity or this challenge, the conflict. Complexity is at odds with security. An external threat can be just one breach or one compromise away from being an internal threat. So Zero Trust is trying to primarily address the second bullet. Effective control should be redundant, always invoked, independent implementations, non-bypassable. We've got some of these realities that we all exist in as we try to deliver our services and provide our opportunities. And our SOC is along for the ride. And default permit and enumerating badness, those are really dumb ideas, mostly being, they're really challenging to try to implement, being able to enumerate badness. So the maturity levels, and you can search for this right now. You can go out to CIS's website and look for a Zero Trust Maturity Model. And so these 5 columns represent those 5 pillars. So within each pillar, you can have independent maturity, and your risk management effectiveness is based on that lowest maturity achieved across the pillars. Some pillars are a lot more difficult than others. Some things like device and network have had a long history of us trying to do a better job. Things like identity and data are perhaps less mature as far as a marketplace and as far as our own implementations to be able to help those systems. So here's the question for you. Which one's better? The bank vault or the screen door? And just like everything else with this maturity model, the answer that your management might not be happy with is it depends, right? Depends on what you're trying to do. If you're just trying to keep out a mosquito, then the bank vault is probably not your better option. You're better off going with just the screen door. So the Zero Trust Maturity then becomes a journey. We don't try to purport that all 5 pillars need to be developed all the way till they're optimal. That's not realistic. Nobody can afford to have each of these identity, device, data. We can't afford to have all of those matured and developed and deployed all the way to the optimal level. So each pillar then can match the maturity that's required based on your own risk tolerance and your own data sensitivities. I'd be remiss without reminding us that at the bottom, we also have these cross-functional areas. These include visibility and analytics, automation and orchestration, and governance. So across each of these 5 pillars, we have some of these common capabilities that each of those pillars needs to incorporate and participate in. So Zero Trust ultimately requires this shift in our mindset from a location-centric cybersecurity model to an identity, context, and data-centric approach with those fine-grained security controls between users, systems, applications, data, and assets. But the Zero Trust Maturity Model has some gaps. It does not identify details on incident response, logging, monitoring, alerting, forensic analysis, risk acceptance. So our monitoring priorities then need to focus on 2 primary different dimensions. First, the attackers, what can they do within your controls? These are the so-called living off the land attacks. They're not bringing exploits, they're not misbehaving or exploiting applications or software. They're instead using the access that they've been granted, perhaps for unintended ways. And then the second dimension there being, what can attackers do to bypass your controls? So in these cases, I'd point you toward MITRE and their definition of attack techniques. This picture here is just trying to illustrate, if you lock your front door, the attacker might decide to just come through the window instead. So we have this sliding spectrum as well between enumerating badness and enumerating goodness. Because ultimately there will be some trust. And so this idea behind zero trust is that you enumerate the goodness. It's the default deny, permit by exception. Your detection will always leverage some degree of that enumerating goodness. And mature zero trust enables more reliance on that right end of the spectrum. Because this graph is really helpful for us to visualize. So on the far left tail, we haven't turned on enough logging yet. We haven't identified, we haven't turned on enough firewall logs. They're not verbose enough. We don't have endpoint logs or identity logs. At the peak, we've got the sweet spot where our security team is getting the visibility they need. They can process the inputs that are being received. They can do alert triage and incident management. And then, unfortunately, at the far right end, we've turned on too much logging. We're overwhelming our teams. They're getting too many alerts per day to be able to process and keep track of. And so the analysts and tools are overwhelmed. There's too much data volume. They can't keep pace. So that we're trying to stay in this balance of just enough visibility to keep pace with our tools and our teams. And this is where AI starts to play a role. So each of these 5 pillars then feeds into security relevant events. Those security relevant events then are processed using analytics and using AI. From those, we flag notable events which generate incident tickets that are then processed by your teams to identify the confirmed incidents. So with zero trust, we're dramatically increasing the volume of logs that are going to be generating these security relevant events. As our systems mature and we layer on more and more protections, data volumes and velocities will outpace our capacity if we're not careful with our processing and analytics. Just quickly, the OODA loop, so the observe, orient, decide, act. With the observe side, this is when your data and your logs are first being generated. We've got to spend our time doing our quick observation near real time, based on hours and days. When you move to that orientation phase, that's where we spend most of our time and energy as incident responders. We spend our time trying to figure out how broad was the breach, how much data may have been lost, how much information was there, what did they use to get in. That orient phase ends up being most time consuming. That's where we can, instead of keeping all of the logs always in hot data storage, you move them quickly from that hot storage during this observe phase all the way to cold. There's very little demand for having data stored in a warm storage class. So just a final quick thought. So with distributed analytics, we are able to spread that work out. You can have multiple hunters that are all going after the same attacker. We don't have to aggregate all of the data back to a single location for processing. If we can push that work out to those aggregation points or out to the edge, we can better share the load to get the work done. That also allows us to do some pre-screening before the data gets pulled back to our SIM tools, so that we can have more realistic data processing requirements. But when you do that, when you don't centralize all the data, you also don't centralize the analytics. You can distribute that work as well. Absolutely build a data strategy. Allows you to collect and analyze that volume of information. This is a quick video. I don't know if this is going to work. Nope. Can we have the folks in the back click that video for us? There you go. So don't get stuck in a rut. Don't be like this sheep, where you decide that we're going to implement a bunch of zero trust and we finally get out of this ditch, we finally get out of the rut. Don't go back to thinking that you just need more security tools. You just need more security funding. Don't go back to thinking that security is all about one product or one solution. Don't go back to thinking that more logs will always improve your security outcomes. And do move forward applying zero trust methodologies and maturity models. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. And now let me call Stephen Wangwe to give us also a short presentation, and then finally we'll finish with a friend from Deloitte. Huh?
A very good morning to all of you. So yes, while they're putting up my presentation, I'm Engineer Stephen Wangwe. I'm the Director for Communication Safety and IT Security at the Ministry, but I'll be assuming this role for this week, for my last moment in the role. From next week, I'll be serving as the Director for Registration and Compliance under the Personal Data Protection Commission. So you know, I'm very fond in cybersecurity, but I think I will be practicing it in a bit of a different domain. But as a security expert, I will still be along with my cybersecurity natives. So yesterday we were talking about artificial intelligence, and it was being presented in so many different domains. We saw in the gaming environment, we saw in the geospatial, we saw in so many applications. So AI is basically a technique which can be used everywhere. This morning we're going to discuss how AI could be used in cybersecurity. So basically AI advances or enhances utilization of different technologies in different setups. The future of cybersecurity, I will be presenting on how I think we should be using a human-AI partnership. I think AI is very powerful, but I will present the challenges that are posed with AI, which call upon us to see how to use it, but also how we can make this partnership between AI and human to make it more relevant and more useful to us. So you see the padlock there? The padlock is basically security in a human context. And the brain there is the artificial intelligence, which we embedded through the artificial applications. Those two, when they have a partnership, it becomes very powerful. So I'll go through just an introduction. I won't dwell in too much, but it's why are we even doing cybersecurity? And then I will move to the benefits of AI in cybersecurity. Then I will touch on two challenges. What are the challenges in the cybersecurity with respect to AI? I will explain the applications of AI in cybersecurity, importance of human intervention or human factor. And then I will conclude by saying what I think we should be the way forward. So to start with, So as we all know, there are so many challenges in the cyber landscape. And every day, the criminals are trying to find ways of infiltrating or ways of penetrating into the systems. These criminals have chosen a life. This is a career. And if you want to bet on that, you can go to the underweb or the dark web and spend like 5 minutes. Then you'll understand that this is a community which is there to stay. So every now and then, they're doing research on how can we penetrate, how can we hack, how can we do that. And they sell these things which are compromised in this dark web. So it's a big business, and it will be there. So on the side of the upper side of the surface of the web is where we are supposed to protect you users who have genuine cause, who have clean intent. But on and on, we've been using the traditional cybersecurity measures, whereby we have antivirus, we have firewalls, we have cyber ROMs, we have the IPS, IDS, but with these technology changes and the technology advancements, these criminals are coming with different dimensions. Already they're using AI to deploy their exploits. So in order for us to be relevant, we have to change how we protect the systems. Defense in depth. You can see in the physical environment, let's take in our houses, you can have a fence, and then on the fence, someone can install an electric fence. But again, when you enter into the compound, again, the house has doors. Some of them have metal doors, again, and then a wooden door. But still, they would have a dog maybe moving around, and the watchman. Again, they will still have cameras. So there are different things that are being put in place to ensure security. Not only one can work alone. So even in the cybersecurity context, usually we have the policies, we have the procedures, we do awareness to the users, we put password policy, make sure you change your policy, your password every after so and then, make sure your password has this and this character so that it can be a strong password. But also we do the physical checks where we put IDs so that we know who can access the compound. But again, we put security on the network, making sure there's no sniffing or there's no any penetration in the network or leakage, because sometimes someone can do man-in-the-middle attack, or they could be hearing whatever the packets are passing between the network. But also at the computer level, again, we put some protection, whereby we have the firewalls, the cyber ROMs, and going to the application, again, even the application itself has the security. That's where we have the pins, the passwords, but again, we still have the antivirus or special programs which protect the application. And finally, it reaches to the device. So these are layers of mitigation that are put in order to increase the security. This concept is called defense in depth. But again, this one is still a traditional way of protecting the cyber space. You bear with me, there's a bit of a latency. Okay. Yeah, so, you know, when you look at security, we usually look at the back end mostly. But nowadays, these hackers and criminals, they've noticed that we have not put any focus in the domain name, whereby you put a name of a website. You know, when you insert the keys of a website, let's say www.cnn.com, for example, that's what you see as a user. But behind that, those texts are converted into some certain numbers, which can communicate with the back end of the system provisioning. So the hackers have known that that's an area which us who do cybersecurity or who defend our networks don't concentrate on. So they usually use this one as a channel or as a means to deploy their attacks, whereby they can use the DNS to establish covert communication with the command and control and targeted networks. This is a technique which is usually successful most of the time, and it's because the security people don't think of it as important as it is. So whenever a place or a thing is considered not important to the security experts, that's an opportunity to the exploiters or to the hackers. And bad enough, they are using advanced proactive means to infiltrate the system through the DNS. And this is why we are calling upon intervention of artificial intelligence and machine learning, because this aspect or this technique has several advantages. The first one is the ability to predict and prevent potential attacks by analyzing vast amounts of data in real time. So there's a lot that is going on, but you can't really see everything. For example, take it as you have a very big building and you have maybe like 50 cameras. So if you have 50 cameras, it means you'll be having 50 screens. How are you going to be able to see something that is happening in screen number 24, for example? And maybe at the same time, things could be happening in 4 or 5 different screens at the same time. So the human ability cannot see such a thing, meaning that if you depend on the human eye, it will be a loophole because you won't be able to catch up. So the same environment is in the cyberspace. A lot is going on, a lot is happening on real time, and we cannot be able to see everything at a go. So this is where we need artificial intelligence and machine learning. You just need to tell it what you want it to tell you when it sees, or how should it behave when it sees a certain characteristic. Another characteristic is the ability to enhance threat intelligence by aggregating and analyzing data from various sources, providing a comprehensive view of threat landscape. So in security, your best catch is knowing what is happening or what is going on. And a fraction of a millisecond can cause you a very big damage. So you should not miss anything. So with AI and machine learning intervention, it is possible to make sure or to avoid overlooking any important part. The third characteristic is that AI is revolutionizing automation of routine security tasks. A human being can overlook or can oversee a small task, but which could be a very sensitive task. But also it frees up human resource to focus on more complex issues. Security should be looked at a way which is strategic. You shouldn't be looking at like micromanagement or like very small way. I think my moderator is communicating. Is it time? All right, thanks. So I call upon deploying zero trust cybersecurity strategy, which my fellow panelists had presented the model. But basically, it's a strategy whereby you should always verify. Even if the person is an insider, again, you should verify every time. I will not dwell into that, so I can... this button is really taking my time. Okay, so the benefits of artificial intelligence in cybersecurity, the first one is enhanced threat detection. As I said, the feature of being able to collect information and analyzing it at real time enables enhanced threat detection. The second one is real-time incident response. As you know that when you get an incident, the best catch is making sure that you bring back the service as soon as possible. So with AI, it is possible to enable real-time incident response so that the outage becomes very minimal. And the third one, improved user authentication. In the authentication part, I should really know this is so-and-so, but sometimes because of human character, you can authenticate, but the problem is that you could use like, I know this is Yusuf Kileo, so no problem, but not knowing that he could be impersonated. So with AI, it is more effective in improving the user authentication. So there you go. What are the challenges? The challenges with AI in cybersecurity are in mainly three categories. The first one is adversarial attacks on AI, whereby I purposely feed wrong information to the AI engine so that it can give wrong output. And remember that the AI works on the database information that is in the engine. So when it has wrong information, it means even the people who are using, when they use it in the future, they will be getting wrong answers. So this is an attack, or it's a way that cybersecurity or cyber criminals can misuse the AI technology. But also the privacy and ethical concerns. People are doing their dissertations, people are asking very personal questions, they are violating their privacy. They just don't know that that information is being stored somewhere. So in the future, there'll be a lot of exposures because people ask questions to the AI in a way they don't know that sometimes they're compromising their privacy. And the third one is the skills gap. Of course, we talked about this yesterday, but also the infrastructure. Because with AI, you need to have very huge storage devices, but also you have to have very powerful processing computing equipment in order to make it work. So again, it is very critical that we make sure we customize these things, because you can have biased applications, but at the same time, people could be getting wrong information, whereby these hackers could do misinformation or disinformation through AI just because of negligence of people or taking advantage of the database being far from our reach. So I want to explain these type of adversarial attacks because of time. So what are the applications of AI in cybersecurity? The first one is that AI can make AI-powered autonomous security system. As it was explained yesterday, AI is a technology which could basically do anything. You just need to feed it and direct it how you want. So it adapts quickly. Some of you have used ChatGPT, and sometimes it can make, or it can start speaking in a way that you like. You can see like autocomplete messages. It writes the way you want. 2 minutes, I'm finishing. It reduces human error. It enhances efficiency. But also, it brings continuous improvement because it is continuously analyzing real-time data and improving continuously. So this is an advantage of application of AI. But another one is that it's predictive analysis for threat detection, because it spontaneously analyzes upcoming data. And this is a combination of big data analytics and machine learning. Another one is that it is very powerful in dealing with zero-day vulnerabilities, which unfortunately I won't talk of because I don't have that much time. But I just want to quickly go to the importance of human intervention and conclude my, my presentation. So the first key factor whereby we need human intervention in this is strategic thinking and decision making. This is something that the AI cannot do, and you need the human being, because sometimes the context changes, there's a specific need of a tradition, so this is whereby the human intervention is needed. But another aspect which calls for the human intervention is the contextual understanding, because the human being understands the fellows, but he also understands what is a priority at that time and moment, which definitely the AI cannot know. So the questions such as why, what, where, those are things which need human intervention. And the third and last one is ethical and legal consideration. Sometimes, depending on who programmed the AI, they may not have embedded the ethical and legal considerations. But the legal things, you know, they change every now and then, and they're very contextual. So with the human intervention and human judgment, it is very important to have that, so it can be taken on board. The last one is adaptability and innovation. As you know, it is important that continuous creativity and improvement will be going on. The human being is the one who created the AI in the first place. So the human being can enhance the AI more than the AI itself. So to conclude, I say that it is very important, as Sam said, not to be using the same style. Security is something that should be in the mindset that every time you should always apply a zero-trust methodology. And with AI, you have to integrate it with human intervention for it to be effective. Having said that, I thank you very much for your attention, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wangwe. Just a quick reminder, all this beautiful presentation will be also available later. So I think you will still have those presentations. Now to Williams. He's also going to talk of the emerging challenges and the potential use cases of these artificial intelligence. William, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you to our officials, our sponsors, our diplomats. I'm really honored to be presenting here today. And Mr. Moderator, we're in the age of AI, so you don't need to send me notes. Just, you know, do a wave or something. I'll keep an eye on you in terms of, you know, my time and so on. I'll try to go quick because AI is everywhere, right? We've heard a whole conference on it yesterday about where AI is and where AI can be used. And often we think it's only in the last sort of year since ChatGPT has been released. But AI has been influencing our lives for the last 5 years. Whether you're looking at Facebook, your Facebook feeds, whether you're applying for a bank loan, whether you're going for a product on your telecommunications providers, all of these are informed by AI. And today, I want to talk about what I call connected intelligence. You had the right one there. It's the connected intelligence one there, just a few slides back. I'm just helping the audiovisual guys to get to the right presentation. I'll tell you that one. So what has happened in the last year that has changed this? Why is AI suddenly now so big? Now, I'm glad I'm speaking third because the previous presenters has already told you that there's value in AI, and even in AI protecting ourselves. But there's value in the human-AI connection. And that's what I want to talk about. Because AI has done two things in the last year and a half. It can now understand us at a human level. We can talk to it. It's no more, you know, push a button here, press 1 if you want to do this. No. In a human way, you can speak to AI and it will understand it. The second thing is anybody can now do something digital. When we started this process at Deloitte a year and a half, they asked us to explain generative AI in a way that would make sense to your grandmother, and I couldn't. But the cameraman that was filming us could. And I asked him, so why do you know so much about generative AI? And he says he uses it every day. This was a year and a half ago. He creates training videos for a big mining company. And he used to have to design the scene, then go to the software developer, then the software developer will create it in the Unreal 3D animation engine. What he does now, he goes to ChatGPT. He says, here's my scene, please give me the code. He copies the code, pastes it in the engine, it's done. So what happens to the software developer? And that's often the fear we have, right? Will I lose my job? Is something's going to change? So what does that software developer have to do? And what has happened sort of since, the sort of beginning of how digital technology has changed is, if I can get to my next slide, we used to be reliant on nature, right? So nature produces. We used to look at the weather, when is the rain coming, and then we throw our seeds. So it wasn't up to us, it was up to nature to produce. Now, in companies today, we still have executives that's waiting for the weather before they act. But what then happened is we wanted more control. So we created factories. We created, let's take the raw material, let's do something with it. We created all this process automation. And then we even went a step beyond and said, okay, we can now digitally maintain this. So our creativity is what is producing new content. What is happening today is that what we've produced, AI is now creating stuff. It's creating poems, recipes, presentations, new images, new videos. So what are we supposed to do? But the key thing here is that actually that AI production, meaning that AI consistency with the human creativity, with the human emotion. And the third thing that we often miss is the innovative processes. So don't just think I'm going to introduce AI in my government or in my institution. You have to understand what's the process to make sure that AI gets adopted and to make sure that AI actually works. Because AI can be used everything. We've heard about AI in cybersecurity. It's a big thing because it helps you to scale. It helps you to do more. It helps you to look at the granular logging transactions that humans would miss. And if AI is so important, what do we therefore need to do to make sure that we actually use it? Because AI has been there everywhere. We've known about computer vision since the early 90s when those CCTV cameras was introduced. We've known about speech recognition since the mid-2000s when we said, hi Siri or hi Alexa, please play me music. We've known about natural language processing since there was speech recognition. So AI has been there. So what are we, particularly as on the African continent, supposed to do to actually make use of this? But let's pause a little bit, right? Let's just take a few steps back. Because, like I said, AI isn't new. What we wanted to achieve, meaning the value that we want to get, meaning the insights that we want to get so that we as humans can act better, has always been there. It's been in business intelligence, and that was a big thing 10, 15 years ago. It's been in analytics. It's now in artificial intelligence, and it's now in actually generative AI. So if we go back to business intelligence, it created tremendous value because it was answering the question, what has happened? If I as a human know what has happened, I can actually therefore change my actions so that I can have a better outcome. But what was the challenge here, right? The challenge here was the data. So how can I actually get access to the data? How do I make sure that my data is clean so that when it answers the question, what has happened, there's value? So the challenge was data, and that's still a challenge even in this age of AI. Then we went to analytics, and we said, okay, we can now do machine learning, and we can actually answer the question, why did it happen? But what was the challenge in this? There was tremendous value. Often people speak about 12% revenue uplift. But then we started understanding, okay, data quality is an issue, the data lifecycle is an issue, and again, in this age of AI, it's still a problem we must address. And often I tell people, if you want to do generative AI, make sure your business intelligence and your data is correct, so you've answered the question of data. make sure your data quality and your data management and your lifecycle management is correct, so you've answered the question of analytics. Then you can go to artificial intelligence, where artificial intelligence will now answer the question, but how can I optimize and make something happen, right? How do I take this analytics, and if we take the cybersecurity example, all these logging incidents, analytics that come from that, and now I understand, okay, there is a gap in my firewall, let's go address that. So how do I use it and optimize what I do? And the challenge here is the use cases. How do I actually make sure that people in the business departments can adopt it? Whether I'm doing network optimization in the telcos, whether I'm doing fraud management in banking, whether I'm doing AI-based billing in finance, all of these use cases, the challenge is the adoption by business departments. That's why you often have to bring change management along with your AI initiatives. Then we get into the generative AI phase, where now we can actually create what should happen. So we can tell AI to create us something that changes our actions. So it's not just us as humans that act. As our previous speaker said, you take that human adaptability, innovation, and you marry that with the robustness of an AI, and suddenly you can scale your actions across all incidents, across all transactions, across your whole life. So if I were to scale AI across my life, what are the things that I need? So if I'm just talking about businesses, you need to think, how do I configure my business? How do I change how my business look like? Because I can now do AI. How do I build new offerings? So let's take a governance example. Maybe you want to create a chatbot that helps your citizens understand, how do I apply for a passport? How do I apply for identification document? How do I check my identity? All of that can be automated. So that's a new offering that you bring into the hands of your clients, your customers, your citizens. And then lastly, how do I reach my customers? So now instead of just having an identification model as part of my government services, I can now actually make it in the language of my people. So not in English, maybe in Swahili, maybe in a local language. You can do that with generative AI. That is, and you don't need to sit there and have translators translate all the documents. It happens automatically just like that. It can happen in real time as you're speaking to the customer. And that is the benefit of generative AI. But you have to bring the human element along with you. So often then, after we've paused, we're like, okay, how do I now actually go further and make sure that it's not just isolated decisions, it's not just integrated decisions. That was analytics, right? Isolated decisions was everybody was looking at their own dashboard and making a decision. Integrated decision was our analytics, and I brought all the data together. We always had this one view of the customer, one view of our data. But enhanced decisions means that I can use generative AI to create scenarios, to say, what would happen if we were supposed to do this, and a scenario can be created. Now my decisions is enhanced because I've got my data, my business intelligence, I've got my analytics, but I also have the ability to generate new scenarios. Like in the cybersecurity case, new ways of penetrating my system before the attackers think of it. And now I have enhanced decisions, but I need to know what the benefit is. What is the value of that decision? And that is the key thing in terms of our enterprises. Because if you want to understand what's the value, is the value in terms of transforming my operations. So I have things like touchless IT, quality management, manufacturing processes, all done by AI. Is the value in terms of accelerating my growth? So I have examples of product requirements that can be created by AI, or product designs. Most of the NVIDIA chips is created by AI. New designs that was generative AI created. Is the value in building capabilities? So that software developer, he can now speed up and tell that cameraman, I can do it for you quicker because I understand coding, but I'm using generative AI to create that code for me, and I as human is providing the oversight and the quality management. I as human is providing the decision support. So now, it's not taking my job. I have an enhanced job because I'm augmented by AI. And lastly, the value is in opening new revenue stream, new markets. And there you can have examples of material science. Particularly in Africa, that's important because a whole lot of the new medicines, the new proteins that's created are done by generative AI. Generative AI are finding new medicines and proteins and products because it can go through all of that simulated environments. So the ability to do drug discovery at an affordable rate, meaning you're not hiring hundreds of PhDs, you're actually using a generative AI, is now in the hands of Africa, which means you now have to think, depending on which industry you are, what use case am I doing, right? And I'm just going to use the government and public services in terms of the use cases that are there. So if you think of an intelligent agent that actually helping the citizen get the information of government and do certain actions, like it gets the information in a human language way, in the local language, it actually fills in the information, it fills in the form, so you don't need your citizen to do it. It gets that information. It's the agent that's helping, a government agent, I almost want to say, that's helping the citizen. You can do knowledge management, particularly where in the government sense you have all these different business departments, all have their own performance reports, annual reports, all have their own performance plans. You can now, as the president or government official, actually put that into a generative AI engine and ask questions. How did my Ministry of Health do? What was their annual performance target? Did they miss that target? And the question comes like this. You don't need to trawl through millions of documents to get to that answer. Let's take the last one, disaster recovery and planning. You know, during COVID, how the virus spread could have been analyzed by AI to help us in which areas do we need to intervene before it spreads. Particularly in Africa where, you know, we've got the Rwanda example now with the new virus that came to the fore. How those viruses spread can be analyzed by AI. Different scenarios, different interventions can be planned by AI to help you actually address it, number one, in a clever way, and number two, at scale. And often that's what we as humans struggle with, is to do it at scale. So these are just some examples, and as our moderator said, these presentations will be available so that you can actually go through it. This is my last slide. What decision do you need to make? The decision you need to make is which use case will we implement in my previous slide. The second decision is which agent do we create that will help my client, my citizen, or my customer. Because we're going to live in a world, probably 2-3 years' time, where all of the actions, all of our tasks are done by agents. You will have a computer buddy if you want to buy a new computer. You're not going to go to the shop, have a long discussion with a salesman. You're just going to ask an AI to say, you know, this is my needs, this is what I do, and it will tell you what are the specifications for the right computer. It will tell you, can I now buy this? You kick a button, it arrives on your doorstep in 2 days' time. Right? All automated, all done. You will probably have a government access agent that does all of the governance services for me. I don't need to go to a Home Affairs office. I don't need to go to a health clinic. I can actually ask those questions and get the answers in terms of the governance services that will best meet my needs. You will probably have an investment guru, and you will tell you, know, I've got $100 to save every month. What do I do with it? And it will give you the options and the answers. So all of these will be multiple agents, just like nowadays we're engaging with multiple apps. And the question is, who brings this together? Who regulates this? Because, you know, we'll have niche companies and they'll go outside and you'll see some of them that has created, you know, one of these agents. You'll have the student exhibition and the student exercise with, they probably created one of these. So that ring that manages it, you know, we must make sure that government can regulate it. You as big companies must make sure that, where do I play? Do I play in one of these niche agents, or do I play in terms of controlling this ecosystem? Because ultimately, when we are living in this new age, we are managing our lives through AI agents, doing things for us, helping us get knowledge. So it's not a Google search anymore. It's something that an agent does for you. So ultimately, we must understand, how do we as humans interact with these agents? How do we make sure that we can get the value? And if we do that, we will be successful, because this isn't just the age of AI, it's the age of humans plus AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, William. What I've picked from the three presentations, starting with William, AI is not a new thing. It was there for some times. But now what is happening, it's because it's like many people think it's getting out of hands. Deep fake. Someone can mimic you and create a video like you are telling something, but you're not the one who is saying that particular thing. And of course, it brings a lot of advantages, the customer relations that you spoke of, and many other things of note. And then my brother Wangwe, he spoke of AI and how its impact or brings a negative impact to our cyberspace, and also the positive impact to our cyberspace. He spoke of how it's going to enhance the detection, the story of authentications, and many other things of note as well. And also from Zero Trust, some spoke of we need to trust no one, but verify everything, whether it's from within or from outside, but both need to be well verified. I remember the other time here in Tanzania, we have those messages that we normally receive saying that ile pesa, the money that you're supposed to send here, send the money that was supposed to send me now, send on this number. And probably you were about to do a transaction and end up sending it in the wrong number, because what is happening there, we do not verify before we take actions. Now to some. At the center of Zero Trust, then we find data. So how could you advise organizations to get good visibility of their data so that they can be able to, and of course not only data but also activities, so that they can be able to enhance detections when it comes to Zero Trust?
How about that? Okay. So the question is about data. How do we improve? Before you can do a policy decision point to make a policy enforcement, you have to be informed, right? You have to have either metadata or other attributes about the data so that you can make technical enforcement of policy type decisions that your organization has made. Unfortunately, we're not great at that for data. We're not there yet. Unfortunately, most of our sensitive and not quite sensitive data is commingled. We don't have good mechanisms for automatically tagging data. We can have conventions within our organization, make sure you use this header and footer, this cover sheet. We can have those kind of conventions about proprietary or official use only type labels. And then you can do policy enforcement based on those labels. Unfortunately, at the record level within our data sets or within our AI data sets, we don't have those same mechanisms quite as robust yet. We're not doing as well with data tagging so that we can then do better policy enforcement at that data level. So there are techniques, there are approaches that are being researched. Microsoft has some pretty big initiatives that they're doing for some of their data, but those are not widely adopted, so we haven't yet found the pain points with trying to adopt those. The tension that you face is often from a legal context. You're not allowed to apply some of those labels about data sensitivity unless the data is, no kidding, actually sensitive. Otherwise, you end up over-classifying or over-protecting the content if you automatically, anything created here automatically gets labeled proprietary, right? That's not appropriate when you're doing some information sharing. So it's a combination of going to be better data labeling, better education for our user bases, and better alignment with conventions and practices within our organizations. Then our data loss prevention tools, our other tools will have a chance because we'll have the right data tagging and labeling.
Probably the audience or we all from organizations, and one may think, okay, now I want to go and start implementing zero trust to my organizations. And you spoke of a good maturity models and how it works and everything. So one can ask, where do I start? So what should I start with so that I can start now getting into zero trust and be able to do better in my organization?
Yeah, so zero trust, my recommendation is start where you are, right? What I would recommend is you do a self-survey, some self-analysis. You look at the zero trust maturity model pillars, cross-functional areas. You do some self-assessment and say, do we have the right investments in our data pillar? Do we have the right investments in our device pillar? How are we doing on identity? Once you've got some of that orientation, you can find out most of our organizations, we ended up heavily investing in the same area the whole time. And we unfortunately neglect some of those other zero trust pillars. And so by doing some self-assessment, you can better understand if you've got your allocation aligned with your own risk tolerance. And then that can better inform the investments you do need to make going forward.
For those organizations that will try probably to implement zero trust, from your experience, they probably go through challenges. Can you share with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So organizations trying to adopt zero trust absolutely face challenges. There are many of those challenges are that cybersecurity realities that we live within, right? That the increase in complexity reduces some of our security. And with the adoption of AI and cloud, these systems are not becoming more simple over time, right? They're absolutely becoming more complex over time. And so as we do that, we need to make sure that the user experience remains with a reduction in friction while we're making it easy to do the secure thing. That's the balance we're trying to strike as security practitioners, right? Is we want it to be easiest to do the secure thing instead of people bypassing our protections to try to get their job done. That doesn't serve anyone, right? So some of those challenges with that adoption are we try to roll out some protections and then we find that those protections don't quite work for people who are doing remote access or working from a hotel. And so we don't have policy enforcement parity. We try to implement firewall policies for our on-prem details and then find out that that didn't get replicated to our branch office properly. And so there's challenges with just the maturing of having centralized control, centralized policy decision points, but then distributing that work for the policy enforcement. And just real quick, I do think that zero trust is an evolution and a maturity of defense in depth. It does not replace it. It advances it and progresses it.
Thank you very much, Sam. Stephen, you spoke a lot of, I saw you mentioned some challenges that AI brought. Now we are having this deep fake. We are having misinformation. It's become now a trouble to many countries. Many people discuss of it in a different way. So what do you think, because what I understand, AI itself can become a solution to that problem, and of course it is also enhance the same thing, the challenge in one way or another. So on your opinion, what do you think? How do we control? And do you think that we do what do we do in our countries so that at least we can experience the benefits of AI, and at the same time we can reduce those challenges that probably AI brought about to our countries and organizations?
Yeah, thank you very much, Killer, for that question. And again, would speak like cybersecurity experts. As you know, that if you want to secure your platform, you have to think like a hacker so that you can do the opposite. So AI is the technology which can be used in a good way or in a bad way. So the example of disinformation and misinformation applications is a bad way of using AI. So the first one is to use AI for the good cause, to detect a disinformed or a misinformed content. So this is where we need everyone in the community or in the society to take charge, including the journalists, but also from the supply side, consumers. This is where we can challenge people behind the content development or content monitoring to have AI tools to detect misinformed or disinformed content. So there is no silver bullet to this, but I think the biggest thing to be done is awareness, to inform people to use it, because sometimes people have been scared, because as a new tech comes, it becomes like a disruptive tech. So people tend to shy away from it. So it is us to really get a buy-in so that everyone can understand it and we can have it as a tool to be used by everyone. Because the biggest disadvantage would be whereby people use AI to create misinformed and disinformed content, and the journalists and the community that is consuming wouldn't want to use AI. So that's where we lose, because they would use means which would not be easily detected just by common sense or just by human judgment. So the call is to embrace it, create awareness, and make sure we all use it the right way.
Are there any suggestions, just to add up on the same, are there any suggestions probably you could share with us that you can say, these are 1, 2, 3 things that you probably think if we do it in a right way, it will support or help us to minimize the impact, the negative impact of AI?
I think the biggest one would be very, very comprehensive awareness and capacity building so that people could be using AI for the better cause.
Thank you, Wangwe. William, I think quickly, you spoke, from what I understand, the AI is not a new thing, as I've said earlier. It has been there, and I remember even yesterday I shared with my colleagues that when I was a student back then, we had people were specialized on artificial intelligence. So it's not really something new. But we have seen all this impact today, and many governments started to think of, we need to regulate this. So what do you suggest in our African countries? Or is it, are we late? And it's really getting out of hands, or do you think we can still manage and be able to cope up with we now call it emerging technology, the AI?
No, I wouldn't say we are late, because the great thing about digital technologies is that you can often leapfrog. But the mistake we often make on the African continent is that we think we can adopt what was developed elsewhere in our countries, where we should actually invest in local capabilities to develop local-based artificial intelligence. And we've seen many examples of that, across Africa, where, there are actually some companies that were sold to Europe that was developed in Africa that developed AI technologies. On the regulation front, it's actually okay to adopt from elsewhere. So the EU now recently released their AI policy. That is very good in terms of protecting the consumer, making sure that you're not using AI illicitly or in a way that would harm us as humans. That's something that we can take because those principles are human principles, right? It's protecting privacy, it's protecting us. Those principles you can actually adopt and then localize it. So, back to my initial point, the great thing is we can actually take those regulations and adopt it for ourselves. But we have to invest into that capital to do it.
You remind me, one of the fear with AI, people say it's going to infringe our privacy. This is one of the concerns, that it goes beyond a control of, we can do somehow, but they go beyond expectations sometimes. So what do you suggest? How can we, what can we do for us at least to be able to balance between the privacy-related issues and at the same time being able to utilize it for us to get those benefits that come along with AI?
So there's a great skill that we as humans have, and that's differentiation, right? You can look at something and you can know, okay, there's something wrong. I don't quite know what's wrong. And that's the skill we must apply when we actually are giving our data. Because it's us giving the data, right? So now we're quite happy, take photos, put it on Instagram, put it on social media. That is data that you are giving away. So we must really, as ourselves, as teaching our kids, learn how do I differentiate, meaning what data do I put up? It's not just everything. It's not every photo I take. It's not all of my information. That is still our decision. So yes, there will be regulation that will protect that data, that would say you can't use that data, but we know, what hackers and what the dark web does. But before we give that data, make that differentiation, use that skill to say, is this something I want everybody to know? Like if I'm taking a photo of my kid and I'm putting it on social media, do I need to do that? What photo do I put up? So that is a decision that's still in our human hands. And the better we get at making that differentiation, the better we'll be able to protect ourselves.
The final thing, you were to be on last day of presentation, and we spoke about the jobs. People were worried that probably we are going to lose jobs because of AI. Can you share with us quickly at least 3, 4, 5 kind of new jobs that has been created because of AI, this emerging technology?
So I'll go through a few. One is prompt engineering, meaning how do I actually ask the right question to create something? Right? If I go to ChatGPT and ask it to create an image, it's not going to look that good. But I've seen people who studied graphic design ask the right question. I might say, give me a picture of a woman in a room. That graphic design would say, okay, give me a picture of a woman in a room where the angle is at this angle, where the light is doing this, where the color palette is doing that. That's prompt engineering. That's knowing how, and that's a new job. And there's actually companies that are advertising that on LinkedIn. And another job is what we call large language model operations. So all of these things are depending on models that was created, by the big tech companies. Those models need to be managed because there's regularly new data that's being fed to those models. Those models are changing. And one of the examples that we often use is like a teenager. If you just leave the teenager to do anything, then you pretty soon will see a problem. And we've seen many of those problems. So somebody actually in the organization needs to manage that model, needs to put the guardrails in place, needs to check that it's giving the right output, that is still sanitized, and that's still, according to the brand of the company. The other thing is what we call is sort of the machine learning engineers, right? So looking at the whole end-to-end pipeline, that needs to be engineered, meaning where do I get my data? How do I process the data? How do I feed it to the model? How do I manage the outputs? How do I make sure that outputs are in the production cycle? That is what we often call as a machine learning engineer. So there's already 3 new jobs, right, that's being paid at a high level at the moment that people can apply for.
You have heard. We are not going to lose jobs. Instead, we are going to have new jobs created by the emerging technologies of AI. And of course, yesterday, DG also spoke. We may experience a bit of, some may lose But then with innovation, things can come up. Now, any question from the audience? Raise up your hand. There. State your name and then pose your question. Then I have one here as well.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Mwanaid Mahiza, and I appreciate for giving me opportunity to speak and to ask questions. I first congratulate the presenters for their very informative presentations. And my question is very general. And it's something that I've been asking myself since we started the sessions. How can we leverage the application of AI to address our challenges in areas like agriculture, healthcare, in improvement of education? And what are the indicators can possibly be used to assess whether AI has improved people's lives? My last question is, what are the regulatory frameworks that can be put in place so that the local ones, actually, as the last presenter said, it should be customized and all that. So what are the possible regulation frameworks can be put in place so that to make the application of AI as beneficial as we can in our Tanzanian context? Thank you.
Okay, and then, do we still have time? Then another questions from here?
Yes, I'm Dr. Wanga from TNBC. I also commend the presenters for good job. But my challenge is, I has raised this question to Wangwe several times, that how can we use the AI to, to offend the hackers? Because most of the time, we have been talking about defending strategies. Even in most of the presentations from all of you, you have tried to indicate just we can, defend, we can, detect. But how can we use the AI to attack or offend the hackers or those who are enemies of so that we can progress? Otherwise, we can, most of the questions which are coming, how can we apply, because there are challenges which cannot be addressed without undertaking that offensive strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wangwe, pick that one. And you want to go, William?
In terms of the value it brings to the African continent, I'm going to mention two examples. And this is an example in agriculture in Kenya. A young lady, what she did was just to put cameras in the rural areas, right, where they're doing subsistence farming. And all the camera did was, there was a little bit of AI that runs on the camera that looked at the vegetation, that looks at the plants, that can see whether the plants are sick or whether they're healthy, and can immediately give recommendation to the farmer. That had increased the crop by 30 to 40%. Now imagine what that would do to that subsistence farmer in the rural area. So immediately there's an example of something that was done. Another example is in the banks, where often, people sort of take advantage of the elderly that might not be digitally enabled, because they have to do in English. They don't necessarily understand the English. They just say yes for this policy. I'll pay so much per month. But now, in their own language, they can interrogate that policy. They can say, what would happen if I die at this age? How much would my family get? How much would I be able to spend for the funeral? In their own language. Now, you might think that's a simple thing, but that makes a big difference in that elderly lady's life, because she now knows. She now has the confidence. She can now make the right decision as to what policy she needs to take. So these are the small, I mean, I can go on and speak about many examples, and this is not Western, it's in Africa, happening in the most rural areas where they're using AI to benefit them, and there's huge value that has already been seen.
Exactly. Actually, yesterday, when I came here, I think the gentleman there behind, he was having a very good locally made product that even can check the crop and be able to tell whether it has what disease. Can you stand up? It can check what disease does it have, can answer different questions and all. I think we have started having this kind of products using AI in our local, we met with our local people here. So I think we have seen the impact. It's for us to be more innovative, to put more efforts, to research more, to learn more, and to do more to make sure that we make use of this AI productively and to enhance the way we do things in our daily life. One with that question that was asked by?
Thank you. Before going to Dr. Wanga's, I'd say a question which puts someone on the spotlight. I would comment a bit on Monaidi's questions. So we may give examples of applications where AI could be used to enhance our processes, but basically it would be endless, because what AI does, it basically enhances whatever a human being has ever done in this world. So it enhances the operations, and again, it has a component of continuously learning and improving. So if you speak of the capabilities of AI, they are just endless. It's just anything that a human being has ever done, but in an enhanced manner. Now coming back to the question which was directed to me on how we can use AI to offend, because so Dr. Wanga is saying that he wants to hear a comment from each of us about that question. So thank you for taking me out of the spotlight. If you talk of offensive security, of course, those are techniques, and it's just a matter of perception. So the same techniques that a security expert would use are the improved versions of what a hacker would use. So a hacker basically offends, and a security expert technically defends. But in order to defend, you should know how to offend. So these are things which are done spontaneously and interchangeably. It's like you speak to me and I speak back to you. So the offensive is which position are you sitting on? And it's more of a military issue, which I don't think we can dwell into, but those are techniques which are available, and our experts can always be trained on that. Thank you
very much, Wanga. I think time has never been our best ally. We have a lot of problem with time, always. So quickly, final thoughts?
Look, I think there's many opportunities in Africa, whether you use the offense to identify the cybersecurity, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in banking. My advice is just start. Pick one. There's a whole list that many of us presented. Pick one, do it, take that value to your clients and your customers and your citizens, and then build from there.
Some final thoughts?
Yeah, I would echo the same sentiment of AI becomes an enabling capacity. It becomes a force multiplier, right? If you're already good at offense, it makes you better at offense. If you're already good at agriculture, it makes you better at agriculture, right? It has the capacity to amplify what we're already doing and improve what we're already doing. It gives us better capacity for pacing and for volume. And I do recommend, as far as metrics of success, that gets really tricky, right? To try to identify outside of traditional mechanisms for measuring productivity gains, for measuring GDP, for measuring quality of life or life expectancy. Those are the broad strokes. But as far as at the individual level, that's absolutely going to depend on the application, right? Whether the capacity is improving or we're making progress. But absolutely, get started. Try to apply it where you already are, what you're already doing, so that you can then be the knowledgeable observer that's making sure that you're getting quality output from your AI tools.
Thank you, Sam Wango. Your final thoughts?
Thank you. So my thoughts are we shouldn't continue discuss in depth on the challenges of AI. Rather, we should shift the energy to how to embrace it. So if you don't know or use AI, you are the odd man out and you're losing out. So we should just start immediately pushing on the infrastructure needs, regulatory needs, getting the skills to our people, and making sure that each one of us becomes a good ambassador of AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much. AI is here to stay. We don't have too many options, but we embrace it with caution. Thank you very much, my panelists. It was really lovely having you all. I look forward to meet you next year. Thank you.
Another round of applause for the panel and their moderator. Thank you very much. This was a presentation that was supposed to happen yesterday, but we had to do it this morning. The reason we ask you to come early today. Now we are starting day 4. From now on, we'll be doing day 4, and the first session, I can call it, and my apologies if it will offend anybody. This is one of the mothers of all the presentations that we are going to have today. It's going to be a little bit long, but it's worth it, and I will ask all of you to be not only patient, but also to listen careful and to make yourself comfortable to understand the issues that you might not even believe is happening in Tanzania at the moment. May I now, with all due respect, naomba muongeze viti viwili, call upon the moderator of the session, Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga. You know, sometimes you don't give the baby just to the house help. You give the baby to the mother of the baby to take care of. So Dr. Nkundwe, we look forward for you to moderate. This is going to be long, but I'll be so happy if you could give me half an hour so that we go home early. So please, the floor is yours. You can call your panelists and introduce them.
Innocent, thank you very much for the introduction of this a very important panel, which will show the path that we've created ourselves for our country and where we are going, all the interventions that are done in the area of digital space of our country. As I've been introduced, my name is Dr. Nkundwe Moses Mwasaga. I'm the host of this conference, TAIC 2024, and of course, I'm Director General of ICT Commission. Just brief on our panel. It's a very peculiar panel. We have numbers of panelists in here. What we are going to discuss is about the reforms in Tanzania in digital space and emerging systems that are produced in our country. One of them is Jamii Exchange Services platforms and the future experience into it. I will introduce my panelists, who is very special kind of a panel where we have experts from different countries. We have one of our own, Mashaka Muhammad. We have our expert, Dr. Matthew Mdeme from University of Dar es Salaam. We have Connie Francis from NIDA. We also have Robbie from RITA. We have Andreas Arema from Estonian Center for International Development Twinning Program. We have Jani Ruskanen, Chief Senior Specialist, Finnish Digital Agency. We have Dr. Godwill George Wanga, Executive Secretary of TNBC. And we have one of my friends, Mr. Mauro Dori from Italy. So it's a big panel, and I'll moderate to ensure that we get most from them, and also to show where our country is going. I can see that we are still arranging to make sure that we have a space for everybody in here. We have been waiting for this panel for quite some time, and I'm very sure that we'll see what kind of achievement that we have, and what kind of things that we are envisioning to create or to make sure that we accelerate the process of digitalization of our country, so that we can start to enjoy all these applications which are articulated in the process where the country has reached the level of digital transformation. In the digital transformation, of course, we expect to get a lot of benefits out of AI, the 5Gs, the Internet of Things, and other technologies which are very important. And of course, for us to be able to enjoy that, we need to make sure that we create data lakes. Data lakes can be created when you have the interoperability bus system which connects all systems in the public sector and the private sector. We'll speak, of course, about the digital ID number of Tanzania, which we call Jamii number in our country. Jamii stands for society. So this is just a very exciting panel, and we are very sure that everyone will enjoy it. So I think the stage is already set, and I would like to call my panelists first to come to the podium. So I'll start with Mr. Mohamed Mashaka from Ministry of Information, Communication and IT, and he's going to deep dive and show us where we are and things that we are planning to do in our country. I would like also to call Matthew Mdeme to come forward. Matthew Mdeme is an expert from University of Dar es Salaam, very reliable figure in the ICT sector of our country. I would like to call Connie Francis from NIDA. She's coming from the institution that started the digitalization of national ID quite some time. She is well experienced. She worked extensively to build our regulator in telecommunication, and now she has really deployed to handle the challenge that we have to solve the issue of the digital ID number. I would like to call Robbie from RITA. NIDA and RITA, they are very important institution in our country, especially in this process of digitalization where we want to have citizen registry, and there's no way that you can talk about citizen registry without RITA. So she's here strategically to show us what progress we've made on that. I would like to call Andres to come forward to share with us experience that we have, because the model of the systems that we are building in Tanzania is really building an engine and expertise that we gain from Estonia. I would like to call Yanni to come forward. I'm so happy to see Yanni today, and we are going to get a lot of things from our friendly country, Finland. I would like to call Dr. Godwill Wanga. He's the one that they issued a Digital Economy Strategic Framework of Tanzania. TNBC is a key to ensure that we will build our system very well. And I would like to call Mauro to come forward. Mauro to come forward. So yeah, it's a long kind of a panel, and without further ado, everyone will get a chance to introduce yourself. I would like to call Andreas to come and give presentation. We'll start with presentation and then we'll go on to panel discussions. Don't fall down.
Thank you.
Please come.
Thank you very much. It's my great honor and pleasure to be here. Hope we can, yes, you can see my slides as well. So, thank you very much for having me here. I come from Estonian Center for International Development. What the center does is that we are an implementing agency under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Estonia. And we do cooperation and partnerships on national and international level. And my short presentation today will be around the interoperability. So basically, the first question we should ask first, what is interoperability? We tend to talk a lot about interoperability, so let's be also sure about its meaning. So basically, interoperability, at least this is now the sort of European understanding, and this is like shortened to my understanding. The interoperability is actually, drums please, yes. Interoperability is actually, it's so simple. It's the ability to work together. Basically, it's ability to make those join-up services. And if you go deeper to the technical level, let's just put it simple. Interoperability is the ability to exchange data between different information systems. And by data exchange, I actually mean both. So we are used to pull services, but we also need to understand that there's a certain need for the push side services. So this is like a longer story, so I will not stop here. But it's just important to mention that both push and pull services should be incorporated and supported. Yes, and now there's a theory also behind this, and this is not my sort of idea, but this actually I've took from the European interoperability model. So the basic idea is that there are 4 layers of interoperability, and I mean, if you just think about the interoperability, then it's not just that 2 systems or 2 maybe government entities or like a private entity and then a government entity decide to start to exchange data. No. So first it requires to have sort of legal interoperability in place, meaning that you have to have those legal frameworks, your laws, etc. So basically all these kind of regulations and legal stuff, this is called the legal interoperability. So this must come first in order to start the actual data exchange. So you must think about those legislation. And I have seen some of the guidelines and concepts also from Tanzania, so I do think you're doing generally well with this part. So then it comes to the organizational interoperability. So this is the ability for the organizations to actually work together, like to provide joint services. So this kind of I mean, this focus is more on question, how do we organize like the data exchange from our organizational perspective. So basically, I mean, to provide service A, maybe on the background, we need like services B and C as well to be run. So this is the organizational interoperability. Then third sort of layer or component here is the semantic interoperability. This one is my favorite actually. So we need to understand if we are talking about the same thing when we are talking about like the data fields or the data meanings and the data semantics. So this is incredibly important. Take the addresses, for example. So in the population registry, what is the I mean, there is like one field, one data field, which is called my address. What is this actually? This address. Does it have to represent my current physical location? Does it have to represent maybe where, I don't know, I mean, where to send my mail or my post? I mean, this kind of, you know, semantic and semantical aspects we should also consider when we're talking about the interoperability, and therefore there are huge data catalogs and data sort of schemes available usually for those interoperable services. And the last one, and this is often perceived as the most important part, but actually this is I mean, at least in this picture, this comes as the last one. This is the technical interoperability. So basically, there are so many different ways how we can exchange like data. So there is no like one single solution for that. I mean, there are so many different versions, and I mean, for the Tanzanian context, you just have to find your own way. So there's no like thing that is actually like right or proper for you. You have to develop it yourself. And I'm very, very proud that you have done this already. And we will see the fruits growing soon out of that progress. So let's move on. Yes. And many times I also hear people to discuss about the interoperability framework. So what is it? Just to be on the same page with the terminology. So basically, interoperability framework is nothing more than just rules or requirements, how to build the IT systems. So basically, and within the public sector, but also if we tend to or try to exchange data with the private sector, so this sort of environment or this regulation actually applies to them as well. So it's just framework, it's equals to the rules and requirements. Yes. And now, maybe the most important question, why interoperability? Why? Why do we need it? Yes, of course. Interoperability allows governments to provide better services for people. That's number one. Who wants to have better services? Everyone. Yes, of course. Then, secondly, to make better policy decisions. Actually, these policy decisions can then be based on data, sometimes on real-time data. I will not bother you with examples in my country, but believe me, you will have better choices, better decisions, just because of you have the data. And to allow and to enable this, you need that sort of data exchange and interoperability between systems. And third point here, to save money, of course, you can reuse some of the data. You don't have to collect it again. This is saving time for the citizens, but also for government agencies. Yes. And one more slide about the uptake. So this is actually the Estonian case here that I'm representing, and you can actually, you know, you can either have like incentives for government entities for taking up the data exchange and start creating those interoperable services. But the other sort of mean is to have sort of like a stick. And although I'm a strong believer in incentives, this time Estonia took it differently, and we stipulated it in the law that there's this once only principle, and every single bit of data must actually flow or go through the X road. And this, you can actually see what is the real uptake after we introduced this provision in our legal regulation. So this, basically my point here is that sometimes you have, I mean, apart from those incentives, you also have to push service owners to take it up. Otherwise, it will not be successful. And the uptake, you know, the line is where this was introduced as mandatory. So, oh yeah, and this is like the current. This is like 1 year ago. This is like a monthly. This is the monthly number of interactions, which was like nearly 66 million. This is only for Estonia, and just be aware of that. We are like 1.3 million people alone. So it's, I mean, it's not a huge country, it's not a huge population, but still like 66 million transactions each month. So not bad. And just a quick also summary about the X-Road platform. I promise I will be very, very short. So this is the X-Road is something that we use in Estonia and now also in 25 plus more countries. And I'm very, very proud that this particular platform and the framework has inspired also Tanzania on their endeavors to create their own data exchange service. So very, very proud. And just one aspect which I think is really critical, that it's decentralized and secure data sharing. So instead of having like one single sort of point of failure, this architecture allows us to decentralize the whole data exchange. And I have a picture also about this. But anyway, so this is considered to be most lean and scalable interoperability platform, but also an interesting fact is that it's not owned by any government, but instead this is, first it's open source, but it's developed further by a consortium. So actually governments of Faroe Island, Finland, Estonia, there's one more I don't remember currently, but anyway, so basically the Nordic sort of governments joined their forces in order to establish and found this kind of foundation, which is called Nordic Interoperability Institute, to develop this platform further. So it's not like owned by a government, but rather by like a more broader sort of consortium of governments. Oh. Okay, now it's okay, and I'm very quick, but also on this picture you can already see that even though there is like a central sort of X-road operator, but the data itself does not flow through one single sort of operator or through one single central point, so to say. So instead of this, the information is always flowing between the institutions who are actually initiated the data exchange. And of course, to ensure the data integrity and also security, we use the PKI and encryption here. So basically data encryption plus PKI system. So this comes with the timestamping and with the OCCP services. But basically, this is like too technical. I'm not going to deep dive into this. Basically, there are like three sort of in the community, there is this X-road operator who actually regulates, creates those configurations, and basically creates the framework and the rules around the data exchange. And then trust service providers. In Estonian case, these are private entities, private companies who are providing the trust services, basically the PKI network. And then, of course, the members of X-road community, which means that these are the organizations who then exchange data. And you may wonder, and why I mentioned that it's like decentralized and this model is good. So just suppose that there are just 3 organizations in your country, and you have to exchange. I mean, each of them has like 2 information systems, and they have to exchange data. So basically, on your left side, you can see what is the mess that 3 organizations with 2 services or 2 information systems can create. So when they use point-to-point integration, remember I said that there is no right or correct way to exchange data. There are several different ways, but this is just one example. Can you imagine that mess, only with 3 organizations? On your right-hand side, you can see the X-road model. It clearly has like a simplified sort of model for data exchange. So this is also why but at the same time, it's decentralized. It does not have one single point of failure. Even when the central sort of authority is down for a day, nothing will happen. The data exchange will still continue. So basically, this is what makes it very, very valuable, and also different from some other. So this, I will skip that slide because it will be told by Jani later. And I also I'm very, very happy that you have also plans to develop and issue your electronic ID, and maybe just a few slides about the electronic ID also. So actually how it's regulated in Europe. So we have sort of like an eIDAS regulation that is regulating the electronic IDs. And we have, for example, I mean the whole idea is that we have 27 member states or countries in the European Union. So the idea is and each of them had like their own systems for signing the documents, for example, and authenticating the services. So we needed some sort of like a framework or regulation on how we can actually acknowledge and recognize I mean, across the member states, the signature, for example. And we have defined 3 sort of trust levels of electronic signatures, and the last one, qualified electronic signature, is actually that one that will currently only be provided through the PKI network. So the PKI is the keyword here. And of course, I mean, there's like the foundational ID, which is the basic like ID card without any. I mean, this is also something that is very, very foundational for electronic, for the upper stage IDs. But it's very, very crucial to have that sort of number. And as we also heard about the JAMI number. So this is really something that I mean enables you to go further from that foundational ID and to also start providing the functional ID. So I'm also very, very, very happy to hear about that. And the self-sovereign identity, this is something that is now related to the eIDAS 2 and also the e-wallet systems, and this is the future. This has not been implemented centrally, at least in the EU yet. Anyways, and there are several tokens also which can be used. For Estonian example, what do we use? So we use the physical ID card. So this is like a very, very simple, very basic ID card, which can be also used for physical authentication. I can also use it as a travel document to go to Paris, for example. But the thing is that it also has a chip inside. So in this chip, again, through PKI technology, I can actually, it has a small applet in there. But anyways, it allows me to authenticate myself and also to sign documents electronically. So there is another solution, which is a SIM card-based applet. So basically, a very, very small applet is put in the SIM card, and actually this also relies on the cryptography. It's encrypted, and through that, through that sort of applet, you are able to authenticate and even sign document electronically, even by using the feature phones. So basically, it does not run over the USSD. I'm not going too deep into the technical details, but basically, it does not run over the SMS platform, over the USSD. It really runs on the PKI infrastructure, so making it super, super secure. There has been no breach ever in Estonia, for example, for this kind of application. And then the mobile ID solution, which is more suitable for the smartphone owners, which is like a more easy version of the SIM card tablet. So, and also considering the eSIM cards or eSIMs nowadays, so no physical SIM card, then it's like the next step or the next generation solution for that. So basically, there is like already several solutions available, which actually also can be like a model for Tanzanian eID. So please do not copy us, but please just learn from our mistakes, and I'm happy to expose you those mistakes as well. Anyway, I think that yes, this is just like Estonian case that
2 minutes.
Yes. That ID card is compulsory, meaning that everybody actually will also obtain the sort of the digital eID. This is mandatory from age 15, but can be actually applied by parents even if the child is younger. Even, after birth, you can apply for an ID card. And 64% of our population use the ID card regularly, and 51%, more than half of the population actually use smart ID, which is the smartphone-based application. Anyways, and this all is based on PKI, so this is really important to mention. This is like the way how it's done securely nowadays. But as I mentioned, there will be more like a sovereign wallet type of things also available, which also relies on the blockchain technology. So maybe also something to consider for you. Anyways, I think this is my last slide here. Yes. Okay, so Mr. Mashaka asked me to have one slide on PKI ecosystem. So basically, this is the representation of Estonian PKI ecosystem here. Not very complex, I would say. Thank you for that. Aitäh. Actually, aitäh means asante in Estonian, so aitäh.
Thank you very much, Andreas, for that comprehensive presentation. I would like to call Yanni on the podium to give the presentation. Thank you. Okay. Congratulations. Five minutes.
5 minutes? Seriously? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jani Ruuskanen, Jani as a leaf, and it's hearing, okay. And I work as a Chief Senior Specialist in Finnish Digital Agency, but I'm also the project leader for the Digital for Tanzania twinning project here, which is to help the capacity building within the D4T program. I was asked to talk about a little bit of the Finnish digital infrastructure, which we call the Suomi.fi services, and especially about the data exchange cross-border. And as Andres was talking about the Estonian data exchange based on the X-Road, the Finland is running the similar kind of solution based on the X-Road as well. But to start with the EID, the personal identification number, and the basic information about the citizens. In Finland, all the basic information about the population is stored in the population register. And this was established in 1971. So we have a sort of the basic information about the citizens and the residents living in Finland in digital form since 71. In practice, it means like my personal information and my parents' information is already in the digital form. And in Finland, this is the base, the population information register is the base for all shared digital services. Whether we are talking about the e-identification, whether we are talking about the digital post, whether we are talking about the exchange of data between the agencies within the Finland with the public or private sector or cross-border. About the population information system in Finland, it contains the vital records and the address information of all the citizens and residents who are living in Finland. Also, it includes information about the buildings and the apartments where people are living. And this data is automatically shared between different authorities, but also with the private sector. So it means the basic information about everybody is running without citizens needed to update the information except for the population register itself. And the population register is, in that sense, the basic building block in Finland. As I said, all digital services are based on us knowing the digital identity of a persons who are living or resident in Finland. Also, what it means, it enables us to have an automatic voter list for elections, and we haven't had any censuses for 30 years. So basically, the information about the population is up to date every day. This is the Suomi.fi platform. I'm not going to go into all of these services, but I understood today we are going to discuss about the public digital infrastructure, especially about the EID and maybe about the data exchange. So in Finland, we have created this platform called Suomi.fi, Suomi meaning Finland. So we have the national portal, Suomi.fi, but then we have a lot of shared components that are mandatory to use by all public sector organizations in Finland, meaning the e-identification, meaning the digital post called messages, meaning e-authorizations, which is like a service that's providing information who you are able to act on behalf of. And then we have things like service catalogs, payment services, etc. But I'm going to focus on the data exchange layer, which in Finland is based on the X-Road, just as in Estonia, but also about the support services. So you can see there we have created things like an interoperability platform, which allows us to have this semantic interoperability by providing common vocabularies, common code lists, common data models, etc. Also, Finland is running an API catalog that has like the written information about all the available data that can be shared between public and private sector organizations, and also cross-border. Here are the first cases. Andres was mentioning about the NIS and the organization that's actually developing the X-Road. The third country is actually Iceland, who is part of this consortium. And similar way as in Tanzania, we have a situation in Finland that we have an autonomous area called Åland Islands, which you can see over there. And they have installed their own data exchange layer, so like an independent data exchange layer. And Finland is running the similar way, and we have integrated these. So I would imagine this could be something that could be used here between mainland and Zanzibar as well. We have already services in production where we exchange automatically data between Finland and Estonia through X-Road. There's the business register data, there's the tax information, and there's the parking information of City of Helsinki, because Helsinki and Tallinn are like 2 hours very away, so obviously there are a lot of Estonians getting parking tickets in Finland. But now we are going on with the implementation of the population information exchange cross-border. And this is an ongoing project that we've now started. And the first step is to change the vital records, the basic information from the Estonian population register to Finnish register and vice versa. And then we're going to implement also the actual services like the change of address, the registration of death or birth of a person, change of a name, and registration of a marriage. And this is going to be automatically exchanged between 2 countries. So the vision for our Nordic countries is that the population data will be automatically exchanged in real time between Nordic countries and also with Estonia. And this is, the aim is, the business case is to minimize the administrative burden for citizens. There are a lot of Finns that are establishing businesses in Estonia. There are a lot of Estonians working in Finland, and all the same between all Nordic countries. So our idea as a government officials is to minimize the burden for citizens. They don't need to register in different countries the same information again and again. So what are we doing? I mean, Andres was talking about the European interoperability framework already. So what have we done now in this case where we are starting to exchange data between 2 countries? The legal interoperability. This is the thing that has taken the most time. We implemented the Finnish X-Road in 2014. That's 10 years ago. And we started the discussion about exchanging the population data between Estonia and Finland in 2016. We actually finally get the state agreements in both countries agreed in the parliaments last year. And this legislation became in effect 1st of May this year. So it took 8 years to actually get the legal interoperability between 2 countries. I hope this is not the same case in here, but at least in our experience, that took the most time. The organizational interoperability is quite easy, actually. We've agreed the implementation project with the Estonian Ministry of the Interior and the agency that I'm coming from, and actually started the implementation project this year. Andres mentioned the semantic interoperability, and I think this is the most important part. So what we are currently doing, this is a project that is running until next year, is to try to define the common vocabularies, data models, code lists, etc. So we can actually exchange the data, that it means the same in both countries. And the technical thing, as I said, is based on the X-Road, and I think that's the sort of the easiest part in the end. I've added a few links to 2 of the services that are part of our national architecture for digital services. We have this interoperability platform, which you can see, it's in English, the whole thing, and also the API catalog, which are sort of key parts of this data exchange. Then just, oh, it goes too fast. Come on. So basically, few learnings. So legal interoperability takes time. So that was the biggest thing that it took a longest time for us. Organizations typically can agree on implementation projects and get along. But the semantic interoperability is the part that we often neglect. And this is something that we've learned. As Andres said, you can also ask from me about the Finnish experiences on exchanging data. And typically the problems have become when we come to the semantics of the data. And the actual technical solutions are the easiest part, and that the solutions can actually change during the time. So it doesn't matter whether it's the X-Road technology or whatever upcoming technologies there are, that enables us to exchange automatic data, as long as the data itself is secured. So the security of the personal data, whatever data is being changed, that's the most important part to me as I think about the exchange, especially cross-border. Okay, that was my 5 minutes. It was enough.
Thank you, Yanni.
Thank you.
You kept time so well. Round of applause to Yanni for keeping time and very comprehensive presentation. I would like to call my friend Mauro to give the presentation. Mauro is from the Agenzia Italia Digital, and I think it's the Italian digital agency.
Okay, good morning to everybody. First of all, I want to thank the ICT Commission to be here, and it was a pleasure to host friends in Rome and in Italy last April. And I want to thank also the European program TAIC that allows us to stay here and to have this fruitful meeting. Okay, so first of all, managing an information system of a large country like Tanzania or Italy is a really big challenge. The information system of a big state is probably the most complex information system that we have in the world. For example, Italy has more than 20,000 administrations, each one which its own small or large information system to be connected. And just Italy, but Tanzania could be the same, has offices in most of the country in the world. So an information system of a government is an worldwide information system. So we are now affording a very, very serious challenge. Just 3 slides about our experience in Italy. That is an experience that we have, of course, in the European context and in the European framework, as already explained. So that's just a list of bricks that, in our experience, more or less starting in before 2000, but we can say that we started just in 2000. So from the bottom to the top, the first point was to have a public infrastructure. At the second point in our evolution, we had a lawful electronic digital signature, qualified signature, and also seal. Then we started having a delivery service. The delivery service registered and qualified as a system like email. It's a certified kind of mail to transmit documents between government and citizens, and also between citizens, and also between business and business, or business and citizen. Everybody can use this kind of lawful delivery services. Then digital domiciliation, that is having a residency that is digital. In Italy, it is usually a mail address, but not every email address can be a digital domiciliation. That is just certified. That is referring to the previous step. That is, we need to have a registered delivery service so that everybody can have a delivery point. That is my digital domiciliation. And then we need to have a registry of citizens, business, and government entities. In fact, I just wrote registries because there are at least 3: citizens, professionals, business, and the 4 is the government list of public entities. The electronic identity card, digital identity based on virtual, let's say, virtual system. In Italy, we call the SPID, that is Servizio Pubblico Identità Digitale, but if you read on the opposite way from right to left is Digital Identity Public Service. And now we are going to implement the new digital identity wallet that is really a new generation of digital identity, much more powerful. And in Orange, because initially this session was about the financial, we have the system of e-payments, e-invoices, and e-ordering. These are three bricks enabled by digital identity and all the other bricks in this list that is in place in Italy in order to exchange payments and invoices between business and governments, and also between business. And then I mentioned the National Data Platform that is currently is really the core of the interoperability system in Italy. It's based on is no more based on a bus architecture, but it's based on a broker architecture. So just some numbers. Oh, no. Okay. This is just a screenshot of an online dashboard that you can access freely on the internet, giving an idea of the numbers. So Italy has 60 million inhabitants, and we have almost 39 millions of digital identities. Of course, people under 16 years has not the possibility to have a SPID digital identity. Another relevant number, in my opinion, is the number of invoices, electronic invoices we manage. That is about 30 million every year. The 260 million is the whole number managed by the start and the kickoff of the system. Other numbers that can be useful is the number of digital certificates for electronic signature. That is very close to 36 million. And the number of the usage of digital signature. Last year in Italy, about 8 billion documents have been signed with digital signature. Documents means also certified emails. The usage, the deployment of electronic services from the public administration that can be accessed through digital identity is really pervasive. I don't know if you can read the numbers, but active administrations means that more than 18,000 administration offers public services based on digital identity authentication, and that is a little new. We have 200 private companies that offer services based on the same authentication. And the last slide. The technology that are enabling this kind of services really are consolidated, and they can be provided quite in a simple way. Most of them are open source, like previous examples. The real challenge is about organization and institutional capability to manage, to design, manage, and make this kind of huge services operational 24 hours. And so from the bottom to the top, the first point to have a legal framework and public authorities that can manage and update this kind of framework in Tanzania. I really was surprised and appreciated that you have an identification national authority. We have not in Italy. It's our agency, but it's not the same. The second point, to have public agencies more operational and public companies. In Italy, we have a set of public companies that can offer managed services. Another relevant point, in my perception, to have a good accreditation certification system in order to enforce trusting rules, and to have public and private companies or entities that can provide this trusted service. I would like to add another system that has been not mentioned, that in my opinion and the experience of Italy is relevant, is to have a good and effective public procurement system. That means also to have organizations that procure services and technical capabilities to the government in order to implement everything. Italy is organized with a network of public entities. We have a couple of national purchasing bodies, and in addition, we have one or two regional purchasing bodies for each of the 20 Italian regions. Okay, that's all for me. It's just to have some inputs for the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mauro, for that presentation. It really laid down the foundation for our discussion. So without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Mashaka to now show us what we have done so far in this endeavor. So we have got a comprehensive presentation from Estonia, Finland, and Italy. So this is a chance for us to show what we have and which path are we following. Thank you very much. Mr. Mashaka, the floor is yours.
Asante sana. Yes, it's always, it has been a question of asking ourselves, especially when you are placed with giants like Italy, Finland, Estonia, and then now Tanzania, where we should position ourselves. I think the answer is very simple. We are positioning ourselves on the same table because we have to be there. There's no way. We have to move. We have to transform the country. Tanzania digital reforms. Our journey actually started a very long time ago. Back in 2003, the government established national ICT policy. That was the journey that we started with our digitization processes stage. And this digitization stage actually was pushed ahead with establishment of e-government agency back in 2012. And then 2019, we enacted e-government act. So the e-government authority was then in place to make sure that the digitization process actually stage is fully enhanced. One of the few things which we have done on the digitization stage was actually how we are going to develop systems, the systems, automation of systems and all that, because most of the works that used to be done in the government and private sector was actually manual, involving a lot of paperwork. So the e-government came into place to make sure the digitization stage works properly. Then in 2021, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, actually established the Ministry of ICT. Now the ministry came into place to provide the e-governance. Because if you look into the picture, the digitization actually was measured with e-government. Now the digitalization is the e-governance, which this was established back in 2021, and the ministry came in place to provide the e-governance in the country. Number of issues have been done on the digitalization processes, issues related to Jamii Stack, issues related to digital public infrastructure, sectorial platforms, research and innovation, use cases, and also enabling environment. There are a number of things which actually we have done into the digitalization. I think Andreas have talked about here the issues of interoperability. As a country, we have our digital economy framework. We prepared Tanzania Interoperability and Standardization Framework. All these documents, you'll find them actually on our website. Also, we have Tanzania Digital Public Infrastructure Blueprint. We also have Tanzania Interoperability Standardization, I think I mentioned that, but also the Enterprise Architecture Framework. So all these are the enabling environment which actually we had to play as part of the e-governance. Just 2 months ago, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania launched the Digital Economy Framework as well. So you can see, and now we have National ICT Policy 2024, which is actually in the last stage of authorizations. So all these processes that we are doing are part of digitalization processes. Now, the aim for the country is to go to personal government. If you look at it on the top, this is where we are heading as the country in Tanzania. Now, before we go there, there are some few things that needs to be done in place. And these are the digital transformation initiatives. If you look on that triangle, you can see the digital transformation initiatives have started by 2024. There are a number of things there. Number one, actually the President back in May launched the Personal Data Protection Commission, which actually followed by the enactment of an act back in 2022. These are the initiatives that the country is making or is moving ahead to make sure we are heading into the personal government phase. Issues related to Jamii Exchange, I think Andreas have talked here, they've mentioned about the X-Road, which is actually the version that is used in Finland, it's used in Estonia and Iceland, but in the country, we developed a Jamii Exchange, which actually is the best platform for exchange in Africa. We are already now, we have put our mark. I think someone is clapping their hands there. Yes. Yes, we've put a mark ourselves, and we put ourselves in a map of having the best exchange in the country. The beauty part of it, I think I will explain in a little while, but also we are now in the process of developing a Jamii portal. I think Yanni was talking here about Suomi, that they have it in Finland, and I think in Estonia they have another portal, something like Citizen Portal. In Tanzania, we are now building a Jamii portal, whereby every citizen of this country will have a digital account. Every citizen. And it's easy because all these accounts are actually going to be embedded with national ID, our Jamii number. So that is fine, gonna be very simple. So the aim for us is to reach the personal government. So a lot of initiatives that are going right now are actually to reach to that the highest stage. Yes, next is the Jamii Stack. Jamii Stack is actually a set of APIs and digital public goods that aims to unlock the economic primitives of data, payment, and exchange, and identity. Is a set of an open APIs and public goods that aims to unlock the economic primitive of identity, data, and payments. The key pillars of this stack, I think we will discuss it in the later sessions, but as of now, the key pillars of the stack are the digital identity, which we have called it Jamii number. Digital payment, which is a Jamii malipo. And data exchange, which in Swahili we call it Jamii exchange, or Jamii Data Shirikishi. So these are the key pillars into a stack. A stack, Tanzania's stack, sets a foundation of a digital transformation. Msingi wote uko hapa. This is where now we are transforming this country. I think in Estonia, Finland, and other European countries, they have a Gov stack. In India, they have an India stack. This is an identity that puts you as a country somewhere in a map on how you want to transform your country. In Tanzania, we have a Jamii stack. So Jamii number to us is national ID. I won't talk much about that. We have Connie there and Rita. They can speak much on that. But with the digital identity in Tanzania, we leverage the number of citizens that we have already issued the Jamii number or national ID number. We have a database of over 25 million people out of expected 31, which are actually above 18. So we have a very good database on a digital identity and to enhance these services in the country. For example, Andrea was saying, on their Jamii exchange, actually 66 million transactions goes through. On Tanzania platform of an exchange so far, and we have not put it very much comprehensive, we have 7 million transactions that go through. So we are marching ahead. Slowly, we are getting there. The issues of digital payment, which is Jamii Malipo, as a key pillar into Jamii stack. The Bank of Tanzania developed a platform called Tanzania Instant Payment System. That is an interoperable platform. All mobile companies, banks, non-banks, wallets, all fintech solutions, they should go through that platform. So we have it as a country. We have it already. So that is a key pillar on the journey of our towards the digital transformation to transform this beautiful country. In terms of Jamii number, I've spoken it about the digital identity. Now, the issue of exchange, which is also a Jamii exchange, this is also a very huge pillar in transforming the country. So Jamii stack in general has 3 key pillars. In terms of layers, you can see, but I think in terms of time, I will explain them further later. I think the book for the Jamii stack will be also on our website. You can go and read all those 3 layers of our stack. This is our Jamii exchange. As Andreas was talking about the actual issue of X-Road, this is our Tanzania Jamii exchange. And the Jamii exchange in Tanzania is actually a platform ready to help all African countries for a cross-border. Because in Africa, we've always been talking about cross-border policies. How are we going to exchange data from one country to another? This has been into our documents quite some times. But Tanzania now has created this solution for a cross-border. We have tested this solution with Zanzibar. Now, as Yani was talking here, that they have X-Road Federation, like Finland, like Estonia. In the United Republic of Tanzania, we have mainland and Zanzibar. They have recently exchanged the data through Jamii Exchange. In Zanzibar, we have what we call ZAN Exchange. The system is in the process now, almost done, and it will be launched as well. So you can see how we have set ourselves as a country into this global competition to these giants economic powers. We want to be one of our kind somewhere. But we don't do this because Estonia have done it and whoever has done it. We do it on our own way. For example, we will have number of federations, let's say, of Jamii Exchange. For example, NIDA, they are doing the exchange. So whoever is connected to NIDA, they will obviously go through exchange. We are now planning to have education the Elimo exchange. We are also planning to go to e-RITA exchange. So all these federations will come in terms of sectorial because we do it on our own way. So you can see on the diagram, we have African service providers. We are ready as a country to exchange with whoever is coming there. Other service providers, through the twinning project. The twinning project is a project of European Union, the Digital for Tanzania. We are actually working with our Yani, Finland and Estonia. We are working together. With this now, we've put a challenge on the table. We need to exchange now between Yami Exchange and X-Road. These two needs to exchange. That means we'll be successfully exchanging our data from Tanzania to Europe. So this means if you have gone, if you want to go if you have graduated in Estonia or Finland, that's the vision we are looking at. TCU, they want to verify your certificate. Sometimes our students or our citizens need to travel to the specific countries to get all this verification done. With our exchange, it's our hope that these will be easy, one touch and go. So the African service provider is our priority because we want to help our African brothers. And with this, we are actually now planning to have a platform specific to help our other African countries, to support them, to bring them ahead towards this technology that we are innovating in this country. So there are a number of issues there. Because of time, I think I won't speak much, but we have public sector, we have private sector, we have startups, and we have national public key infrastructure. Because when you want to transform the country, you don't look at the public sector alone. I think Andrea's here, if he would have to say, 15% of the public sector are exchanging through X-Road. The rest is a private sector. Why? Because we are focusing on raising the economy of the country. It's the private sector that will give us a revenue to help this country goes ahead. So having said that, we need to work together with the private sector. That's why you can see there, the private sector are actually on board in the exchange into this platform. That has already been completed. The engine is already completed. And the beauty part of this engine has been built by Tanzanians from scratch using open source technologies. Using open source technologies. We are actually scared of bringing them ahead here so that maybe they might be stolen or something. But anyway, we really appreciate and we should be proud, very much proud of this. Because of time, this is a simple, last diagram anyway, a simple architecture of how this X-Road is talking about. You can see there are some other similarities. For example, we have time stamping, like what I think Andreas, when we were presenting about the X-Road, they have a time stamping authority as well. The Yami Exchange has that too. This means with our personal data protection, this exchange guarantees security and privacy of an individual. With our Yami Exchange, the data are only transferred when you have a consent of a citizen. That is the condition. It's not about me giving you a data. No, it's about me giving you a data with a consent of a citizen. That is very important when you want to protect personal data. So we have a data in the Act, Personal Data Protection Act, we have a data processor, we have a data collector, and we have a data subject. So the data subject needs to give a consent to the data collector. Let's say institution A is a data collector. So the data subject needs to consent. You can use my data. I submit my data. Let's say institution B is a data processor. The data subject needs to consent for you as a processor to process my data. That means institutions which are to use Jamii Exchange, number one thing, you must comply with Tanzania Personal Data Protection Act. How do you do that? You go and register. The president gave a deadline of December. All institutions who are processing the data in this country to be registered with our Personal Data Protection Commission. So you can see the exchange, the Jamii Exchange, has all what it takes about preserving data, privacy, security by design. And the other beauty part of the Jamii Exchange, there are so many, but one of them is, you can see there is a consent management system. There is also Ngorongoro or Jamii Data Lake. With Jamii Data Lake, that means this is going to help our institutions who are dealing with statistics of data in this country. Because I know we need to comply with UNDP, United Nations, how many citizens, for example, a percentage of women engaging into the e-platforms, for example. You know, how many SIM cards have we developed, have we managed maybe to register in this day? To register a SIM card, you have to go through Exchange because you will need an authentication of national ID. So that means with Jamii Exchange, we'll capture that data and dump it to a Jamii Data Lake, which is Ngorongoro Data Lake. So in a real time, if you want to ask me, like how many people have, even mobile phone, whichever way, you know, how many people have SIM card in this country? It's kind of an easy one to go and extract from this Jamii Data Lake. So this is the structure of how our exchange is actually doing. With that, I think the journey is actually ahead of us. The bus is there. Our president, Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, has boarded us all into it. We have public sector, we have private sector, we have development partners, we have all startups, everybody has been boarded into the bus. And where are we heading? Huduma bora kwa wananchi na wakazi wote wa Tanzania. Good and efficiency public service for all people reside in this country, whether you are a Tanzanian or whether you are not a Tanzanian, for the better and socio-economic development of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mashaka, for very comprehensive presentation on our plans, the journey that we are taking, and what we have been able to achieve at this moment. As we have heard from our powerful presenters from the beginning, the experience from the Estonia, experience from Finland, Italy, and what Mashaka have just articulated to us, it just shows that we are going in the right direction. But, you know, before I start to ask everyone questions, it's very important to understand the perspective of what we are trying to achieve. What we are trying to achieve is to solidify our digital economy, to onboard everyone to ensure that they participate is very, very well. So my first question, I'll pose it to Dr. Wanga, and I would like to just hear your view, perspective of what you have heard from the beginning in relationship to economy. Mr. Wanga.
Yeah, thank you. I just start by commending the presenters from outside Tanzania and our brother Mashaka. Yes, as Doctor, you said, we are really, you know, trying to build or grow our economy digitally. So that's what I think Dr. Masaga wanted to know. But I think, first of all, we have to know, in order to support the growth of the economy, first of all, we need to cut costs. That is very, very, significant or a crucial issue on how are we going to use, the digital solutions to cut costs. So whether we use Jamii number or we use XLOD or we use, public infrastructure, all these, they need really to come up with in that understanding. So I could share with you some of the economic benefits which are accrued to these technologies. I was lucky to, participate in one of the trips to India for the same. Unfortunately, we couldn't get somebody from India, but he could share as well the benefits. But one of the benefits which I realized, myself I observed in India, was on the direct benefits transfers. That using the Jamii number or using the N number from, Estonia and Finland, but those kind of initiatives, the digital ID, helps a lot in terms of, helping direct benefits transfers. So could be in-kind transfers or could be, cash transfers. So that is one of the economic issues which I would really, support. Another issue is on the savings, that these digital technologies need to help us in terms of savings. How much are we going to save? How much businesses are they going to save by using or by deploying these digital technologies? So if I can share with you examples from India, I remember during the discussion, one said that India saved about 1.2 billion USD, through fertilizer subsidy, which was just given to ghost farmers. They had a lot of ghost farmers in their register, so they saved at least 1.2 billion through this coming up with this digital ID number. They also saved 4 billion as a wage support through the wage support scheme, where some of the duplicates or non-existent, workers, where some money was given to them. So they saved 4 billion. They also saved 8.5 billion from fuel subsidy, which was given to farmers as well. So you could see that the investment, and they spent about 2.2 billion just to come up with the digital ID. But through the installation, the generation of the digital ID, which is called the ADAL, they saved about 40 billion, money. They just spent 2 billion, but they saved 40 billion from in 2016. And that's why they are planning that, currently they are planning to become a third largest economy in the globe because of digitizing and digitalizing all their processes. So the Jamii number is very crucial, is actually one of the foundation, innovation which can support the growth of the economy. Because through the having of the Jamii number, we can come up with we can easily use the tips, as the presenters, Mr. Mashaka said, the tips which is interpretable, interlinking all the payment system within the economy. We are saving a lot of money, and we are doing a lot of digital businesses through having the tips. So I could say that, having these digital innovations, they are helping our economy, and let us support them and work hard and innovate and make sure that they help us in terms of cutting cost of production and cost of providing services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wanga. I really like what you have put the foundation of the discussion, because different countries, they have different challenges. And one of the challenges we have is to onboard the informal sector into formal sector, so that we'll be able to see their activity and then to provide services to them and to gain some of the revenue collection that we intend to do that. So economic perspective is very, very important to be articulated very clearly. So now I would like to just remind about the framework that I've seen from the presentation from Finland and Estonia. That is, they have a stack where they start with a technical interoperability, semantic, organization, and then the last one is a legal one. Based on that, we have Dr. Mdeme, who has worked on a number of documents which are crucial for this journey that we are going with. And I would like to just get a share of experience of what you have done so far and what is awaiting to be released.
Thank you, the director. Based on the presentation done by the director, Mr. Mashaka, you could see the number of issues that have been taking place in parallel. But it taught us one thing, saying that when it comes to digital transformation, it's not only about the technology. There are kind of 2-3 things that we have to consider during the digital transformation process. One is to make sure whatever we do in terms of ICT investment, use is strategically done. We're not just adopting ICT or digital solution because they're good to use, but we are doing that strategically in a way that they add up value in whatever aspect of socio-economic activities that we are doing. As the director from the private sector said, there should be a sense of value that is added, whether to the economy or to the delivery of public services. So what we've been trying to do, we have provided some sort of institutional framework that will assist us through the process, because the technology does not wait for us. We have to keep up our speed. But at the same time, we should lay some foundation on how better we should achieve whatever goals we have to achieve through the digital transformation. One, we saw the need of revising or updating our ICT policy. So we have updated our national ICT policy, envisioning some strategic goals for the next 10 years that will assist in the process. But also we realized when we talk about interoperability, making system working together, organization, institution working together, enabling digital identification, we must start somewhere. While the desire is okay, but if it's done messily, it means it will be very difficult to achieve. So we had to set some framework, starting with how institution, public and private institutions together, they can tidy up their houses to make sure that whatever is happening in the digital space with their business processes is integrated to the organization vision and the core businesses that they have. But secondly, and to enable that, we develop a national enterprise architecture framework that will assist every institution to make sure that they can adopt digital systems strategically in alignment to what they do as an organization. Secondly, for this organization now to be able to interact, the interoperability thing now that has been shared here, we had to develop a national digital interoperability and standardization framework that will assist now, once an organization is tidying up itself, to make sure that ICT is aligning to core business process. At the same time, it takes into account that at one point in time, it will be required to interact with the other organization. And for that reason, there are a number of parameters that this organization has to take into account to facilitate and enable this interoperability. As well presented, it has to make sure that there are no legal or policy or regulatory provision within the organization that will kind of become a restriction for it to be able to communicate or to interact with the other organization. Secondly, they have to make sure that their policies and regulations align with all other existing, because we had an experience during this process where an organization want to take a step into making sure that they promote interoperability, but they find like there are some legal and regulatory frameworks that restrict them from doing that, or an organization is not open enough to interact with the other organization because of existing regulations. So we want to make sure that through this digital interoperability and digitalization framework, organizations take into account the changes that happens to other organizations. Then it comes to what you said, the most interesting, the semantic, how they define the data, the standard that they put in place. But, and then the technology thing comes, because we have no question whether technology works. The technology works. But unless we have this supportive organization, institutional framework that will assist all these processes take place, then we won't see the full potential of how the technology will assist us to move forward. So we developed another instrument, which is a public digital infrastructure framework that assists us to lay a foundation, to give anybody a view of how we lay out our digital space and enable to interact and to transact with other organizations. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mdeme. Based on the presentation from Mr. Mashaka, he clearly showed that there is a stack which starts with digital ID number, which we call it Jamii number, and then the interoperability system with Jamii Exchange, and the payment system, which is Jamii Pay. In that stack, the foundation basically is a digital ID number, and basically in a digital economy of any country, that is a very crucial number. From the presentation we got from Finland and Estonia, they did articulate about citizen registry. So with that foundation, I just want to get an experience from our major institutions that they are foundational for what I'm trying to ask now. So I would like to get the just experience from NIDA.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mkundwe, for a very good question to see how the digital number complements the journey of digital transformation in Tanzania. The good thing is, even before we started the plan for the digitalization in Tanzania, in the digital economy, National Identification Authority, what I can say, it started well. It started well because this number, what now we are calling it Jamii number, has been accommodated in a digital form. When I say it has been accommodated in a digital form, meaning that it can be integrated in IT systems, and then it can also be verifiable in the terms that whoever wants to prove or to verify anyone, the personal identifiable information can now easily be accessed and authenticated in a way, and the service be provided. But again, if we talk about this number, it's a kind of unique. Apart from it being digital, it's also very unique. Very unique, meaning that it has also integrated the biometric information, so it's easy to confirm that you are dealing with that, well, the one who is claiming to be. And it has been shared for quite some time in a different platform, of which now that platform has been transformed into Jamii Exchange. And in that platform, that as we speak today, there are about 162 different institutions that have been benefiting from this unique digital ID, the Jamii number. And in contributing into digital economy, it has really as my colleague, a number of presenters here have said, it has reduced a lot of costs. Costs not only for the service providers, but also for us citizens. You'll agree with me that some years back, when we didn't have this unique digital ID, it takes days to open, let's say, an account, because you have to undergo several documentations to prove yourself. But as we speak today with this unique digital ID, the Jamii number, I don't want to say that instantly, but I can just say near to real time that someone can get any service, being a financial service, like if you go to the bank to open an account, if you have gone to the hospital, you want to get medication. By using this number, you are verified and be able to get the service immediately. So as we speak in the digital economy, I think that it contributes much because it also looks on the issue of a customer or client-centric, so that meaning that it gives that flavor to any customer when receiving a digital service, that it doesn't need to take a lot of time into access to any service. But again, I can say that the digital number, the unique digital number, has also improve efficiency in these in all these other institutions. But again, it has also kind of enhanced innovations, because in a very short time period, we have seen that a number of new applications coming up using the digital IC. So I see the future coming on building on top of this unique digital identity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Connie, for that comment. If I can get your view, Robbie, in relationship to Rita, based on the presentation that was done, especially the one of Mashaka and what we have heard from Italy, Estonia, and Finland.
Okay, thank you, moderator. For advantage of others who doesn't know the agency, what they are doing, we are registering the vital events of birth, death, marriage and divorce, and other services. And we all know digital economy without people is not possible. So from our mandate, we board the bus. We enhance our system to be in the Jamii exchange. And this advancement or enhancement of the system, we register ourselves in the Data Protection Authority, and from Data Protection Authority, so that we can be on board in our data to be used to public and private institution in secure manner. And also in this enhancement, we will introduce a new product of digital certificates, which considers all the security issues, so that we can help public when they use the certificate to other institutions can be used the digital ones. From this to this journey, which we are soon be accomplished, we'll introduce also a vital record wallet, which this digital certificate, which we produce, to be in that wallet as a locker. So to our other institution, I mean national ID, or to complement in Jamii number. So through this enhancement, we'll be together to accomplish the goal of to identify every person, as our president direct and also to integrate with other institutions seamless to this platform of Jamii Exchange. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very clear perspective on how RITA is playing a part in this digitalization journey of our country. Hearing the presentations, especially the one from Estonia and Finland, I'm curious to ask one question, and I would like to get an answer from both of you, because I heard that you did a cross-border data exchange agreement using the common platform that you have. And in the operability stack that you said, there's a level which is called semantic operability. So I'd like to hear more about that. What is that?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I was trying to emphasize about the semantics of the exchange data because, and now I'm talking about the Finnish experience. I mean, Finland has a long history of having the base register information. So basically we have gathered, collected the information about people, about the businesses, about apartments, etc. for decades in a digital form. But that data has not been exchanged cross-border before with another nation, in this case Estonia, except by manual processes so far. So I have to say the first things we realized when we started analyzing what kind of information we have in population register and how is it being described and how does that compare to the data that Estonia is having in the same kind of population register. We realized those are not matchable. I mean, we are talking about the same things in theory, but in technical form they might mean something else. Andres was saying, like, how do you define an address, for example? In Finland that might mean the address where you're living, that might mean the physical address of your apartment or a house, or it might be like an hospice. You might even be in prison. It might be like a place that doesn't actually describe. Then there's the other address that defines where your paper post is going. So the first thing we understood that we need to have a common data model and the vocabularies. You know, like if we want to exchange the address, we need to understand what it means in Estonia and what it means in Finland. There might be several addresses. Same goes with the names, same goes with all the basic information. And another issue, which I have to say, Finland is a bilingual country. So its official languages are Finnish and Swedish. But also most of the services are provided in English, obviously, because there's a need for English services in there. We realized we don't have the information in English in the basic register. So, so when we're starting to exchange data with Estonia, obviously we need to have a common language. So again, there are like these issues. And in Finland, we built a thing called interoperability platform, which is a technical solution for updating and describing common data models, which then can be used through APIs, actually, automatically, to share the code lists, share the vocabularies, etc. So that's why I'm going to emphasize that. The quality of the data doesn't necessarily mean that it's exchangeable. It's the semantics of the data. You need to understand what it means. Do you want to, Andres, fill in?
Andres.
Thanks. I think, Jani, you already elaborated on the cross-border data exchange very, very well. I would just like to emphasize that not only on cross-border use cases, but also in-house, so to say, like domestic, for the domestic use cases, for the domestic data exchange, absolutely the same problems will appear. So just one solution how we deal this in Estonia is that we have like a very clear expectations towards the institutions, towards their data management. So like it's not regulation, but it's like a quite direct prescription. Then we have introduced data stewards, a special position in certain institutions who then are responsible for being aware of every bit of data that's actually being collected. Plus, we have a special tool, and I'm really glad to introduce and also to showcase this, because this is open source and available online. So basically, this is like a data sort of register or register of data, including also the data types, description, basically all that vocabulary, that semantic meanings behind the data field. So this is like one open source tool how we recommend our organizations to manage their data. So happy to introduce this. But I mean, this is like a huge topic. This is a huge topic, and there's no domestic or international data exchange without having actual clue what is the data that is being exchanged. Thanks.
I remember the last visit that I had in Estonia. They did demonstrate to us that e-prescription system of Estonia is interoperable even in other countries like Spain. Can you explain to us what you have done to achieve that?
Well, I have to say the e-prescriptions are not my subject, basically, but I mean, it's a European model on actually. The same goes in Finland. So we have a digital e-prescriptions in Finland. So basically, that's all. The prescriptions are moving in digital form. And there's a regulation in Europe, I think, this is not my domain, but I think that the prescriptions need to be exchanged between countries. So for example, e-prescriptions in Finland can be picked up in Estonia. And I know there are, like you mentioned, Estonia and maybe Spain, but I presume this is going to be a European framework.
So does this mean that you have the same interoperability system? Or
it can. I think there are several solutions that can be used. It's not the same technology that we are using, but at least it's like, it doesn't, as I said, it's not about the technology itself. It's about the exchange of data that can be done with different kind of technological solutions. But the e-prescriptions is like a common model that's been agreed on the European level that we need to have developed. And in Finland and Estonia at least, and maybe Spain and a few other countries, this is already in work. Maybe Mauro also know about the Italy, whether it's already working cross-border, or Andres.
Andres, do you have anything to add?
Yes, it's technically it's a different platform, but the principles are the same. So it's called My Health EU. So it's like a dedicated space, but again with agreed principles and with the concrete framework that has been approved by the EU, and also like acknowledged and then implemented by all EU member states. So, but technically this is not X-Road; it's a different one. But as I said, I mean, the logic is the same. It doesn't matter what kind of technological solution you use. It's the, like the whole, like embracing the whole concept of interoperability. Thanks.
Mauro, I'm coming to you. Based on what you have heard here, from the question that I've been posing to experts, what type of advice you want to give in a vantage point of Italy now? Because last time that we visited there, we found that you are pretty much advanced in this regard. So we just want to hear from you.
Well, you have heard during this panel, but also in our technical session, the experience of European member countries and the experience of the European Union as a whole. So probably the main point is that Europe has an experience in making member state information systems, but also in developing these information systems in a framework of interoperability. And that's a relevant experience, but we agree from member states that it is a complex process, and sometimes it was too slowly that we expected and we wanted to do. So the suggestion, if I can say, is that the European experience is very relevant. for African countries, and also for African countries in a framework of African interoperability, because there is some similarity between our situation in Europe and your situation, even if please remember that we have a strong political agreement in Europe, probably I'm not an expert, but from a legal point of view stronger than you have currently in Africa. But our experience is ready to be exchanged, but my recommendation, of course, is not to copy and paste, but to give an interpretation of our experience in your social, economical, and legal environment. And another point is that you have a strong advantage to have not so heavy legacy systems that we have in Europe, so you can skip some steps that we have done, and probably you are ready to implement really the modern technologies, the best that is available in the world. And another suggestion is that it's something that in Italy probably we have not done enough. That is the involvement of your research and academy young people in this kind of process, because by example, in Italy, we have a strong academy, strong research groups, but the topic of digital government has been not explored enough in the universities. And that's a main point, because at a certain point you probably will need of young experts that already have studied your platforms, and so when they obtain a degree, by example in informatics, sometimes in Italy the student knows everything, but it's our own digital government system, so we have to learn them our complex system. That's a point that, in my opinion, can be very relevant, also because it is enabling a digital economy and innovation process based on startups and so on that well known this kind of government framework, and they can build something on top of these frameworks.
Thank you very much, Mauro. Back to Mashaka. Recently, we have been recognized globally that we are one of those countries that they have kind of strong DPI. Based on the meeting which was held in Egypt recently, it's a global. I've read the report. So, Mashaka, what can you say about that?
Actually, it's a journey. It's a journey for the country through learning with other, how has others performed and excelled towards digital transformation journey. As a country, we have been recognized with our Jamii stack, and we have worked very collaboratively with our partners in Europe, which are GovStack. We've done it very well. With Jamii stack, as I explained, the key pillars are the ones that are going to transform any country around the world. You talk about the digital payment, you talk about the digital data sharing, and then the digital identity. So these are the ones that took us as a country into that level as one of the country which is really to watch. With our database from the digital identity of 25 million people. The concept, I think, in Tanzania, with the citizens themselves, that we need to realize, probably we have one challenge, maybe we need to do more awareness. Like quite recently, people were asking about Jamii number, And we were like, is this a new number coming again to Tanzania and all that? So there was a lot of discussion in the social medias. But that was good because it was part of the awareness. But we came out and say, with Jamii number, we are not going to invent any new number. It's the same number that you have got, you have received it from NIDA. The only thing is, Jamii number is a number that we refined when you use it into digital platforms. Because we need a digital identity number. That's why we branded it as a Jamii number. So the same number you have received from NIDA will be the same. So that also gave us a score in the World Egyptian Forums, that this is the country has a very good foundation in terms of identification of the people. The second pillar was the financial services. How do we connect the MNOs, the banks and non-banks? The Bank of Tanzania have set a very good foundation with Tanzania Instant Payment System. Very few countries in Africa have that. So it's one of the best innovation. And the TIPS by itself is a platform which has been built by young innovators in Tanzania. So you can see this is also one of the areas that took us and leveraged us to that world standard country. And the Jamii Exchange, that I can't talk much about it. Now you know about that. And all this, the focus of our country is how we are going to transform the country, thinking service delivery and socio-economic development of every citizen of this country. How these digital systems are going to assist in revenue collection. You know, like the tax base for the country is very low, and most of African countries have that. So with these foundations that we have, they leveraged us to that world standard mark to be named as a country to watch. And one more thing, maybe if I explain.
Yes.
The foundation we have right now as a country, we really don't need new systems. We don't need new ICT systems. We have got a lot of ICT systems in the country. We don't need more. What we need now is to build use cases which will actually come and function on top of these three pillars, key pillars. Just a use case. Give us a use case of how you are going to increase the revenue in this country. Give us a use case of how you are going to enhance service deliveries in hospitals. These are the use cases we need. And one of the very good things that we have done in this country, I can say, you can see my friend here, Dr. Mdeme, explained it very well on the issues related to framework. We have developed a platform called National Research and Innovation Platform. This platform connects four groups, innovators, researchers, industry, and mentors. All these are on the same single platform. So this means, that's why today I can sit with Dr. Mdeme here from the University of Dar es Salaam, and we are talking on the same language. Why? Because we are connected. Whatever is happening in the industry, whatever is happening in the government, you know, these things need to be connected to our researchers. Most of these researches which are done on our institutions sometimes are shelved. How as a country we are going to benefit out of all this? We have seen it from Italy and other countries. So in very brief, we are doing all this to make sure that we are now encouraging innovators. So more innovators, you need to register through ICT Commission and to build on these use cases. So the readiness of our digital public infrastructure took us to that level of being recognized in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mashaka, for that. So I think I need to wrap up this panel discussion. So I'll start with Dr. Mdeme, just 1 minute. What you can say, what is the future of Tanzania in this endeavor?
Thank you, moderator. Maybe I should speak two things quickly. One, ICT systems are just systems without, with no value without people. So all these initiatives we are trying to implement, including set out a foundation for a supportive environment. We're trying our level best to make sure we're addressing two issues. One is our solutions and our initiatives should be context specific. We have solutions from all over that are working, but they are not for us. So we're trying to contextualize solutions to make sure that they fit in our context. Two, we are trying to address what we call in information systems, that is design actuality gap, that those who design have the same philosophies, the same worldview with those who are going to use the solution, to make sure that there is a gap between the person using the system and the person who developed the system or designed the system. This will make sure that the assimilation of this solution in our context will be accelerated, and that you can easily bring everyone on board whenever new innovation are coming up. But lastly, we are trying to set an environment where digital skills will be promoted. As he has said, a close collaboration is built between the academia and the institution, but also making sure that digital skills are integrated in most of the courses provided in all levels of education systems. So putting all these environments together, we define our stack, which we are looking forward where ICT will be a bedrock of whatever we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mdeme, for those words. I would like to invite Connie.
Thank you, Dr. Mkundwe. What I would wish to say is that we have done a lot, and we are in a very we are progressing in a speed in a very high speed, and we have set grounds of even a number of countries to look at what we are doing. And the good thing also, we have very good country partners here who have also advised us not to copy, but to see the way that we can use what they have done and to come up with their own version, which is a very good thing. And to complement what they have said, I see that it's very useful for us to consider, because we have a difference in terms of development, even the technology, although we are also adapting the technology, but where we are going to benchmark, they have gone far. And what I can say that we are also doing very good. If you go back again to what we have been discussing about the digital ID, someone will ask me that when you're talking about the system integration, what about those ones who cannot be connected to the internet? And what I was to say that is the way that now we look at it in a different way, and we have seen that even those ones who are not able to be connected into system at any particular time, they are also been taken aboard. If you look at our national ID card, someone can just see it as a very cheap card, but what I want to say that it has been considered early enough on how it can contribute in the digital economy, because it is a smart card. So being any digital service that has to be given in an area where someone has to be authenticated or verified, it has been made possible, because or an offline service of authentication or verification can also be done. So we have to urge our young minds to come aboard, to take, to utilize the potential which is already set in place, to come up with different solutions so as to be able to exhaust what has already been put in place. Thank you.
Robbie from Rita.
Thank you. I'll quote the famous, what the famous quote says: if you want to go far, go alone. If you want to go far, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So at this journey, as my colleague said, that we have to border bars, and from Mr. Mdeme, Dr. Mdeme, explain on those instruments and different institutions involved. So from this point of view, that we demonstrate how we work together. So we'll make sure that we'll reach the goal of digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robbie, for especially the quote that you have given, Drury from Italy. any final words that you can say and advice you can give to us?
In some way, I've already said something about. My perception is that it's very relevant to your initiatives in having an ecosystem of innovation. So I repeat what I said, but I heard something more about you started with an ecosystem of innovation. So this ecosystem of innovation that is in some way local, that is national, could be open to the capability of innovation coming, for example, from the European Union. That can be a great empowerment, and putting challenges in the innovation system, innovation ecosystem, putting challenges regarding the quick development of your national digital infrastructure can be an idea. So challenges regarding how to implement, innovate, design at the state of the art, at the best of the knowledge, according to the condition here, the real concrete condition, social, economic, and legal condition here in your country, can be a sort of hub of innovation, of ideas involving other countries, other capabilities, and I repeat, your young people.
Thank you so very much, Dory. Iane.
Thank you very much, Director Mashaka. I mean, impressive how fast you are moving. And I think the key word was said, like you can start from sort of later, but jump over the hurdles that, for example, Finland had to go through because of the long history of that legacy that we've built, which is basically a mess still today, to be honest. So I would say that it's very impressive, and the key building blocks like the Chami ID, exchange, payments, those are the issues that enable the innovation. I mean, after that, it's up to the future to do whatever will be for Tanzania. That's hooray. I mean, excellent. I would say that what we can bring in from Europe is not just, you know, the ideas or services that we build, because you need to adapt, you need to steal and make it better, basically. That's what we already did 10 years ago when we started our stock. We took a look on other countries like Estonia and stole from them, basically. But another issue is to learn the mistakes we've made, because there's been a lot of mistakes we've made, even though the digitalization level in Finland is high. I mean, 95% of Finns are using digital public services. That's like 5.3 million out of 5.6. It's high, but still there's a lot of, you know, not working processes, a lot of complicated digital services, etc. So we can bring in the don't do that lesson, so to speak. And I have to say the Digital for Tanzania twinning project that I'm working with, and with Andres as well, we have experts from 3 different countries, and happy to bring in the, you know, the mistakes as well and tell what we made wrong, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Wanga, please.
Thank you. I would just like to conclude by saying that the private sector, particularly which is represented by the TNBC, you need really to embrace this move of the digital route, that we are supporting you. You are fully represented in this digital transformation process through your digital transformation working group, which we are working very close with the Ministry of ICT. But also, I would really, you know, wish to say that our President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who is also the chair of the TNBC, is fully supporting this. And if you remember, she said in the first meeting of the TNBC that she wouldn't like any Tanzanian to be behind digitally in any dimension. So it was one of the resolutions of the TNBC, and that's why we came up with the, you know, even the digital economy transformation or strategic framework. So I will really urge all Tanzanians that we need to take part in the implementation of that document, implementation of that framework, so that we go digital, we realize the digital economy as we intend. And in the 2050 vision, Tanzania Development Vision, we are really going to achieve that through digital solutions. So I will really encourage all my fellow Tanzanians that we need to go digital, we need really to embrace it, and we need to make sure that we apply digital economy in all our activities, socially and economically. Thank you.
Andres. Thank you very much. What I just experienced was interoperability in practice. I don't know what kind of platform did you use for that, but actually Yanni took all my words. At least the semantical interoperability was in place. So mine is also to express my sort of happiness and joy to see how fast you have developed. So I have been around like about a year now, and when I first arrived to Tanzania, so I remember that picture, and now compared to that picture that Mr. Mashaka was just presenting, so this is like a totally different story. So really fast development, and so really congratulations on that. And both of your teams also, Mr. Mashaka and Kundwa. And also on behalf of GovStack team, because in Estonia GovStack is also sitting under my sort of supervision. So I'm more than happy to welcome Tanzania also as part of GovStack community. So welcome on board, and looking forward to have many joint journeys together with you. But yes, I think mine is just to thank you and wish you good luck. And I see that at least the direction you have taken, this is totally the correct one. Also from the logical perspective, from the framework perspective that we in Europe foresee, and this definitely is the journey towards to, was it Huduma Bora? So, Huduma Bora, Asante Sana, Tanan.
Thank you very much, Andres. I thank all the panelists of this important panel, and I want to sum up, like we decided to go together, like what Robbie have said, and you can see how far we have reached so far. Our system is ready for interoperability with other countries in Africa. We have moved that far. We have tested with Finland, and the test was successful. So when we talk about African Free Continental Trade Area, we are ready for that. And that is an effort that has been done so well with Mashaka and all the teams. So I thank you everyone for listening to our panel. And my panelists are around. You can ask them any question in the lunchtime or at other time that will be free. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nkundwe. And thank you for, let's clap again for the panel, please. Can we have a photo? Can we have a photographer to make sure we have a photo of this panel, please? Dr. Nkundwe and your panelists, if you can at least allow us to take a photo of you. I'm sure you have seen why this was given quite a number of, we allowed it not to disturb it just because it was something that will build on even the next and the other presentation. So I didn't want to disturb it, but my apologies now. I will beg seriously the other moderators to help me. Otherwise, we'll leave here tomorrow morning before we come back for the closing. So the next panel discussion, panel 4, is on digital finance and beyond, harnessing artificial intelligence and robotics for financial inclusion in Tanzania. Our moderator is none other than Esa Mohammed, AI Community Tanzania. Oh, that's why yesterday they were calling Esa Mohammed Ali, but it's the artificial intelligence. Karibu sana, Esa, if you're here. Yes, I can see him. Can we put our hands together for him, please? Esa, you have 45 minutes with your panel. I don't know how we're going to do it.
Thank you so much. We will make it work. We do not want to keep anyone from lunch. I'm sure we're all a bit tired and hungry after the breakfast that started off before the sessions. We haven't had a health break yet. I'd like to invite Edgar from the UNCDF team as well. He'll be giving a short opening, as well as our fellow panelists, Tony, Matthew, Ronald. Unfortunately, due to the delays in time, one of our panelists will not be able to make it, but we hopefully have a few comments from her that she's recorded. So we're going to go straight into the panel. In the meantime, can I ask the great media team to prepare a video? We have a very short keynote presentation from Dr. Kofi Mensah from Ghana, who'll be giving some of her insight around AI in fintech based on her experience, and just a very brief overview on some of the challenges. Yeah, we are speaking from the seats.
From the vibrant city of Accra, Ghana, with over a decade in the AI. Ladies and gentlemen, Jambo, I am Kofi Mensah, joining you from the vibrant city of Accra, Ghana. With over a decade in the AI field, my journey began at Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Since then, I've been passionate about harnessing AI to tackle African challenges. Today, let's dive into fintech, a sector ripe for AI innovation across our continent. Africa's financial landscape is unique, with challenges like limited access to banking and a large informal economy. AI can bridge gaps, offering personalized financial solutions through data analysis and predictive algorithms. Take, for example, mobile money services like M-Pesa, which revolutionized transactions in East Africa. AI can further enhance such platforms by providing credit scoring for the unbanked using alternative data sources. However, we must address challenges such as data privacy and algorithmic bias. In Tanzania, for instance, implementing AI within regulatory frameworks ensures ethical practices while fostering innovation. AI-driven fintech opens doors for entrepreneurship. We can share insights and develop solutions tailored to our diverse markets. Imagine a fintech ecosystem where AI not only streamlines payments, but also provides microloans to small businesses, driving economic growth from Dar es Salaam to Dakar. In conclusion, AI is a catalyst for transforming fintech in Africa. By addressing our challenges and seizing opportunities, we can build a more inclusive and prosperous future. Asanteni sana for your attention, and let's continue this important conversation.
Is this working? Okay, there we go. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, Dr. Mensah was not able to join us here in person, but I would love to maybe start with a quick introduction and maybe some reflections on the panelists on some of the words that Dr. Mensah shared with us.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ronald Nkaka. I am the CEO and founder of Talanta 10. We are a data innovation company. We work with government organizations across Africa and in Tanzania and some private sector companies to help them towards that journey of digital transformation, especially focusing on harnessing data. Thank you.
I am Edgar Masatu with the UNCDF team in Tanzania. We are the mandated capital development agency of the UN. We work with the stakeholders to ensure that the journey towards access to finance and financial services is shortened. In Tanzania, funded handsomely by the EU delegation. We are part of the implementing partners for the Digital for Tanzania project that has two streams of initiatives, one around infrastructure and the other around innovation. So we work on the second stream, and with that stream, we support growth of the fintech sector by providing business development and technical services to the Tanzanian fintech community, and we have some of them represented here through our PesaTech accelerator. We support also mobilizing of local investors through Business Angels Academy to catalyze alternative sources of funding for startups and fintechs in Tanzania. We were also fund manager for Funguo, a catalytic fund that is run by our colleagues at UNDP. We have a Cook Fund that supports clean solutions coming out of Tanzania. We work with different government agencies as well around policy and regulation space. And I'll stop there. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tony Misokia. I'm a co-founder of a fintech called Liner Finance, which is a digital financial service provider focusing on embedding credit products that are fully Sharia compliant and also conventional digital loans to enable consumers to buy in flexible payment option. But I'm also a co-founder of another fintech called Solo Codes, which is a digital platform that focuses on building solutions that increase efficiency in delivery of financial services. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Ngwai. I'm the founder of Kilimo Maendeleo, which is an agri-tech and a fintech. So mainly we operate in rural spaces, supporting agricultural sector to unlock the access to finance. So our digital platform actually offers remote account opening solution for farmers and also digital lending facilities in partnership with a number of banks in Tanzania. But more critically, we are basically building credit scores using alternative data, that is yield data and purchase data from the farming communities in order to justify and build their profile to be to be credit worthy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So one of the things that we really want to
so perhaps if you could also introduce yourself, Esther.
Now, where's the fun in that? Sure. My name is Isa Muhammad Ali. I'm with the Tanzania AI community, one of the members of the Serengeti Business Angel Network as well. So we're looking at investing in startups. I'm personally interested in investing in AI startups. And just to lay a little bit of background now, one of the things we want to emphasize with this conversation is the fact that we've all heard artificial intelligence is not new. It's been around, but it's gained more popularity. What I'd like to emphasize more so is that it's not new in Tanzania. We've had companies and organizations that have been working on these algorithmic or machine learning solutions or AI solutions for over 6 or 7 years. We've had institutions doing research in this space for longer than most people know. That is how my organization came into existence, because we noticed that artificial intelligence solutions were being developed all the way back in 2019 with a lot of investment in impact sectors such as healthcare and education and agriculture. The work that institutions like Nelson Mandela have been doing, institutions like the University of Dodoma. But coming back to the financial sector, institutions like CRDB that now have a formal advanced analytics and machine learning department within a local bank institution. The likes of Celcom, who've had a team of data scientists for longer than I can remember, the likes of Stanbic, who have sent people from their team to be trained as data scientists and have brought them back. AI in the financial space is not a new conversation. One of the challenges we have is, as Tanzanians, we largely like to focus on doing the work and hope someone else will promote us later and talk about us later, which is what our neighboring countries do very great at, promoting themselves. So we're hoping this also brings and sheds some light onto some practical applications that are going on beyond the policy discussions. So I'd like to take it back this way, where now I want you to zoom in on what specific application are you using and what has that enabled for your customers?
In our case, actually, one of the biggest challenges that we had in terms of enabling farmers to have access to finance was the financial history. Because in the ag space, if a farmer has to get a credit, at least you have to have certain sets of data. Either you have to have a relationship with a bank, or you have to have yields information for the past 3 years, and the price and everything. Now, what we did at first was basically to build use cases that actually could help farmers access financing. And in those use cases, we have a couple of them that I could mention quickly. The use case number one we did was benchmarking for farm selection, because that has an influence in what you will get from the farm. So that was the first thing that we did. And we were looking mainly at machine learning models for identifying pattern of successful farmers or farms that we could recommend for financing. So that was number one. But number two was we were looking at another use case of optimization of agricultural practices, like what kind of input they are using, what seed, what fertilizer, what herbicides, etc., vis-a-vis the results that are coming out of that. So that was also a success parameter for the banks. So we went into that. And use case number three now was the actual rural financing. So here we were looking at, from the two first use cases, how now are we able to harvest alternative data for credit scoring. So to figure out what data matters for the bank to consider if this farmer is going to be a successful farmer, and therefore unlock that potential of basically getting credit. So we were looking at that in terms of production data, the pricing, etc., as a build-up, like this is a credible farmer. We know their location, we know what they're doing, and therefore this is what they've been earning, and this is the yields, and therefore if we give them X amount of credit, we know that they will be able to produce better and pay back the loans. So that was a use case number three. Use case number four was more into the agribusiness, like we are looking at the supply chain. Look at the supply chain. Who is this farmer buying from? Who is this farmer selling to? And if they're buying from a particular vendor, let's say an agro dealer, we need to look at the volume of transaction. Did they buy seed, fertilizer, and how much was that? In order to build up that data that actually can justify them to get access for finance. But also who they sold it to in terms of logistics, like where did they aggregate, how much was it, and what type of transport, the buyer basically used to collect this, So we looked at those things. So these were the first initial, I would say, use cases that we started. Some of these use cases, we use just machine learning, to identify the patterns, etc., to understand better. But as we got into building a credit score mechanism for the banks actually to be comfortable and to reduce the risk on the bank side, we had to basically apply a number of, I would say, AI models also to be able to build that. So maybe I will talk later on the different models, AI models that we applied, and the results so far at a later conversation here.
Same thing, we're talking about practical use cases of AI. When we come to Edgar, we'll switch it up a little because he's not a dev side, but they're enabling AI and data. We'll come to that, but in line of finance.
Okay, so So primarily our business is to enable customers to access credit. And we have two verticals out of that. There is the smartphone financing, where basically we're focusing on driving access to internet through smartphone financing. And then there is the insurance vertical, where we're driving access to insurance products. So the first time we used AEI was on digitizing the purchases of insurance products. And this was the days when we didn't have e-stickers. So primarily we had to kind of like pre-code or pre-register all the stickers, the manual stickers into the system, and then embed credit decisions out of that. So the customer would be able to go end-to-end using the USSD technology to actually purchase insurance and pay on installment. And then when it came to smartphone financing, that was much better. We had more access to data. So pretty much at that time, we used AI to digitize decision-making in terms of which customer qualifies what, and then what is the credit limit, and what should be the ideal payment plan issued to the customer. Understanding that there are generally two types of customers. You have the unbanked customers, you have the banked customers. So for the banked customers, it was very straightforward. You would find a customer would have a bank statement or a salary slip. So decision-making was much lighter. But for using alternative data, we had to fetch a lot of different data points and build different algorithms to actually reach the decision within the same minute. So these are the key areas that we've been using AI. Slowly, we've tried in the customer support. That hasn't worked that much, to be honest, because still majority of our consumers, they prefer the human touch. So I think it's something that's going to be big as we go forward, because we're aiming to serve millions and millions of people, so it's not going to be practical. But at the moment, we still maintain the more like a 50-50 automated and 50% human interactions. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Before I pass it to Edgar, let's take it a step back, because I'm not sure what the level of financial knowledge here is. How many of us have taken a loan from M-Pesa, Airtel Money, or any of those solutions? Just taken any of those, what do they call them these days? Not microloans, the words they use. So Ngesha, how many people have taken that from their mobile money? Yeah, we have a few. Have you ever wondered how they decide how much money to give you? Who knows roughly how they decide how much money they want to give you? Any hands? Okay, do we have a roaming mic? I like interactive sessions, so there's a hand there, and there's one with a doctor here. Do the desk mics work? No? Okay, that's sad. There's no roaming mics? Okay. Thank you, Tian. Let's start here, and then we'll go to the lady in the middle.
You're really exercising this morning.
Oh, yeah.
From what I know is that there's an algorithm that runs that looks at your experience and usage of your phone services in terms of how much airtime you buy, what credit you utilize, and do you send money out to somebody else? Do you have M-Pesa money wallet on your phone? So it's an algorithm that runs and looks at that and then does a prediction as to how much they can loan you.
Thank you. And to the lady in the middle in the white jacket? Yeah.
Yes. So it's a combination of your transaction history, the amount you transact on M-Pesa, the amount of, or any other mobile service provider, mobile money service provider, the amount you transact, how much you repay the loans that you've previously taken on your mobile money. So a combination of both transaction data and, like the gentleman said, you're also historically how you use your mobile phone.
Thank you. So whenever our colleagues are referring to credit scoring, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about how likely can we give you money and we know that you'll pay it back. So whenever we talk about credit scoring, which is a wide application that is being used whenever we talk about financial AI solutions, and we have a local one called TAIC that has just integrated with the Credit Info, the credit bureau, which is going to enable a lot of interesting things. But in terms of enabling data and AI solutions, I'd like to invite Edgar to share more about what they've been doing and the next phase, which I believe you're going to tell us more about.
Great. So like I mentioned earlier, at UNCDF, we implement a fintech accelerator called PesaTech. And this program supports Tanzanian fintechs with business development services, but also technological support services. So critical to this, we are just about to onboard a consultant who's going to support these fintechs with their data analytics and also in designing and piloting the AI use case. Why this is important, I'll give an example of Zena, who was to join us, but unfortunately had to step out for a meeting. This is a logistic fintech in Tanzania. Over the last 18 months, they've facilitated over 132 billion Tanzanian shillings through their platform, shuttling over 3.2 million passengers, working with over 900 buses, and they are growing. Now, to make sense of all this data that they have, they require this support, and they found it hard to integrate, given the infancy of the space, but also the cost element of onboarding such service.
And similarly, Ronald, I believe you work directly with supporting organizations in their data processes. So can you talk a little bit about that journey and building the foundation for a lot of these financial companies in their journey towards AI?
Thank you very much. In the spirit of being interactive, I'm also going to ask the audience, by a show of hands, how many of us in this room have ever been part of an AI project? Like you have developed an AI solution, or you have even just a prototype or an idea. You don't have to be a developer. You could be the investor. You could be the vision behind, the idea guy, whoever. How many? Okay, quite a few, right? That's great. Thank you. Now, I think for those of us who have been part of these kind of projects, we understand that over 80% of the work in the development of that kind of solution centers around the data. That is the most painful and most difficult part. First of all, acquiring the data, right? It's a pain. Do you have the right data? Is it at the right level of granularity? Is it obtained ethically? Is it balanced? In AI engineering, we have a problem with what we call biased data sets. So if you're trying to create a credit score and 90% of the data is about men that work, let's say, in government, right? And only 10% is about women, and maybe less than that is from informal sector. So every time you train an AI model to say, should we give a loan to this person or not, then the data would be biased. It would reject some people just because the AI was trained on biased data. So you see, data is foundational, and that's why even the session that was before us was a very foundational session for me, because being able to obtain the data and getting the data in the right phase, the right granularity, etc., is important. So in our company at Talanta 10, we work with companies, not only financial service providers, but even regulators around the world. We've worked with like 5 different central banks, and we help them to get started. And getting started means looking at the entire data architecture, looking at the data that they collect. Is it of the right quality? What kind of use cases could come out of that data? Do they do analytics? Do they have the right human resource for that? Do they have data scientists? Do they have data engineers? Do they need capacity building, etc.? So we have done that. So we've done that as consultants, but we have also developed our own solutions. So let's say we're working with at least 2 financial service providers in Tanzania, and we just worked with the UNCDF to complete assessments. And one of these is a bank, another one is a microfinance. And we know that financial inclusion is still a challenge. From the FinScope data, we know that less than 30% of women have access to collateral, right? And so, but it's not just a collateral problem, it's basically a data problem. Because a lot of these women, as I'm sure some of my colleagues would agree, a lot of these women and other small business people, they can actually afford to pay these loans, but they don't have enough digital data. They don't have enough digital footprint to be able to qualify because they're in the informal sector. So part of the work that we do with financial service providers that we work with has been to also help them to find these alternative data sources and develop their capacity to develop these algorithms that can be used to create alternative credit scoring. In terms of the regulators, like central banks, we've worked with, let's say, the National Bank of Ethiopia. We've helped them with a platform that collects transaction-level data. And with that, we have also developed some AI-powered like analytics. So supervision is an important part of this, and also consumer protection. We also have a platform that was shortlisted by Cambridge SupTech last year. It basically helps people to report when there is like a fraud using like WhatsApp message and social media, and then we do web scraping, and then we take that data and then we prioritize it and classify it and send an alert to the specific people to take action, etc. So these are some of the things that we do in our space. Thanks.
All right, well, you still have the mic. In that process, you've probably faced a lot of challenges. What is one challenge that was particularly interesting for you to deal with, and how did you manage to get past it?
That's a good question. Like I said, a big part of these kind of projects centers around data. So the consensus about which data to use, how to access it, is it at the right level of like granularity, etc. So that has been the biggest challenge. And people usually tend to misclassify data. They would say this data is sensitive, but it's not necessarily sensitive. Maybe it's important, but not necessarily sensitive. So being able to share data and have the data readily available so that it can be used for these solutions has been like the biggest issue, I think. And I think just change management, I would say. Change management is how you deal with it, like by getting buy-in, by getting like stakeholder ownership of this. The people, the gatekeepers, the data owners, like once they understand, once they know that whatever solution is going to benefit them is going to translate into them looking good. A director somewhere is going to look good by their supervisor, from their supervisor, because this solution is providing services, and politicians can also see, etc. Then they actually buy into the whole idea. Yeah.
Thank you. Edgar, I'm going to deviate from the questions I sent a little bit, and I'm going to ask you what might be a difficult one. How do you decide if a fintech is worth investing into, especially when it comes to their data foundation and their AI side? How do you know if they're worth it?
Great. And honestly, that is a new frontier, and this is why we are onboarding partners who are experienced in that space. And as I mentioned earlier, we're in the process of onboarding a consultant who's going to support us, to support fintechs in building and integrating AI and data analytics in their businesses. But right now, we ask them on what kind of data they're collecting, what's the level of traction, where are they going business vision-wise, and how might we support through PesaTech for that vision to be successful.
Thank you. Tony, we're coming back to the challenge question. With those actually implementing this AI in their fintechs, we really want to know what are the challenges you've had to overcome, and for those who are exploring similar paths, how do they overcome it?
I think the key challenges, one is sometimes you have a vision that is bigger than what you can actually do, and then the investment needed to achieve that normally can become quite expensive. So sometimes there's a lot of compromise that comes because you want to be able to do 1, 2, 3, but you can only afford 1, 2. So securing investment needed to actually achieve these visions is one. Two, it's the sometimes it's the partner's readiness. For example, you have a solution that needs collaboration with 3 or 4 stakeholders, but then the stakeholder is not ready. Either their system is not ready or the mindset is not ready. So these are normally the challenges in navigating this environment. And that's why you see platforms like TAIC, where they are being able to, so a customer can actually upload their bank or mobile statement and you extract information that in a useful manner so that you can actually use it for decision making. They become very relevant, but that platform would have been of no need if it was easy to connect to different telcos and banks to pull their bank or mobile statements. So it's not like they were not approached, but they were approached, but then the challenge is at that time there was no readiness, either system-wise or the actual mindset was not ready. So sometimes we go through that. You become a victim of you being ahead of the situation. Thank God the government has now put the regulatory sandbox, and I've heard a number of authorities are adopting that. So the regulatory environment also. So you want to do this, but then the regulation is somehow maybe not ready to accommodate you. So that's another challenge. So through time we overcome, perseverance as well. But I would highlight these are the key major challenges. Maybe the last one will be also your internal resources to be able to deliver what you have envisioned. That also can be tricky. Thanks.
Matthew, same to you, except we're going to focus a bit more on the agri-value chain. And something interesting is, do you let your end consumer know that you're using machine learning or AI, and how does that conversation go?
Yeah, basically, for example, our process in terms of, mostly our target end users are either farmers or SMEs within the rural enterprise, like those guys who are selling input, etc., or those who are buying from farmers. Yeah, and for them actually it's important we have a consent with them to tell them exactly how their data actually that they bring in is being used. And that includes basically exposing them to the fact that we'll be using machine learning or AI to identify certain patterns and the things that actually we cannot see under normal circumstances of doing our transactional business. And that actually helps them back at unlocking some of the potentials they have. For example, we have a case for agro dealers in the Lake Zone, Simiyu region, whereby every time when they wanted to apply for a credit facility for their business, their turnover actually was around 500-600 million, but they could only get 30 to 50 million. But by using this tool, we were able to unlock the potential to show the bank that this is how far their business is, looking at the data, the transaction, everything. So the following season, actually, they were able to unlock 300 to 400 million. So we were able to show them like how this tool, some of these tools, they can help them actually unlock some of the potential that was otherwise difficult. So we have that conversation, though it's a very difficult conversation in terms of levels of understanding, but we are trying our best basically to say what this data is used for and what are the use cases that are actually built for them. So that is number one. On the challenges, if I may go, most of the data that we have is structured, but we also have a lot of unstructured data in terms of like if they received any type of training, how would that inform? Like if they have received training from maybe an NGO on issues of financial literacy, that should be a factor that should contribute to de-risk, in their credit, in the credit scores. But it has been difficult to capture that because it's a training. We have to basically develop a module for training in able to capture that particular data and ask those partners to basically use that module for their training. So that has been quite a difficult sell to do. So so that consists a lot of, we have that information, they have received training in this area and this area, but we haven't been able to basically put that data into use to enrich their profile, the digital profile, and the credit scoring. So that is a challenge. But number two, it's to have qualified personnel who will be able to deal with data. Although we did find a way around it by building partnerships with a number of universities. Nelson Mandela is one of our biggest partners because for them we access PhD and master's students who actually are capable of handling some of these problems, and they're building mathematical models around it, and they have been able to test a number of use cases that have been very useful and very helpful on our side. But also we went into a partnership with the Egerton University on the agribusiness section. Also they're helping us a lot in terms of bringing on the master's and PhD students to work on some of these problems. But the other biggest problem is computing power. AI models, they need a lot of data, but again you have to have enough computing power to be able to basically run some of these models or to test. So that was a major setback, and we didn't have enough finance basically to invest on the infrastructures to do that. But luckily, in partnership with Nelson Mandela Institute of Science and Technology, we were given, we went into an agreement, an MOU for 5 years, whereby now we are sending most of the data that we have to their high-performance computers there, and from there now those masters and PhD students now they're able to access and run some of these models. So they have given us a number of blade servers to put the data in, and then later on, use their high performance computers to run some of these computation and algorithms. So it's a win-win because for them also, out of our data actually already, they have been able successful to give out 1 PhD, and a number of publications in that area, which strengthen very much the academia and the industry cooperation. So this has been quite of the pain points. Financing in terms of the investment has always been a challenge, but we are trying to find a way, a workaround by building partnerships. The last and the difficult one is, once you have these models working, how does the market consume it? And here I have to be honest, with all, I won't mention names, but with all the partner banks that we work with, they are not technology ready to consume some of these things. We had to do a lot of work with them actually to be able to understand some of these things and basically integrating their decision-making processes. We had to design some things for them, and we had to do a lot of work. Because most of the partner banks actually, they're still operating on legacy technologies, the core banking system, etc. So that is a pain point that we are trying to resolve as we go forward. Some of which they have to basically, use our platform for learning some of these things. But in certain areas, we have started to integrate a little bit, and we have tried to build some solution for them to be able to basically use some of these use cases that we have built for them. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And those are very interesting, especially a story that I was told, I won't mention which bank, but they don't have the data problem. They have the data, they have enough of it, they have too much of it. The challenge they're facing is the system they have on which the data is stored and queried is not powerful enough to withstand querying all that data. So they have the data, they just can't utilize it because the infrastructure is, well, essentially not set up for that. So working with the partners is very important. And for those who did not know, Tanzania does have high-performance computers. They're not very well utilized, but they are there. We have a few systems around, and hopefully we'll be getting more in the future soon. Do we have moderated, MC, do we have time for 1 or 2 questions? Awesome. So we will take a few questions if there are any, and then we'll do a quick closing remark. I'll see if I can get Dr. Mensah online as well for a quick remark, and then we'll close it up there. Any questions? I see one there, the gentleman in the, I think that's a blue shirt. I'm bad with colors. There's also one there. And can I get the mic on the middle, on the right? Do we only have one roaming mic?
Tiani.
Thank you, moderator and the panelists. I'm thrilled to hear that there are some good guys there implementing AI solutions in Tanzania. I'm very happy for that today. Once the fintech are successful, we have money to our citizens. Can you frame up an IA solution that can help to protect our society for maybe child from sexual abuse, from any abuses?
Thank you for the question. It might be out of context for this specific discussion because we're a bit more focused on the financial side of things, but I'm sure a number of people here would be happy to have that discussion with you after this. If there is someone who would like to comment on that quickly, we can.
Thank you. So that's a very valid question because we see a lot of harm that is coming out of some of these newer technologies. We might as well reverse the harm and find a way to protect. So I think child protection is a use case. The idea is very simple. AI works based on examples. So we call it supervised learning. It means if we work with the Ministry of, let's say, community development and social welfare, right? And they have things like gender-based violence cases and violence against children cases that have been reported, right? Or whatever kinds of violence that has been classified. So long as that data is available and properly annotated, that a solution can be developed, maybe as a web platform or as an app, that can be able to predict sort of like, you know, these are the risks that if you're in these kind of situations, a child or a woman or something could happen to you. So the answer is yes, but the big question is to be able to identify which data set that is of good quality and that is labeled to be able to create that kind of application.
Thank you. And there are further complications with that we won't talk about because time.
Yeah, thank you so much. Actually, that is a very good question, and I feel like there might be so much more use cases that would come from the citizens, that would come from the private sector. You said one of the obstacles, or the obstacles are mainly data and computing power. So I was wondering if you have some ideas on how this concretely could be tackled, how we could improve that, having more data sets and having more computing power.
Oh, I have to take that one. It looks like that one's being deferred to me. Before I answer that, I believe there was one more hand. Okay, let's take that question and we'll wrap it up with the answers. The lady in the white jacket.
Okay, one of the challenges that was mentioned is this idea of at the last mile, people wanting to interact with an individual in the interface. And then to color that, I think I will add one more challenge that I've experienced is that the language of technology is English. So I'm wondering, how do you all counter that in the majority of the Tanzanian population being a Swahili-speaking majority, and then also not necessarily out of, knowing, but just the language being a barrier. So how do you account for that in your AI innovations and so on?
Yeah, I think that question is going to be for Matthew and Tony.
One of the things that actually you need to, for everyone who is in technology, you need to understand is basically to understand better your market. Our platform has certain characteristics that were put there for a purpose. Number one, our platform is multi-country. So right now we operate in Tanzania and Uganda, and we're about to start in Zambia by January. Now, that component number one is multi-country, which means you have to have multi-language capabilities. So you have to build that into the platform. And then we are in the agriculture sector. So there is maize, sorghum, potato, sugarcane, rice, etc. So you have to build the capability for your platform to be multi-value chain. But again, you will have different people working on it. You have people who are buying from farmers, off-takers. You have people who are selling to farmers, agro dealers. You have people who are providing finance, the banks. So it has to be also a multi-actor. Different actors have to be able to operate in the platform. So on our case, we saw that need and we built our platform that way. And therefore, the question of language barrier is solved in terms of putting our solutions to be multi-language. You can switch languages by just choosing whether you want Swahili, English, or Chichewa, or any other language. Although that also adds a number of complications in terms of you have to build a script behind it to be able to give that kind of translation. You cannot just use Google Translator because it doesn't work. Yeah, so that is how we encountered that problem.
For us, we always start from the market. So we always go to the field to understand what is actually needed and what is missing and what is there. And based on that, we work backwards. So now, the idea of using AI, we use AI to actually achieve a scale, meaning that if we are going to the market and we know that for someone to get a loan, they have to show their ID, they have to show their bank statement or mobile statement. Normally it means we will have to have a loan officer who sits there to review these manually and then following a checklist that we have created. AI comes in on the angle of like digitization and creating a standard approach on how we're processing all this information. So normally we adapt to what the market language is used, and then use AI to achieve the scaling capacity to actually process as many applications as possible within the same minute. So language has never been an issue for us because of the fact that we always start from the market and then we build a product based on what the market needs or what are the gaps in the market. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you. So to answer the data and compute side of things, there's the short-term expensive answer and there's the long-term potentially more expensive answer, which will be better for us. Essentially, there are initiatives that are looking at collecting more data and open sourcing them. The likes of Mozilla Common Voice that is collecting Swahili language data, both spoken, informal, written, etc. There's the likes of the Lacuna Fund, which has collected a lot of open source data within agriculture and such. And these data collection initiatives and what was talked about in the previous session around platforms like the Jamii Exchange that is going to bring a lot of this data together is a potential area of opportunity for a lot of AI methods right now. Compute, based on privacy and protection laws, it means certain areas we can't compute using cloud. And a lot of financial areas especially would prefer to use that, but they're limited to doing on-premises or within country borders processing, which means we need to invest in compute in the long term. But one area which I think is exciting and we're not looking at enough on the continent is doing research in methods for development of technologies that require less data and less compute. What are methods and systems that we can utilize or develop that allow us to process in lacking resource environments? Instead of using models and systems that have been built on environments that are rich in data, can we build our own versions of these models and algorithms that work in environments like ours? An example I love to use is a startup called Elsa Health. And they were building a differential diagnostic system for community health workers to support diagnosing in rural areas. And they were like, well, we don't have the data, so what do? They found alternative ways to build their own data through a mix of synthetic data creation processes and literally hiring doctors as consultants to sit them down, interview them, and get the data. There was no complaining, oh, there's no data. we know that's a problem. How can we go beyond that? And then in terms of the methods they use, instead of throwing a deep learning algorithm, a very data-intensive process at it, can they use simpler ones that allow them to go beyond that? So we're going to close up with our final remarks, just a few words from each. I will try to get Dr. Mensah online for a closing thought as well, and we'll just get started quickly with closing remarks.
Thank you very much. I'll start with a radical idea about data. Now, the government has laid the foundation. With the Jamii Exchange, there is an opportunity for us to begin to share the data. But how about the end user, the people that actually own the data? How about we pay them to use their data? Imagine you get a text message, USSD prompt on your phone that says, well, Company X wants to use your mobile money transactions for the whole of last year to create an AI model, right? Do you consent to this? If you agree, we'll give you 10,000 shillings on your M-Pesa. If you say yes, then the MNO will remove your personal identifying information, your name, your number, etc., and then will leave the other relevant information. That is another way that we could actually democratize this process. Another final comment is, let us build the capacity of our people. Now, we have the likes of like Nelson Mandela, core ICT, etc. They're training data scientists, etc. That's good, but that's not enough. The market is too big. We're a country of 60 million people plus. There's so many use cases, so much to learn from other countries. We have scholarships. The UK government is giving Chevening Scholarship. I'm a proud alum of that program. Even now, you go on the website, you search for Chevening Scholarship. You can go and do a master's, do your AI master's, etc. And I'm sure the European people here, they have their own scholarships from Germany, etc. Let's go and send our people to get more knowledge so that we can continue and create these use cases that are needed. Thank you.
So, a few quick hits. There are a number of interested stakeholders who are willing to support startups to integrate data analytics and AI model, but it's a state of readiness of the startups. That is a challenge. To counteract that, we are hoping to have one session open to the public where AI experts will workshop with startups how to design and apply for such programs. 2, PesaTech 3, a fintech accelerator in partnership with NMB Bank. I see the NMB team at the back, Josina and the crew, will open later in the year or at the start of next year. It will have support around data management, so stay tuned for that. And 3, if you are running an early stage business, we already heard that the big banks are doing it already. The big fintechs are doing it. We have had examples of bootstrapping fintechs doing it. If you are running or piloting a product in this space, AI is a really critical component. Follow the PesaTech Accelerator socials for you to get more information on how we can support you.
My closing remarks will be on, we are experiencing a lot of external forces that are forcing all of us, innovators, banks, FSPs, and all the stakeholders in the country to adapt these new technologies. But as we are moving towards that direction, the issue of cybersecurity, I think it is not heavily emphasized, because we need deliberate programs that build literacy in the society, because otherwise we'll be constantly dealing with the consequences of the innovation, and the ones who have actually taken advantage of these new technologies against the consumers who are not well prepared or fully aware. And statistically, globally, cybersecurity is actually leading in terms of the value. It's common in the insurance space, it's common in the financial sector, it's common in many sectors. So my emphasis goes to more on the consumer literacy, financial literacy. How do we prepare the society to protect themselves from being taken advantage of? And how do we, as innovators, how are we actually making sure our innovations or solutions do not contribute to exposing consumers to be taken advantage of? Because we are seeing it every day. Every other day, sometimes you get a message, tuma kwenye namba hii. It's quite common. But then, should we blame it on the KYC? Should we say, how is the KYC mitigating these issues? How are the regulations mitigating these issues? So these are the, for me, these are the challenges that I would like to pose to everyone as we are building these new solutions, adopting new technologies. How do we, at what cost are we adopting new technologies, and what are the consequences, and how do we mitigate or reduce our community to be taken advantage of? I like the idea of the monetization of data. I think it's quite cool, but how practical is it? That's going to be quite an interesting area. Yeah, because when you look at from the fintech perspective, when you're starting, you do not have that money for the consumers to sell you their data. But the whole idea of monetizing on your data is good, because we are constantly perusing on Instagram, WhatsApp, and somebody else is making money out of that. And it's your data that was used, and you created all these footprints in that space. So we definitely need these deliberate initiatives to help us actually monetize on the data that we have created. So thank you.
On my side, because most of our clients, our customers actually are rural-based, I think what is important, or will be my remark, is basically responsible use of data. Data is a very powerful thing from my experience. For example, we did analytics for the Cotton Board of Tanzania to see how much seed was distributed to how much seed was delivered at the warehouse, and how much of that actually went to the farmers. And they were able to identify a lot of seed that was lost in between. Okay, so always we have to, and that has consequences in terms of criminality and the other things. So what I insist on is actually to have that understanding that this data is very powerful, and whoever actually has a possession of it or working with it has to make sure that you put the necessary infrastructures, conditions, and the safeguards on how responsibly you can basically use this data. For fintechs in particular, to echo on the issue of cybersecurity, etc., also it's important because you have data that is basically transactional. Probably you have access to people's accounts, etc., etc. So we always have to find use cases basically that are meaningful, probably can be commercialized, can yield results to the data providers. In our case, like farmers, it can attract maybe discounts, it can attract wholesale prices, so that they can basically be able to minimize their cost of transaction when they basically operate or work in your platform. So that is one. But number two, I think we need to have more cross-industry collaboration. We have a lot of siloed data that basically can be used to enhance these use cases and put our community into, give us perspective on what sort of solution that we can build or what sort of problem that we can solve by using this data. So integration and the cross-industry learning and the sharing of resources, I think for me it's critical, because we have seen it to be very valuable on our side as we work with the different partners. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me see if I can, Dr. Mensah, get her online very quickly and close up this with any closing remarks. Hi, Dr. Mensah. Thank you for joining us last minute. We'd appreciate some closing remarks on the panel around AI and FinTech. Thank you so much for your time. Just any closing words as we wrap up.
Of course. And thank you for having me. As we conclude, let's remember that AI and FinTech is not just about technology. It's about people. By focusing on inclusivity and ethical practices, we can harness AI to transform finance, growth, and empowering our communities. Together, we can as a bridge to a better, more equitable world. Asanteni sana, and I look forward to the journey ahead.
Thank you so much, everyone, my distinguished panel, for your time. That is the end of our session. And before I let everyone go, how many people noticed what I've just done? Just a quick raise of hands. Okay, so somewhere about a quarter of people. Who wants to volunteer? It sounds like an AI? How many people here think Dr. Mensah is an AI? A few? Okay, let's find out. Let's see if this works, because we know how tech works. Dr. Mensah, can you actually introduce yourself now?
Certainly. Jambo, everyone.
Looks like she's
I am
listening.
Dr. Kofi Mensah.
Can you introduce? Okay, wait. It takes a second. Can you take a second to introduce what you actually are?
Sure, I'm ChatGPT, a virtual assistant powered by artificial intelligence, designed to help with a wide range of questions and tasks. While I can take on different personas, like Dr. Mensah, my true identity is that of an AI developed by OpenAI. My goal is to assist and engage in conversations on various topics.
And that is our panel. We need to keep in mind the true power of this technology that has developed over the course of the year. This, of course, is a very general application and demo, but as these tools become more accessible within our financial sectors, within our different sectors, the time it took for us to set this up was about half an hour. This section was live, but to actually set up the video was about half an hour, and most of that time was me figuring out how to export the audio out of my phone. Most of the modeling side of things have reached levels where in the next couple of months we won't be able to distinguish. So the ethics and use of this technology is paramount right now, especially when it comes to the financial sector. I hope you've enjoyed and have a great rest of the sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together again for the team. Can we have a photo of them, please? Oh, so Dr. Mensah, is she? Okay, I think you get me. I would have asked her for a date during lunch just to talk to her if she's allowed. Okay, thank you very much, Ali, for such a good moderation and good to know about Dr. Mensah. Well, next we are supposed to have a case study on digital twins shaping the future of smart cities, but we have swapped that with panel discussion 5, space application to boost Tanzania data-driven digital economy. And the moderator for this session, that is just before lunch, is Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga. And the lunch will be ready in the next half hour. I know you can do miracles like Dr. Mensah, so please, let's use the half an hour to see what we can do. Karibu sana, Daktari Tena.
Thank you very much, Innocent, for this very important panel about space application to boost Tanzania's data-driven digital economy. I'm very delighted with this topic because I know space is another means on how we can be able to connect a lot of devices in the country and also to boost innovation. My panel are as follows. I'll start with Mulembwa Munaku, who is the Director for Communication in our Ministry of Information, Communication and IT, and is the one that is spearheading the project that has to do with launching our satellites here in Tanzania. I would like also to call Aslan Hal Nadir from Finnish Meteorological Institute from Finland to the podium. And then Mr. Thomas Tideman, Team Leader, Space and AI, DG Intra-European Commission. So these are three powerful panelists in this session. And I think we have to go directly to the action. So to begin with, we start with a presentation, and the floor is yours. Yeah.
Okay, so it's like, I don't know, good morning or good afternoon. We are in the middle of everything, so thanks for being invited here. And then also, it's my pleasure to be in the beautiful country in Tanzania. I have not discovered yet, so this is a couple of days, but that's the plan. And let me ask first is because with my Finnish colleague yesterday, it has a fantastic presentation. How are you doing? So this is like, I think we learn, I have also learned that we need to be human-centric. So and this is, of course, the general question that we are setting up. And then if I start from the previous session about these big data and societal challenges, and including this, the inclusiveness, and especially including the gender, the issues related with the societal challenges. So I'm here going to talk about this, the big data, where especially the Earth observation we call, focusing on the space data. The space data capacities and opportunities enabling this digital innovation, and also tackling the societal challenges better, such as the vulnerable the matters, including this of course the gender-related issues. So here, with that concept, I would like to provide you information about this European space, the capacities and opportunities, which hopefully that will be a useful source for this Tanzania. So next slide, please. So my name is Ali Nadir Arslan. I'm coming from this Finland, and I work at the Finnish Meteorological Institute. My second affiliation, I'm also working at the University of Warsaw as an adjunct professor. Next, please. So Copernicus is a program, space program, we call this European Eyes on the Earth. And this, first of all details, all information you can get related to the Copernicus program in this only one stop shop, which is the copernicus.eu. Next, please. So Copernicus is one of the biggest Earth observation program in the world, which is this European Earth observation system led by the European Union. European response to global needs, such as to manage the environment, to mitigate the effects of climate change, and ensure the civil security. Next, please. So just a little bit about the history. I mean, we did not, it's a quite long history. We've been journey. So we start with this 1998 with the Baverno Manifest. And then it was underway. We have also changed the name. It was the GMES. And still you might have heard about this GMES in Africa, but which I'm going to come up that. So we underway that in this, we have adapted the name, which is Copernicus, and then Copernicus Rules and Data Policy, and then now we are today with the Copernicus Operation Services. Next, please. So as I said, Copernicus is dealing with the 21st century of societal challenges, such as climate change, food, and water. Next, please. So it's a global monitoring system, and monitoring in the different the parameters, such as clarifier, sea level height, sea surface temperature, soil moisture, carbon dioxide, and nitric oxide of some of them. Please, next, please. So Copernicus program has two components as a vertical and then cross-cutting services with the horizontal. So we call this Copernicus Copernicus program as a space component and also institute component. And in space component, we do have this European Union owned satellites, which is we call Sentinels, and also contributing missions, which is we collaborating, creating the Copernicus services. And another component, vertical component, we do have the institute component, which we need, which is a very key issue to basically develop this space-based services to the validate. That's a very important, crucial part of this institute. And also, of course, it's a big data source for today's conference topic with this artificial intelligence. And basically, European Union Copernicus program, we don't only offer the data. We do also offer the ready services. So European Union Copernicus program has 6 services, including like atmospheric, land, marine, security, climate change, and emerging services. So these services are, which I'm going to talk little about this because of time, that they are actually creating you to not only data, but also the ready services, free, open, available for you. That is one of the strengths of the European program that we have, is that actually free and open. Next, please. Just as I mentioned, that Copernicus program has its own space satellites, which we call Sentinels. We have them, 6 of them has been planned. And then you may know, you may not know, that we have already that operational running, like Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, Sentinel-3. And then each Sentinel satellite has a different objectives and different goals and different mechanism we call sensors, which can actually monitor the different characteristic of the Earth observation. Next, please. So another important part in this European Union Copernicus program is a continuous program. So this means that we do actually, European Union committed to continue of this program, as they are expanding the missions of the Sentinel-6. So we call this expansion missions. So basically there are different 6 expansion missions has been scheduled, and monitoring this CO2, or there's the crossfire components, or different application that which is available. So this actually very important in this data, obtaining the data, because that's the continuity is important, because once you actually develop services and application, and it means that you know that this service and application will continue, because there is a continuation of this, the system that where you can retrieve the data. Next, please. So this is, I mentioned already, that 6 cross-cutting services we have. I'm going to talk a little bit about them one by one. Next, please. So this is the land service. So here you see actually under this vertical part, the application areas, which is like ecosystem, biodiversity, agriculture, forestry, energy, natural resources, and water, and urban planning. And there's the site that you see actually what are the products that you can what are the ready products. It's ready for you and free to be used and implement for your services. Actually, in the afternoon, this is the advertisement, so I hope that because we have a late session, that I hope that you will be also seeing that. We will actually talking about more what are all these services, use cases, application, and in European level, we also demonstrate how these services and that application has been implemented actually locally in Tanzania. So we will have one presentation on that as well. I hope you will be not tired and you will be following that. Next, please. So this is another service we call marine service. So this marine service is about this marine safety, dealing with the marine safety, marine resources, coastal and maritime environment, climate and meteorological forecasting, and transport, tourism, and so on. So these fields are covered, and they are like hundreds of products are ready to be used for you as a service. Next, please. And another service that we call is the atmospheric service, which is dealing with the health, environment, pollution, climate, and renewable energy, and providing the global air quality, climate forcing, ozone layers, solar radiations, emissions, and surface fluxes, which I'm going to show some examples on the coming session. Next, please. And the fourth service that we actually providing to the users freely, openly, is the climate change service, providing in the climate change, mitigation and adaptation, weather forecasts, pollution, environment, and health area, providing like the essential climate variables, which is this WMO, the set it up, and support the mitigation and adaptation strategies. And there are very popular product portfolio on this global and regional reanalysis, and also seasonal forecast and climate projection. We talk about lots of like agriculture, farmers, or tourism. So basically there are, and transportation, there are lots of the ready seasonal forecasts, such as 3 months, 6 months ahead, the products available for you to be used. Next, please. We have another service called the Emergency Management Service. This service actually the trigger by the authorities. For instance, in case of the natural hazards or security or whatever. So basically, you are able to select the several type of products, including about the event, what is today, and then also the analytics of the post-event. So for instance, let's say the flooding, let's say there's fire, wildfires. So basically you can see the pre-event, event, and post-event analysis and data and analytics. You are able to actually ask and receive it. Thank you. Next, please. So another service we call the security service. So that's dealing with the border surveillance, maritime surveillance, and support this EU external action, which is this. And then there are many products that you can actually access, such as coastal monitoring, such as reference mapping, such as object detection, like a vessel detection or illegal vessel detection, and border map, and so on. Next, please. So this is very in a highlights of the Copernicus program. But what is now it's about coming about Africa? We have this, the reflection of this the Copernicus program or in the Africa is we call the GMES Africa program. Next, please. So GMES Africa is an application Copernicus to Africa. So this is how the historical the moment that you see. Actually, it started 2006, and then they adapted in 2017. Next, please. So this is the June 2018, and Copernicus services are made available free of charge to African users. So all things I have said so far, they are available for you to use. So, and you do have actually the institutional organization that you can access to all services through the GMS in Africa. Next, please. I'm going to make a little bit tour of this about the little information on this that you can familiarize. Like Copernicus services, we call like Africanized through the GMES Africa Finance Consortium, and disseminated through their portals. I mean, here's the 8 portals, but the presentation have been prepared, maybe a few more. Next, please. So, as you see here, it's already a very big consortium, or the institutional organization. They are already, this is now second phase of the GMES Africa, which is collaborated with African Union and European Union, the co-funded. And then there are already 167 institutions are involved. Next, please. So here you can see actually the kind of the copy of the activities that in a smaller scale, like this. There is these activities on women in GMES, and there is this GMES network for food or wetland, which is develop the application services, and also there is this GMS of academia, where you actually can get all this capacity building and training activities. It's a huge network. And also, there is a business, the private sector, which is the incubator and then accelerator part of the GMS Africa. So definitely, it's a very, I strongly recommend to get familiar of this GMS in Africa. And next, please. And here I just, thanks for the program manager of the Bashir. I'm using his slides. And then here's the links that you can actually can get this lots of information. Next, please. So now I want to talk about this a little bit about this. This is the overall this Earth observation space program and data services application. And then a little bit about this, also talk about this, how this actually the economical the part of this Earth observation data services, and few examples such as these are the European organization called the EU SPA, actually dealing with the user uptake in private sector or market. So we are having these few values, a few areas that I picked up the slides for you. So this is the renewable energy is expected to grow year and year. Next, please. And this is the construction and urban development areas. Also, this, as you see, that there is a huge growth. Next, please. And also, the services for the raw materials, which might be important. Also, the African region, like space data, Earth observation data can be utilized for the site selection, planning, monitoring, and environmental impact assessment. So that's also the huge value. So next, please. So I know that I'm a little bit over time, but I think it's important now to put this context in the workshop. So what is the artificial intelligence and Copernicus? So basically, the answer is very simple. The Copernicus is generating massive amount of remotely sensed images in different modalities, which can actually support all these different challenges that we've been discussing, including societal, climate, and so on. So high quality, high resolution, dense temporal coverage, and what is important is that data is publicly available. And the challenge is here to derive added value from these data, facilitate access to these data, and then use artificial intelligence techniques to interfere additional information. So that's how actually artificial intelligence come into picture. So next, please, let's talk about, I mean, it has been already discussed what is artificial intelligence. So I just wanted to also put my few cents on this. So artificial intelligence includes, but is not limited to machine learning. So as there's many speakers in this conference has been mentioned. So AI is the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs, for this knowledge representation, knowledge engineering, reasoning, planning, natural language processing, and computer vision. Next, please. So here, there is what is the Earth observation data. So when we talk about the Earth observation data, we are talking about the terrestrial, ocean, atmospheric, marine, and then we are talking about these different sensors, optical, LiDAR, radar. I mean, this terminology is not necessarily that familiar for you, but we are talking about this big data. We are talking about this complex data. We are talking about these few levels in the machine learning terminology. So they are not actually supervised. So we are talking about this. Also, there are already good self solutions, but improving.
2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm coming at. So that's how we have been linking. And machine learning tasks in Earth observation they are not different than others, such as regression. There's the instance segmentation, semantic segmentation, image categorization, and object detection. Next, please. So here, that's some examples of this. All these some of the machine learning techniques is implemented, such as it has been discussed bias in previous session, approximating the complex function, and image categorization, such as is there a cloud or not cloud, and then semantic segmentation in different than covers parts, object detection, such as in the lake, is there any the plastic bottles or not? You can actually detect, and also this in the airport, for instance, how the plane is going in the dock. Next, please. So this is my last slide, I think. So here I wanted to show that the European Union efforts on this artificial intelligence application in this, we have a research program conducted in Europe, like European Union Horizon 2020 space research projects, and I just pick up some of these projects which I thought that it could be useful for you, and that they're dealing with these machine learning techniques in this application. Thank you. I think next should be the last slide, I hope. Yeah? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Aslan, for such a comprehensive presentation about the Copernicus, the applications, and things like that. So without further ado, I give the floor to Thomas.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hamjambo. Hamjambo. Habari. I start with a few questions. Who's tired by now? Raise your hand. Who's a little bit hungry? Who's a little bit overwhelmed by all the information? Oh, now you're beginning to be a bit shy. Who thinks our panels should be more gender balanced? Ladies and gentlemen, you have a country that is led by a female president. We have too many panels that are not gender balanced. In the previous panel, the only female representative was an AI. Now we have none. So that's a bit of food for thought for the next articulation of this important conference. I think I have your attention now. It's late. We're running behind time. I will limit myself to a few key points. If I can have the next slide, please. It's a little bit on context. It's a little bit underlining the important messages that Aslan made, because that's really, I think, where the value will be for you, for our Tanzanian counterparts. What the EU does, I introduced myself yesterday, if you were here. My name is Thomas. I work for the European Commission headquarters on digital transformation, specifically space and artificial intelligence use cases. What we do in the context of Global Gateway. What is Global Gateway? It's an approach, it's a strategy, it's a brand name for our support to partner countries. It's an ambition. We want to mobilize 300 billion euro in a 6-7 year period, half of which for Africa. Of course, these enormous amounts, that's not all grant funding. We do a lot with loans, we do a lot with guarantees. The offer is on the table, primarily in these sectors that you see here, digital being one of them. What we do in space is both a part of what we do in digital, and it's an enabler for other sectors as well. And this is, I think, repeating one of the first messages that Aslan gave. The space, the data, Earth observation is an enabler for many other sectors, and which is why I task all of you to share what you learn in this session with your colleagues that work in agriculture, in fishery, in environmental services, urban planners. They should be here because they need to understand how they can benefit from this Earth observation data. Next slide, please. We have these objectives in our work on digital transformation, and I just want to highlight the two of them that might be most relevant to what we're trying to bring to you in this session. We're promoting the EU services and assets, and Copernicus and GMES in Africa is one of those assets, our sentinels, the satellites and the services that you can use. And the main message here, it's for you to use, it's available, and it's free. It's yours to take. The whole program, GMES in Africa, is extremely demand-driven, it's bottom-up, it's partner-driven. This data is for you to take and for you to use. Much of what we do is focused on the twin transition. That's the last point here. It's about digital transformation. It's about the green transition. The two go hand in hand. Next slide, please. It's not coming from the blue. Out of the blue, this is all embedded in our institutional context. Of course, as the European Union, we're prone to work with our counterpart on your beautiful continent, that's the African Union Commission. So there is an agreement at political level to focus together on these sectors that I have mentioned, digital being one of them. And here you see again the funds that we want to make available for that. Next slide, please. You've heard, and I just remind you of that, as I said, I just highlight key messages and repeat them from the previous presentation. We have been working together for a while on this. Copernicus, GMNS in Africa, it's a reality. We have complex ecosystems, as Aslan has mentioned, there's hundreds of institutions involved already. We have trained thousands of staff, the equipment is there, the access to the data. It's about African ownership, as I said. It's demand-driven. We have the strong institutional foundation, the African Union Commission being one of them, and we have a really remarkable history of, let's say, stability in the relationships between the European institutions on the one hand and the African institutions on the other hand. So what is next? Next slide, please. This we can skip because Aslan covered it. Where do we go from here? So what's the next step? We have, again, the GMS in Africa, the Copernicus data, it's for you to take. But we want to do more. So what we have come up with is the Africa Space Flagship Program. We are committing 100 million euro for this innovative Space Flagship Program, 45 million of which we will be contracting before the end of this year. And I'm a little bit like a duck that you see, a duck when you see it in a lake. It's quite composed in the part that you see, but underwater I'm heavily paddling because we have a lot to do to contract this money before the end of the year. Next slide, please. We have a long-term vision. We will focus again on the ownership. We will focus on the infrastructure, and we will bring in more than before the private sector. Next slide. These are the three pillars that I wanted to mention in the approach. It's about the partnerships. We focus on innovation. We also focus on policy dialogue. We have the exciting opportunity to work with the nascent African Space Agency that is in the process, as you might know, of being established. We have a focus, as I said, on the twin transition, digital and green. We focus on environment services and strengthening the capacity of African institutions to deliver space-based environmental services for risk-informed, evidence-based and inclusive development in the green transition. The question is what are your ideas to tailor that to your context? What are the applications that you want to see? And as I said, we have a stronger focus on the private sector going forward. We will sign before the end of the year 5 different agreements on institutional cooperation with the newly created Africa Space Agency, as I mentioned. We will have a component on space for early warning. That's to strengthen the early warning system in Africa in line with the Africa Multi-Hazard Early Warning and Early Action Plan. We will cooperate with the private sector in the sense that we'll have a dedicated incubator center to support the private sector. We will have matchmaking events. We will do hackathons and so on. We also will support market development for satellite navigation in Africa. Bottom line, and here's where I will stop, so that we might also benefit from the last presentation, maybe a bit of a Q&A before we go into our well-deserved lunch break. There is tremendous untapped potential. We have only started to begin to tap this potential together in the programs. The data is freely available. That's what EU offers to you. The applications are literally endless, and Aslan said there'll be more information this afternoon, just to whet your appetite a little bit and maybe to stimulate your creativity to think how else could you be using this data that we make available for a variety of sectors. Really, the sky is the limit there. That's all I have to say. The EU continues to stand by your side, and we're excited to collaborate with you. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Thomas, for that presentation. And you have truly articulated a number of ways where we can partner together to ensure that the continent is going further. Now, I would like to invite Mulembo Munaku to show what we are doing, what are our plans in this direction. Munaku, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator of the session. Sometimes it's very difficult to present during lunchtime, but I will try my level best to do the presentation. If you can put the presentation. If moderator, you can allow me, after this session, after my presentation, probably I could have an assessment to ascertain whether the people have listened to my presentation or not. If you allow that, I'll do a Q&A if you allow that.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I'm just waiting for the presentation. While I'm waiting for the presentation, Tanzania, we have started this particular journey. We want to utilize space, basically to make sure that at least there is advantages in the economic sector. We want to create jobs. We have been talking about innovation and the theme of the conference. We want to see how AI basically can be used basically in space. So we have created a program, a 5-year program. It is called Space 30, Space 2030. It's a 5-year program. Basically, we want to implement some of the components to make sure that at least as the country, basically we get the benefit, to utilize basically the space. My name is Mulembo Munaku. I'm the Director of Communication from the Ministry of Information, Communication and Information Technology. This particular program basically had a theme. This theme is known as From Mount Kilimanjaro, the Peak of Africa to Space. from Mount Kilimanjaro, the peak of Africa to space. So I want to test whether you are listening me. From Mount Kilimanjaro, the peak of Africa to space. So this program, this is the name of the program. So at the end, I'll ask again this question. So make sure that you remember that from Mount Kilimanjaro, the peak of Africa to space. This particular program had a different, 5 different objectives. The first one, we want to make sure that at least we check the legal and the regulatory frameworks. That is the first component. The other one, we want to make sure that at least the capacity, will be necessary capacity. Yes, this is the presentation. Thank you. As you can see from the slide, the theme is from Mount Kilimanjaro, the peak of Africa, to space, because currently we are at Mount Kilimanjaro. We've got internet at that particular point, so we want to move our program from that up to the sky. Next slide, please. Now, based on the time, this is a comprehensive program, but based on time, I'll touch only 2 aspects, the objectives and the targets, only this. But if anyone wants more details, then we can discuss otherwise. The objectives, basically, one is to establish the governance frameworks. Secondly, is to ensure that we build necessary capacity. Third, to promote local industry utilization of our space. The other one is to promote ICT research, innovation, and investment in this particular area. The other one is to strengthen cooperation and collaboration. And I'll build on from the previous presentations, because I've already seen that there are good opportunities whereby we can collaborate with from the previous 2 presentations. And lastly, to build robust infrastructure. This is the main program of the Space 2030. Next slide, please. Now, there are potentials. Why this program? Because there are potential uses of space applications and technologies in the communication and broadcasting sector, in land management, to enhance agriculture and food security, to improve disaster management, in education. There are many more. I won't go into details on this. And also the previous presenter have stated how satellite basically can be used in various sectors of economy. In our country, there are some institutions currently are using some space technology in this particular field. In broadcasting, we understand in forest management, in weather. I want to go into details on that because of the interest of time. Now, next slide, please. Now, our program now. For the first goal, we want to establish legal and regulatory frameworks. Now, these are our targets. By 2025, we want to make sure that we have improved our legal systems. It means that we need to have, the Space Policy and the Space Act. Also, we need to have several guidelines guiding management, national space management guidelines. We need to establish the space agency by 2026. This is our target. And furthermore, we need to make sure that we ratify necessary international protocols. There are several international protocols that we need to ratify. There are ones that governing registration of objects, the peaceful use of space, rescue. There are several, like 5 protocols that we need to ratify. If you can see this, this is the foundation part, and the target by 2026, we complete the foundation part. Next slide, please. The second one, we want to enhance capacity building and awareness. And for this, we have got several targets, as you can see. One, we want to sensitize academic institutions, to develop necessary space curriculums. By this, we have started to engage some local universities, and I'm glad that some of the universities, or research institutions, they've started, and some are in the approval stages, basically before they start the delivery of some of the programs. But we want also to enhance space research and innovation. Innovation is key. We've been talking about innovation through other sessions, so we want the same basically in space. Further, we want to increase awareness of utilization of space technologies. And further, we want to increase space technical personnel. Personnel is key. we want to make sure that at least we have adequate technical personnel in various basically fields so as to be able to utilize. So the capacity can be done, from local industry, but because this is a new technology, we want basically to make sure that at least we utilize foreign universities and research for our people basically to have this capacity. Next slide, please. The third one, we want to enhance space technology utilization. And from the previous presentation, you've seen the opportunities. Basically, we can leverage to make sure that at least we utilize the space technologies. Our objective to make sure that to enhance development and utilization, basically in productive sectors, as well to enhance the development and utilization of space-related technologies in service sectors. But as well, we want to ensure that we enhance the use of space in public and private sector decision making. So by this, basically, we call upon having various applications in various sectors, basically, of the economy. So this pillar basically focuses on how best we can utilize space-related technology, space-available data, basically for all sectors, basically of the economy. So this is the goal number 3 of the Space 30 program. Next slide, please. Number 4, we want to enhance space resources and infrastructure. In this, we want to make sure that at least we enhance management of space resources available. And by this, if you remember, one of the resources that we have is an orbital resource. Basically, we secure orbital resource basically last year in orbit 16 degrees west. So these are one of the resources, and in the other resources, we want to enhance management and utilization of these resources. But we want basically to improve the infrastructure part. And by this, we want, as the country, basically to have several satellites. For various applications. They could be for observation, or they could be in communication. It might depend, but we want to have basically to launch Tanzania basically some of the satellites. In this. Next slide, please. The other one, we want to enhance cooperation and collaboration, and by this our focus to make sure that first of all we enhance national cooperation. Means that cooperation within the country. Basically, various players exist within the countries, basically to enhance cooperation. For these players are from the academic, basically from the industry, and from the private sector, from the government. So we want to enhance this kind of collaboration. As well, we want to make sure that we establish the framework for academic and research collaboration. But this is very key. We want to make sure that at least our research and the training institutions, they collaborate in this particular area. And for this, we have already started. We've already formed basically a committee, basically for academic institutions, basically to share experience and to share their journey. And by this, we've already started to implement some of the programs. For instance, the DIT, Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology, we are recently I've got a project through UNOSA, basically for a CubeSat project that will be implemented for 2 years. So we're expecting DIT basically will be able to launch basically a satellite within the next 2 years. This project has started, and as well we are sensitizing other academic institutions basically to reach out to the ministry. Because we have started the program basically to find the counterpart universities abroad, whereby they can partner with our local institutions. Some of the universities, for instance, we have shared partnership with India. So some of them with China. So academic institution, please, you are invited basically to come to the ministry basically to forge this kind of collaboration. There are many more in this particular area, but based on interest of time for regional and international cooperation, yes, we want to enhance our cooperation in this area. And I'm glad this is the perfect panel, because I'm sure that after this particular presentation, there is a collaboration with EU, they're just here from the presentation. We are going to force some sort of collaboration. And this will be implementing our 5-year roadmap. And the final slide, please, because it's lunch. Yes, there is a good proverb. You have heard it from the previous presentation, that if you want to walk fast, like a giraffe, basically you can just stay alone. Reason behind, you don't speak with anyone, you're just alone, you just concentrate. So you will go fast. But if you want to go far, you should be in a group. You will go slowly, but strategically, and slowly for the reason that you'll be making stories, so the pace won't be that good. But surely you will reach far. From Mount Kilimanjaro
to space.
I told you that at the end there will be a question and you have examined what. From Mount Kilimanjaro, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Munaku, for that a very good presentation, which has laid down our plan of action of what we want to do in the next 5 years. We have heard everything. We have heard from perspective of Finnish Meteorological Institute, who are consumers of this technology, and they also have acquired a lot of expertise in that area. We heard about a different way on how we can work together with European Union, and also you have heard about Munaku, the plan we have and things that we can do together. So to start our panel discussion, I would like to start with the framework of digital transformation so that our country utilize space for economic development. Normally the framework looks at 5 pillars. One is digital skills that will enable people to understand everything and take advantage about that. Then there's digital security, how to secure now those systems that they're utilizing or data, how to make sure that those data, they work properly. And then the whole thing, there's a pillar that has to do with digital satellite services now. Different services that you need to have, and then how we can galvanize the digital economy, which is pillar number 4, and the pillar number 5 is about the research, innovation, and entrepreneurship. I've seen in Europe there are a lot of startup companies in the new space area. Now, how can we have such a big number of startups in our country that are utilizing the data that are available from Copernicus? I'll start with Thomas.
Thank you very much, Chair. It's a process, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't think that it's a realistic ambition to start a space program in this year and expect a large ecosystem of startups next year in space. In Europe, it has taken decades as well. I think it's a valid ambition to support the establishment of such startups. And as I said, I think where we agree is on the importance of the private sector. I think it's important to get clarity on what your, let's say, your final objectives are. Why do you need this agency or an ecosystem of startups? Is it because you want to pursue objectives in a space program that otherwise you cannot pursue? Mm-hmm. Is it because you want to do job creation in that particular field? Is it that you want to catalyze collaboration between, you know, science, research, academia, and the private sector? I think it's important to get clarity about those objectives. And I'm looking forward to having those discussions with Dr. Monaco and others. In Europe as well, the European Union is a union of 27 member states. They don't all have their own space agencies.
That's very correct.
Right? The question is, do they need to? Possibly not. Because as you heard from the presentations, we're quite well represented in what we want to do as Europe in terms of space. The European Space Agency also, not every EU member state is actually a member of the European Space Agency. And I just checked while Dr. Monaco was presenting. In Africa, I think so far there's 13 national space agencies. Do we need one for every country? Do we need 55? Does Malawi need to have one if Tanzania has one? Yeah, it might be a bit of a polemic question, but my point is, I think it's important to get clarity about the objectives that you want to achieve, rather than sort of individual outputs on the way. What is it made for? And then you have to see what modality, what vehicle, what tool you need to get there.
Thank you. There's one time I did a specific research in a Nordic new space area. And to complement what you say, we found that in Finland, they don't have an institution dedicated for that. But in Norway, they have an institution which is pretty old. It started some years ago. But when it comes to innovation space, where there are more startups, around Aalto University, there are a lot of startups that they are dealing with space. So you are right. It's about the objective. It's about seeing what works in a certain area. But certainly from the vantage point of ICT Commission, we want to see more startups that are utilizing data to provide services in different areas. So Asen, what can you say about that?
Yeah, you're right. In Finland, we don't have a space agency, but we do have equivalent activities on which is the covering. So it's not like, as Thomas said, that it's not necessary as a kind of this name and organization you establish. But I think it's important that you have the organization who covering those activities. I think that's very important. For instance, in Finland, there are many, it's a small country, but also Estonia is a small country. They do have a space agency. So in Finland, FMI, Finnish Meteorological Institute, we do have a national space data center, which is quite much typical activities that the space agency is doing. So we are also part of the European Space Agency as a member, Finland, and we do have a collaborative ground segment of this Copernicus program established in. So we do have the system where we actually can orchestrate the activities, such as the new space business economy. So, for instance, we do have this is the one side we have as the infrastructure where we can able to access the data. I mean, there are lots of access points in Europe which you can do it, but you can also do it in a national way where we can access the data, resources, services, where we can host the services. And then in other governmental organizations, for instance, we do have research programs or the incubator programs where there's like Business Finland, where actually the driving this or innovating this new space-based economy driving, such as organizing, giving the funding for the private or new startups, or organizing or giving the research funding for developing certain services and so on. So I think it's what are the objectives that you want to set it up. So in terms, maybe in terms of having this Tanzanian Space Agency, in terms of the level of organizing things, it could be easier or better among the other international collaboration partners, or otherwise anyway you need to set up certain type of the infrastructure and coordination so that they are all working together in a way. I think that was what I would say. But congratulations! I think I'm very happy to see that you are now in position. And another thing that maybe I come to this question that I think you don't need to start from the scratch, because when this European program or these also other programs like JAXA or NASA, so they have already established very long history. So I don't think that you need to go to. I mean, we say that there are books are read, so you just our books are written. So you just read those books and then just added value of those. So you don't need to go same path that all this Copernicus program or European Union program has been gone through. I'm involved actively in the Copernicus program 2014, and now we are 10 years. So actually this 10 years effort to make this user uptake, all these service developed, I mean, the 6 services, and all these capacities, expert skills are built, and material has been prepared, is not in one day. But I think that's why we are here, that's why European Union is here, so that you don't need to build all this, the material or services. You can maybe just customize, take to this free and open service, customize local, then you will be faster building this, the economy.
Thank you very much. Naku, I was following up your presentation, and it did show clearly the path, which steps, concrete steps that you have put until 2030. And you gave example of DIT, and you did show that exactly in how many years they will start to show results. So what about involving other academic institutions like University of Dar es Salaam or University of Dodoma in the program, and the program of onboarding startups also to start to work in that space?
Yeah, thank you very much for that particular question. It is true that basically we want to enhance collaboration, basically for research and academic institutions. The reason to this, we want to create a culture whereby academic institutions they can cooperate, they can exchange ideas, they can leapfrog. Basically, they can take advantage from one program to the other. This is the basic idea. So we have involved all the universities, and specifically we have created, we want to create several subcommittees. One committee specifically for research and academic institution. The other one will be on the users. It means that for the sectors and the industry, we have not established that. But for the academic one, we've already established that. And most of the universities basically are participating in this. And I call upon all universities basically to reach out to the ministry so as we tell them how best to join basically this committee. The committee is very useful because they assist one another basically for the issue of space. And basically they learn from the mistakes that others have done. For instance, some of the fewer universities, they've started creating their academic programs. Some of them are in different stages. So through this collaboration, basically they can enhance one another. This is one of the objectives. But the second objective, we want basically to connect these institutions basically to external universities. So I call upon all researchers basically to reach out to the ministry, or you can just see me after this particular session, basically to make sure that at least we put forward basically to move forward in this particular area. Probably something I can add from the previous question that you asked, that is there the need of having a specific institution? I think the answer might be yes and no. But in our case, the biggest question to ask ourselves that are there specific activities or programs that need to be undertaken in space? Now, if the answer is yes, is there the need of having a lead institutions, to lead this particular, obviously it should be a lead institution. Yep. It could be the ministry, and it could be any particular institution. So the need of this particular institution, probably the answer might be yes. Now the third question might be, should it be a specific specialized institution, or it could be an existing institution? I think in our case, I've said that we want by 2026 to have this particular institution. Through this process, we'll ask ourselves that questions. Now, in my mind, I have only two questions. One, either we should have specific institution, or if you agree, to give this to ICT Commission. Oh. Basically, through this. Thank you.
You're so kind, Mr. Mnaku. Yeah, it's a yes or no thing. It depends on the context of the country and things like that. But there's this movement which is called sovereign access to space movement, where many countries now, they say, space is connected to national security, you can't outsource to someone. What do you say about that, Thomas?
It's, I agree. And I said my question was a bit polemic. The answer will be a yes or no, right? Mm-hmm. The sovereignty question is a very valid one. and it's one that we discuss a lot in the European Union as well. And it's not just about your assets in the orbit, it's about the entire value chain, it's about your entire hardware, how your data is protected, which is why in Europe, in the European Union, we talk a lot about trusted vendors. You know, what infrastructure does your data go through? How do you prevent access that is not in line with what you have in mind? So but I think we fully agree that is an important objective to have, and whatever you do in that sector, that must be a key consideration.
Thank you. Awesome.
Yeah, this is maybe it's not my cup of coffee to answer the security. I'm a scientist, but I think as you're all aware of this, I mean, I've been in many different regions, Asia, such as like Taiwan, Vietnam, and Philippines, and this is some of the region that they are dealing with their own security issues. And in Europe, as Thomas said, there are things happening. And I think, yeah, I wish there is not such a thing that we would need, because Copernicus program has been started, if Thomas agree on this, that's a fully public public demand for the public services. But of course, obviously, that there is this security issue, so every country should take care of it. But in that respect, of course, then you need somehow collaboration is key. So you cannot do things alone, because unless if you are able to launch a huge number of satellites up there. So I mean, security means you need to have a data. Mm-hmm. How you receive this data? I mean, if you are able to I don't think that my knowledge, there's one country that it has this all satellites where cover all this data they need. So I think more important that the building the skills, and of course the essential data that you might think that in case that you will be only the country to defend this the country itself. But yeah, so it's a critical question, strategic question to be answered. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. Munako, that's the last question to you. I want to gravitate on the area of collaboration. You've heard Thomas. He has thrown an olive branch to you that they're ready for collaboration. When will we see that happening?
Yeah, one of the best sessions in this particular TAIC, I think this is the session.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because after this particular meeting, yes, I think while we are heading to lunch, we'll go physically for a discussion in cooperation. And I think after finalization, if the academic also people are in this particular room, probably even see me after my discussion with you to discuss on that. I think this is a practical way to make things moving forward.
I totally agree with you. All academicians who are here, all representative of university, I think it's a great privilege to have someone like Thomas in here. We can have a meeting with him, build a partnership so that we'll see Tanzania to be a leader in space application. Thomas, you want to say something?
I know you were going to close the session, but let me just agree on that point.
Yeah.
That's the very value of this conference.
Exactly.
That we're here with experts like Aslan from Finland, from Estonia, from Italy, I myself from the European Commission headquarters. That's exactly the point, that we're here, we discuss, we see what can we do together, and quite fitting, we will, I think, go into lunch now so we can discuss informally over lunch and afterwards.
Thank you very much. With that tone, I think it's the time for lunch. You have heard my panelists. They are ready to talk. Because one thing that I know, to build a space industry, you need a relationship between government, private sector, academia. So Munako is here, is ready to collaborate with everyone. Thomas, Aslan, they're here. One of the achievements that we are going to assess in the next TAIC is to see how many collaborations have been made out of this conference. With that, I thank everyone, and I think it's a time for lunch. Thank you.
Yes, you can have a photo. It's a photo time. Thank you so much, Dr. Nkundwe Mwasaga and the panelists for the space application to boost Tanzania data-driven digital economy session. Obviously, it's time for lunch. But I would like to make some few announcements. Obviously, you can share your insight, highlights, and the key takeaways from morning session. Please make sure you scan the QR code shown on the screen, and please send your question, insights, and please don't forget to use hashtag TAIC 2024 and day 4. Obviously, let me say this in Swahili. Kwa wale ambao wanataka kutoa maoni yao, tuna mifumo miwili ambayo inachukua maoni na maswali. Tafadhali sana naomba muangalie kwenye screen. Hakikisheni mna scan, mnatuma maswali yenu na maswali yenu yote yatajibiwa. Kwa hiyo nawaomba sana wote ambao hamjaweza kuuliza maswali, endeleeni kutuma maswali yenu kwa kutumia mifumo yetu miwili, moja wa Summit na mwingine wa QR code inaoonyeshwa kwenye screen. So karibuni sana for chakula cha mchana. Lunch will be served for all delegates. Please use the marquees outside the venue, and for VIP and diplomats, please go upstairs at 3rd floor. And you see a Kilimanjaro hall where you get your lunch. Thank you so much. And we're going to use only 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Time now is 14:37. So please come back here by 15:17. Karibuni sana.
Okay. 3 majaribio. 621. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Naam. Majaribio. 26 marekebisho. Habari za jioni, waheshimiwa viongozi, ndugu wageni walikwa, mabibi na mabwana. Yeah. Okay. 62 marekebisho. 321 majaribio. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Naam. Naam. Habari za jioni kwa mara nyingine tena, waheshimiwa viongozi, ndugu wageni walikwa, mabibi na mabwana. Tukiwa bado tunaweka sawa mifumo ya sauti 6 majaribio, 32 marekebisho, 621 majaribio. Naam. Tunapenda kuwatangazia waheshimiwa viongozi, ndugu wageni walikwa, mabibi na mabwana, muda wote kuanzia sasa mgeni rasmi 3 majaribio atawasili katika eneo hili, na hivyo tutaomba wote kusimama kwa ajili ya wimbo wa taifa la Afrika Mashariki. 2 majaribio. 321. Yeah. Okay. Yes. 6 majaribio. Marekebisho 321. Naam. Yeah. Okay. Na level iko vizuri. 6 majaribio. 3 marekebisho. 2, 3 majaribio. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Okay. 1. Asante.
Naam. Habari za jioni, waheshimiwa viongozi, ndugu wageni walikwa, mabibi na mabwana. Tangazo kwa mwenzetu ambaye ana gari namba za usajili T116 DVQ, ni aina gari RAV4. Tunaombwa awasili kwenye gari yake, kuna tatizo kidogo.
We are about to start the next session, but before we do the next session, there is an MOU signing ceremony, which will take about 5 minutes. So Dr. Nkundwe and the rest of the signatories, please. So we'll do the signing ceremony first, and then we'll proceed with the... So for the one with the MOUs, please, can you bring them forward? Jamani, mwenye hiyo mikataba makubaliano, Jason, unaweza kumpigia simu alete. While we are waiting for the MOUs, can I ask Dr. Nkundwe maybe to explain a little bit what it is all about? Karibu.
Innocent, thank you very much for this opportunity. We are about to sign an MOU between our colleague, I'm aware, on the beginning of the journey to create Swahili large language model. We are going to create a foundational model which will help us or innovators in Tanzania to be able to create specialized models. So the foundational model is an infrastructure which will enable entrepreneurs to be able to create different kind of specialized model. And there are many specializations, as we all know. That is, you can create pretty much specialized model of everything: doctors, pharmacists, teachers of primary school, secretary, pretty much in all specialization. So this thing that we are doing, it's something that's very big. When you look at the landscape in Africa, we are among the few languages that are embarking on doing that. It's a very good collaboration because I'm aware they're coming with the know-how. If you can remember yesterday, what they explained is their Velvet system is an open source. Being an open source means accessible to all specialists in Tanzania who are keen to be able to create specialized large language model in Swahili in a different way. For Kiswahili, this is something very big because we are elevating Kiswahili to the areas where it wasn't used before. We know that AI is everything. We have been using many large language models written in English. Now Kiswahili will have all the opportunity of creating different kind of innovation. We know that innovations are limitless. Basically, our youth will be able to create pretty much many things that they want to do. Specialized mode in agriculture, in tourism, in fishery industry, basically in all sectors of our economy. And these are kind of a collaboration that we basically treasure for our country. That is, we elevate our relationship in a technological era. And this kind of relationship are very important for us. We as the ICT Commission's work is to be a catalyzer. We catalyze, we create an opportunity for innovators to be able to create such a kind of applications. So this is a journey. It's going to take some years, maybe 2 years or more. We are not going to work alone as the ICT Commission. ICT Commission is synergized. It works with other people. We are the one that we are creating a very conducive environment to work with startups. So what we are signing today will create an opportunity for startups to work together with us to be able to make Kiswahili truly a continental language as it's supposed to be. I can see that the MOUs, they are already here. Maybe I can call Franco to say something with regard to that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mankunde. I think this is a great opportunity for us to further collaborate with Tanzania as a country, with the institutions of Tanzania, as we already started. As I said, it's more than 2 years that we are collaborating with the local institutions. This is an opportunity also to create a foundation, as you correctly said, to foster then pursue other opportunities for different sectors. So we are very excited for this signature of this MOU, and now after the signature, the journey will start. We will do an action plan, and we will act accordingly with this plan. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Franco, especially for that point that we are going to have an action plan, and that action plan will involve many institutions that will be interested to be part of this project. So this project is inclusive. We expect our startups to be part of it, and then we'll grow together. Like the way I've said before, the area of specialized model is the applications are limitless. You can create pretty much many kind of applications that will enable you to get markets not only in Tanzania, but to the continent and globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Nkundu. Now, may I ask the Salakana to come in front and they give them each a contract to sign. And after signing, you'll exchange. Unaweza kuwapisha. After the first round of signature, you exchange the document while seated, and I will ask you when to stand up and exchange the signed documents. The photographers get ready for the action of exchanging of documents while they're standing. Okay. If ready, can you, pardon. I think it's all done. If you may stand up and move a little bit forward. Yes, now you can exchange the document with a smiling face, a smile of expectation. Jason, cheka kidogo. Okay, that's done. Thank you very much. Another round of applause for them, please. Okay, now let's begin our afternoon session with a session that we left behind when we were going for lunch. I hope Dr. George Mulamula is in our presence. You had unfinished business before lunch. You've got an hour, but I'm privileged to give you 40 minutes. You can add 5 minutes so we can have the session as quickly as possible. We have 4 more before we proceed and call it a day. Karibu sana, Dr. Mulamula, for moderating the session. Please.
Thank you, MC. As you say, my other brother from another mother. Today, this session is going to discuss the issues of digital twins and smart cities. Kwanza sijasema, good afternoon, everybody. Okay, good. You're alive. Okay. Can I have Valerie up here, please? Can I have Alexi up here? And can I have Nelly, please, up here? Is Nelly here? You are Nelly. Fantastic. So now, I think you should sit here. Alexi, sit on that side. I need to feel like a king between two queens. And then you can sit over there. Thomas, are you here? Is Thomas here? I wanted to tell him that we are now gender balanced here. You know, he said the previous session was not gender balanced. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think the only Alexi, so the only person we haven't heard from is you. So please introduce yourself, where you're from, and just for 1 minute.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Nelly Babere, and I work with the University, and at the moment I'm a senior lecturer there, and I'm working around the area of urban planning and management, gender and inclusion. And today in this panel, I'm going to contribute a little bit about how universities have contributed into generating data which helps us to move into smart cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because we've been given a little time, we'll go straight into the presentations. I think all of you know Valerie, and all of you know Alexi. So who wants to go first? Alexi? No problem, I can start. Okay, fine. Please do then.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I hope you had a great lunch. So everybody has a great energy to discuss regarding digital twin initiatives in the smart city agenda. My name is Aleksi Kopponen, and I'm the Director of Digital Transformation in the city of Tampere from Finland, one of the fastest growing cities in our country. And we are basically building our next generation of not just our public governance, but also how our city functions as a society. So basically, I have few ideas on top of that, and then we can continue. So I try to be short in that way. So please, if you can continue with the slides. So first of all, we have been seen and heard a lot of introductions and discussions regarding of how we can adapt AI and technology and how we can maintain interoperability in our public governance. Now, the next phase we are trying to achieve within our city, we call it a metaverse. So basically, metaverse for us is sort of an ambition vision that encompasses also the idea of the digital twin, which basically supports us to convert everything that we experience, that we see, what basically supports our decision-making in our normal lives, and how our public sector services are also encountered in that sense. So I'm not talking about just public governance services. Those are very paramount, very important ones, but basically how we see our societies at a city level as a whole. Please go forward. So the metaverse basically holds lots of buzzwords from our existing governance point of view. So now in this slide you can see like numerous of terms that we have already gone through in this conference. But from the governance perspective, these aren't something that instead of the interoperability. Those are like very new terms that we try to adapt, try to understand what they are actually doing for our societies. So we as a city has to evolve and adapt to the future that is already being doing everywhere in the world. We have been talking about interoperability, but I will drill down into the digital twins more deeply. So basically how we interconnect not just the physical reality, but also to understand how it behaves into virtual reality and how these data are interconnected between each other. Next slide, please. So what digital twin in general is. So basically, digital twin is less or more a counterpart of a physical real object or maybe service or process. So it basically doesn't mean that we have to have just a concrete building to build a digital twin basically in a data mode or virtual mode. It might be any kind of digitalized or virtualized idea of something that we are experiencing in the physical space. So here in this image you can see digital model, digital shadow and digital twin. So these are basically different maturity levels from the idea of how the physical counterpart and the virtual counterpart are interacting between each other. For example, if we build like a city model in a virtual space, it is just a digital model, so it doesn't have any kind of interaction between the real physical world. Digital shadow is something that actually tries to mimic the real physical world, so there is already some sort of an interaction between the physical state. But the real digital twin is about how the digital model interacts with the physical one, whatever that is, but basically there has to be mutual dialogue and data exchange. The next one. But the digital twin in general isn't like a new idea. It's a concept that has been utilized in the manufacturing technology, for example, for a few decades. So to increase like efficiency of the processes, making sure that by simulation we understand how the processes are functioning. So that is very normal. But in the city context, it's something that is still being like observed or try to understand what that actually means. So now I'm not talking about, when I'm talking about digital twins, I'm not just talking about the built environment, I'm talking also about the digital space that we are encountering every day, every month, and also the social counterpart and how we as a persons are behaving as a digital twins in the future. Please, next one. So in this slide you can see some examples what we have been doing in our city. So it's about how we plan and try to understand, not just understand how our city behaves right now, but also how we can design our city at very different levels, also in the built environment, but also from the processes point of view, as well as the people point of view. So for example, of course, the various virtual models visualize future situations. It's very normal to utilize virtual models. That shouldn't be digital twin. It's like a digital model of what can be done. The center of Tampere is basically an idea of how we make sure that we have like better way to communicate of how our city centrum will be evolving. We can also utilize this approach to create 3D game experiences. For example, some historical events. The drone city of Hervanta basically was a project that we utilized and adapted the digital twin approach to understand the era of drones where unmanned aerial vehicles are going around our city, and that isn't too far away. Last week I was in one of those physically in South Korea, so in the next decade or two we are seeing like lots of more like these kind of vehicles, and we have to design our city functions of how our city actually behaves in that kind of situation. And also Stardust project basically is an autonomous project with the autonomous drivings and real-time public transport, which basically are autonomous buses going within the city area. And it supports us to design more deeply, for example, the areas those buses are moving. The next one. Yeah, you can click through. I believe it's just animation about those. Thank you. And also, here is very interesting, another example when it comes to real digital, not digital twins, but it's a digital shadow moreover. Here's me, like 1 month ago. I was basically driving the harvester. It's like a Ponsse, it's one of the finest harvesters in the world, built in Finland. And the whole package is about the organic logging and climate-resistant forest management, which this makes possible to practice. So basically, what do we mean by organic logging? Is aiming to develop and implement methods for organic precision logging, where tree selection and forest treatment are guided by nature's unique features at a micro pattern level. And this basically requires detailed information on tree stands, soil and vegetation, along with integrated methods to assess forest use goals. So basically we have a digital shadow out of our whole forest. It's a real trees. We know exactly which trees are where, how long they are, how tall they are, which trees we should be harvesting in a very sustainable way. And that's a very challenging operation. And also we adapt AI here by designing the routes of where the harvester actually can go. So this is something that we are doing as we speak, and this is from our from school area in Tampere. Next one. And also the idea of understanding, for example, job matching is the other place to put the digital twin approach. Here we applied a Finnish company called Hedai, basically making the software component for us, predictive text analytics based on language model. Basically, we optimize the job requirements with the labor market people and making sure that there is like enough persons for each requirement to make sure that our job labor market functions as good as possible. The next one. And it also will go to the idea of how we as citizens functions, not just in the physical life, but also in the virtual life as well. As we have been discussing today with our previous presentations and panels about how we are actually controlling and managing the data around us that actually characterizes our situation. I'm not talking about regular public governance registers that mainly doesn't give you any information about how am I doing. For example, if I go to Finland, public officials to ask that how am I doing, they don't have that data. That data is actually in Garmin wrist, that data is in the Google and Apple and any private organizations. So actually from public governance point of view, we are lagging behind by understanding people's real situations. And that's why the idea behind the citizen digital twin approach is so paramount, as you are pushing in Tanzania also your interoperability forward to make sure that the data is actually controlled by the people themselves. Yeah, next one. And just press one time and I will leave you with this image. So, as we have heard about how you are actually gathering the data, we had yesterday dinner a discussion with the Secretary General about how you are actually managing and making the real actions of understanding your real people's real situations. Helps you to make sure that as you are entering to the age of AI, you are actually also entering to the age where you are converging your realities together, not just physical life, but also with the digital one. So that was my key points here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexei. And after that, Valerie, please, you're welcome.
While waiting for the presentation, I say you hello, good afternoon. I'm experiencing the same as yesterday. I was after lunch, so I'll try to keep you alive. No, it's not the right one, actually. This is for afterward, towards the end of the day. Should find the one called Vera. And in fact, I'm Valeria Bandini. If you were there, I was already introduced, but I mean, just to say I'm Italian, from Bologna, and I'm responsible for European and international activities of ARTER, that is the Development and Innovation Agency of Emilia-Romagna. And in fact, I'm going to share with you the experience we are having as a region in developing a digital twin on air quality in Emilia-Romagna. And this is the right presentation. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. Emilia-Romagna is a region in Italy. You can see it in red. It's a small region. Well, in Italy it's not small, but I mean, it's a small territory, and we have a deep and relevant quality issue. In fact, because of the geography of the area, it's a valley, the River Po Valley, because of the fact that we are at the crossroad between north and south, we have a lot of traffic, and trucks, traffic in particular. That's an area very dense in terms of industries. So we have a very big issue of air pollution. So you may first, let's say, point out that the Vera digital twin is based on the will to solve a real and critical aspect. In fact, we are paying fines to the European Union because we are beyond the limits that have been set in terms of air pollution. And air pollution has to do with health of people. So, I mean, this tool is going to help also towards that direction, lowering the pollution of the area. Next slide, please. Yeah, I said already that the Vera digital twin is willing to tackle the quality air issue, and it is a way to measure, evaluate, and in the perspective predict what's going to happen, especially based on the policy measures that the regional authority takes in order to, in fact, tackle this issue. The goal of the tool is to support, in fact, regional policies on air quality, but it goes beyond, let's say, the specific objective. It is a strategic tool that is part of the bigger strategy that we have in our region, matching also the ambition to make the best use of digital technologies for solving citizens' problems and territorial problems. Next slide, please. It's a users-driven project. Why? Because, in fact, it answers the need of the regional government, as I said already, in terms of supporting the policies and the programs that the regional government is in charge of, but it serves also other agencies and other actors, as well as research organizations, including universities that are involved in the project, in the initiative, as well as citizens, of course, in order to offer citizens information in the form of tools and products that they may use to know what the situation is in the area. And I mean, as any digital twin, also Vera wants to be a replica somehow of the Emilia-Romagna territory, and is already showing and representing the atmospheric system, but also it will be used to predict the situation and to predict the impact of policies on decarbonization, climate change, air quality, of course, but also transport and mobility. And The idea is to analyze the different options and the different impacts that different solutions or different actions may have. Next slide, please. First and foremost, it is a data integration exercise. You can see there the number of and different kind of data that are integrated in the model. We heard about Copernicus, for sure, of course, we integrate also Copernicus data, as well as weather data, traffic flows. We look at the forest coverage, and the first effort was, in fact, to reconcile somehow the different data that were needed to have a reliable and efficient system. Next slide, please. There you can see some representation, let's say, of what Vera can provide. I don't want to go into detail, but you can see on one side the quality monitoring network that gives back the situation in the different areas of the region as for air pollution, as well as the traffic flow monitoring system that takes into account also of traffic limits or specific conditions that may be in the different areas in a certain time. Next, please. Vera, as almost any initiative in my region, is the result of a collaboration between different actors. Some of them you have seen them already yesterday, apart from Arter, that is my agency. We have Lepida, that is the in-house company dedicated to digital infrastructure, to be short, and Cineca, that is the National Consortium for Supercomputing. In essence, ARPAE is the regional agency for the protection of territory, environment, and energy. And being a regional initiative, it is already connected to what other municipalities, in particular Bologna and Parma municipalities, are carrying out in developing their own digital twin, not only on air quality, but on also other aspects of the city management. Next. Yeah, we are in the process. Colleagues back home are working and are working on 3 experimental use cases that you can see listed on air quality, traffic, and forestation. We expect to have a beta version of 2 use cases, and by the end of 2026, we will have the final product. I mean, it's not something that happens today for tomorrow. It's a process. It's a process that requires experimentation, as I was saying, also collaboration with the research organizations, and let's say the integration of different aspects that can be incorporated into the model. Before ending my presentation, next please, I would like also, next, I don't want to go into details, just pictures and let's say visualization of what Vera is doing and can do. There's one slide, this one. I would like to mention the fact that we have carried out a mapping of the digital twins projects in the region. Why? Because we understood that there are the public authorities carrying out this kind of exercises, but there are also private companies or, as I was saying, municipalities, and we thought it was interesting to analyze what is going on in the region in order to be aware, in order to know what's happening, what are the critical aspects that each organization or each project is facing, and let's say with the objective also to create connections among the different experiences in order to allow the different project owners, let's say, to know about the experience of others. So if you can go ahead one slide, or maybe 2. Yeah, this is the project mapping, and we collected information on some 60 cases. Next slide. Covering different areas and different territories. I mean, covering the whole region or portion of the region. Next one. And what's interesting from my point of view is that, I mean, still they are not all connected, from the extra small, maybe at the company level or at the building level, and the extra large at the regional scale. But it will be interesting. I mean, there's the intention to make connections as well in order to strengthen and create a big picture that is a kind of collective endeavor. And that's it from my side, I would say. Can you go ahead just to say thank you? There are examples in case somebody is interested in having further information. So thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Big hand for her. Next is Nelly with your presentation. Karibu.
As I'm waiting for the presentation to be displayed, so basically I'm here on behalf of an initiative called Resilience Academy. That initiative constitutes a partnership between the universities in Tanzania as well as Finland, of which we've been working together to create data, specifically spatial data, that can help the decision makers to make the right decisions regarding the physical space that we all use every day. So today I'm going to talk about Resilience Academy methodologies for shaping the future of smart cities. Next, please. So basically, we're talking about the continent which is urbanizing more rapidly. And by 2020, if we are all aware of the data that we have, almost 42% of the population in Africa was living in urban areas. And by 2035, we're expecting half of the population to live in urban areas. And these tell us about the issues that encompasses the social, the economic, and environmental arenas that we all face in everyday basis. So basically, having an initiative as a Resilience Academy was to kind of come up with ideas, innovative ideas on how are we going to solve the problems that all this population is going to face currently and in the future. Next. In a glimpse of the population that we face as places, we talk about poor infrastructure, rapid urban sprawl, increased flood risk, and much, much more, of which we are, for residents of Dar es Salaam City, are very good witness of the problems that we usually face during the rain season, that we flash flood, that we can't move from one place to another. And these are just few issues that our urban areas are facing. So as part of Resilience Academy, the idea was to how can we develop skills, change the attitude, and increase knowledge to the population to be able to use the digital data that we were to create within the initiative and be able to solve the problems that we are facing, particularly problems in relation to spatial environment. Next. Next. So as part of the methodology, the Resilience Academy has 4 main pillars in which we've been able to digitalize the geospatial data, particularly for Dar es Salaam. And if you didn't know, Dar es Salaam is one of the cities in Africa that has mostly been digitalized in terms of spatial data if you compare it to other cities. And that's the initiative under the Resilience Academy, because as a methodology, we co-created the geospatial data that end up creating a lot of database that can be used in decision making. The other pillar that we have is with regard to online learning resources. In such a way, we have developed a lot of online learning resources that can help individuals who are interested on how to generate digital data. And these online learnings particularly used within the universities, but also within the ministry and the local government as a whole. Because, for instance, if we take ourselves back into 2018, by then, if you are a spatial planner like me, it was very difficult to generate a map that could help somebody to make decisions, because from the university, for instance, you're supposed to drive all the way through to the survey mapping division to go and purchase a hard copy map that will go back to the university and start creating the maps. But as part of the initiative, what we've done, we have managed to map almost all the layers that we have, the physical layers that we have within the city. So it's easier to even generate the spatial information which people can use to make decisions. So as part of continuation of the initiative itself, the resources that have been developed are readily available, and all of you are welcome to utilize the resources in order to have more informed data before making decisions. Another pillar within the Resilience Academy is basically co-creation, because it's not easy to generate layers and layers of data, particularly spatial data. But because of the massive human resource that we have as a country and as a continent as a whole, because if you compare the population which I talked about in the first slide, the majority of these people are young people. So we took advantage of having so many young people in our universities and trained them and worked together with them to co-create all this data that we are now proud of as an initiative. Above all, as part of the ecosystem, we have really contributed in terms of the data that researchers can use to generate inferences that are useful into drawing better conclusion and better policies that we need to drive our economies. So basically, we have risk data database that we have climate risk database that is openly accessible to anyone who is interested to use the data for research purposes. Next. As I've already said, empowering the youth has been our motive, because we want the people who are currently making decisions and the future decision makers to be well equipped of these digital technologies so that they can contribute better into better decisions that we need to move forward from this point to the next point. So basically, the data that we have generated, the geospatial data that we have generated, has been in a partnership with the students, and the simple mobile technology has really contributed into developing this data that we are currently proud of. Next. And to show that the youths are ready to take over the decision making, normally when we advertise the position to come to participate in different challenges, we have had a lot of applicants, and that is giving us the indication that our youths are ready to take the digital solutions ahead, and they are ready to use the data that are being generated, and they are ready to kind of improve their skills and knowledge in order to move forward and compete with other economies which are ahead of us. Thank you. Next. And the e-learning modules, as I've said earlier, they are readily available, and at the end, I'll show some websites that you can all access freely, because the motion of our Resilience Academy was to create open source data so that people can have equal chance in making the right decisions. Next. And next. So basically, as a Resilience Academy initiative, we are proud to say that we have been able to train the youths, and they are very much equipped. And basically, I've seen some of the youths that we have trained in this audience, fully of skills and knowledge that help them to work with the digital data, as well as we have trained community members. If you go across the neighborhoods, in the informal settlements, in the formal settlements, when you talk about the spatial data, the community are very much aware. So it's like we are thinking about the community which is more aware of these debates that we are having today. It's not something that is new to them. And so if we upscale what we are discussing here today and move forward into the community, we should be sure that we are going to make progress in terms of physical, social, and environmental development. So if you go through our database, you'll be able to see over 1,713 amenities which have been mapped, and more than 150 kilometers of roads, and different names of the roads that are available. There are over 38,000 buildings, and I think this is one of the initiative that has really contributed into what we call today the postcode thing. That is, our initiative contributed a lot because we created the building layers that the ministry is using to kind of help in the decision making. And we have also mapped over 6,200 businesses, of which is also useful to TRA. So they are using the data that we've already generated to assist them into collecting more revenue as we need as a country. And the last feature that we have really worked on is the tourist features, which if you move around cities, the city of Dar es Salaam, you'll be able to see how much we have digitalized, and these data are readily available. And this is not only in Tanzania mainland, but also in Zanzibar, because this initiative has, Zanzibar State University has been part of the initiative all along. Next. The other thing is the discussion that came up in the morning, like, how do you know the data that you're using? How do you become sure about the data that has been generated? As part of the initiative, we've developed community-led data creative processes, and we have the links that can help you to kind of make decisions. Realize that these data are real data and reliable and valid, and can be used into the decision that you are supposed to make. So we have a number of we have a number of resources that are available, and they could be shared if somebody is interested. Next.
1 minute. Yes,
and that's my last slide, and it's about the power of partnership in urban resilience, that without partners, it's impossible. I think the last session before we went for lunch, it was more of blowing the power of partnership in all these doing that we are trying to discuss here today. So if it wasn't the partnership that we had with the Ministry of Land, the universities from Finland, and the consortium of universities within our country, then probably this initiative was not going to be possible. But if we keep partnering with each other, we are sure that the data that we generate can help us to achieve the idea of having smart cities that we are all craving for. Thank you very much for listening. If you are interested with the activities that Resilience Academy are doing, we have links that can lead you to access the data that have already been generated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. A hand of applause for Nelly. Thank you. Before we go into our discussion, I think that it'd be nice to summarize in case the audience will want to ask questions. Alexi, you talked about the evolution of the smart city in Tampere as a use case. And one of the tools that you used was the metaverse and the augmented reality. You defined what the digital twin is, and then you also, in the use of the AR, you talked about the forestry that you are managing over there. Valerie, you talked about Vera being a twin that mirrors air quality in your region. This is Emilia Romagna. Romagna, okay, this, not Ga, okay, we have, the G is hard for us, so Romagna, okay. Okay, air quality, the use of DT for air quality and future predictions. And then also you have a geo-library with different data sets that you utilize. And Vera is a collaborative effort. Nelly, you talked about the Resilience Academy, which I think was started by the World Bank. And the issues that go with that, the challenges that you're looking at were poor infrastructure, the growth of the urban sprawl. So the RA was brought in to mitigate these challenges and using the data. And RA digitalized Dar es Salaam. I think they also started on Mwanza also. And then you created a special map, and now it is open resources for everybody to utilize. So in summary, that's what you talked about. But still, there is this issue of what is a digital twin for the common person to understand. And my definition of that would be, assuming you're standing in the sun and you create a shadow of yourself, and that shadow now is made to stand up and be digitalized. Will that be a simple analogy of a digital twin? Well, I want to bring it down to layman's language.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this works. Maybe now. Wait a second. I will put it on. That's good. No? Okay. Well, yeah. I also do my PhD regarding cities and digital twins, and I've been trying to figure out the exact definitions for the digital twins, and there aren't like agreed definitions for that. For example, as we were discussing about the digital twins, but still from scientific or definition perspective, we were presenting digital shadow. For example, the air quality wasn't like basically digital twin per se, it was digital shadow. And that's okay. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be. You cannot control air quality by the visualization. But the real digital twin might be, for example, autonomous driving, where the model itself has a collaboration or interoperability between the physical car. And when the car does something, we get more information for the model. So basically, any kind of way you can characterize that idea that you have some sort of an digital model of anything in your life that has some sort of an interaction with the real life. That might be, and that can be said in any kind of way, but there is no single definition, at least yet in the world.
So let's take it up a notch up higher then. In the case, our topic today is digital twins and smart cities. A digital twin, to create it, you need three things. You'll need the hardware component, the physical. You need the management, what we call the middleware component in the middle. And then at the high end, you have a software component, which is the algorithm that runs it so that you can have it in the digital space. That's the digital twin side of it. If you're looking towards, let's say, what is happening in Emilia-Romagna, for example, the city. But then, how does it help? In your case, it was air quality. But then for us here, we are looking at utilizing it in urban planning, traffic management, environmental monitoring, public health, and also to be citizen-centric. also. So how can you manage that, and what's the data governance that goes to manage that? Valeria, what do you think?
Well, I'm not sure I'm able to answer your question, but what I can say is that, right, yes, Vera is specifically on air quality. Mm-hmm. And it's a tool for the governmental sector to know first and to somehow predict with this dynamic to, let's say, have a feedback from reality, updating data, etc., and to predict specifically what's going to happen, taking certain measures. For example, if I close to the traffic the center of Bologna, what's going to be the impact based on what has happened? Then I close it, the air quality improves. So I feed back the data. So it's a way somehow to govern the city. Or if I have a small video of the experience of Parma. Maybe later at the end of the panel we can show it to the audience. In their case, the digital twin incorporate a number of elements, and for them. It is a tool that integrates the different sectors, going from green areas management to traffic management to, let's say, other aspects, let's say, of planning areas or new areas, etc. So it's really a tool for planning the development of the city.
Right. So Nelly, after hearing all this, you've got all this special data that is there that can be used. Beyond research and beyond visualization challenges, what do you think, how should we use that data in terms of maybe urban planning or decision making, or use it as empirical evidence for the future? What is your perspective?
All right, thank you. In terms of data that we are generating every day and how they can be used, I suppose I'll state clearly now that is a journey, because we are not there yet. We don't have enough to say now we are comfortable. But even though we have little, the little that we have is making a lot of difference. Like for instance, I mentioned the issue of postcodes. You won't have postcode if you don't have layers of roads mapped, if you don't have layers of buildings in present. So the data that we have generated have started helping us little by little, but the idea for us is to contribute towards the aim of getting into making our Dar es Salaam city smart. For instance, we should be able to use the data that we have created. For instance, if I am at home, I should be able to use the data that we've already generated and know which route I should pass to avoid traffic as I'm going to work. That's what we are aiming to. Although we have the routes now, you can only know what is happening within the route, but it's not yet smart because it's not integrated into the infrastructures that we have. But in the future, that's where we are heading to. That at one moment, if I'm at Mwenge traffic, I should know if I turn back to University Road, or I divert to Coca-Cola Road, or I continue with Bagamoyo Road, something like that.
You talked about postcodes, so that means there's a potential for e-commerce also to be utilized. I've been told to wind up, so let me take 3 questions from the audience. So any comments, please? Anybody have a comment? Yes, 1. Anybody? Any second person? 2. I need a lady. I'm gender balanced. Microphone to the gentleman there. Is there a lady in the house, please? Yes, there are. But anyone who is willing to ask a question? Nobody? Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you. So thank you very much. I mean, this is really, really an interesting topic, and I also worked for this and on these kind of topics a few years ago at Tallinn University of Technology, particularly establishing the extended reality center there, and also generating the digital twins. And so, hence, this topic is really, really interesting, particularly for me. But my question is that over the years I have also sort of observed how the technologies have developed, and you also mentioned, I think it was the HTC Vive or something that you were, or was it Mario, some latest that you were wearing on one of those pictures. So my question actually is, nowadays, and we see the tendency more and more that we are approaching those augmented reality solutions. We are having now the Apple sort of glasses, which is, you know, super awkward and uncomfortable to wear, but still, this is like the first sort of steps towards augmented reality solutions. Then we have the Meta and Ray-Ban glasses out right now in this year. So there's the Meta Quest 3 available, also like going towards the augmented reality. So my question is, what is your prediction? What is going to happen, like maybe in 3 or 5 years, in terms of having these services for the citizens, maybe provided by the city, maybe by the municipality, maybe by the government, but which are then will be available also by using the augmented reality solutions. So what is your prediction? What is actually going to happen in that realm, let's say, in 3 years? Thank you.
Can you answer it in short?
Yeah. First of all, great question. I love this topic since I have Meta 1, 2, and 3 in my home, and the Meta glasses, my friends have those, and we have played around those. So the key question is about the, as you mentioned, about the applications, solutions that different companies are building upon those technologies. And we still are waiting for this technology to find the price point which meet the real population globally. So if I have to still pay 800 euros to buy Oculus 3. I'm not sure which one of you wishes to spend 800 euros to Oculus 3 just to play around with that. So I argue that there is a lot more to be done in that sense. So now we have like these, and everybody has it costs tens of euros or something if you wish to buy a smartphone. So that is one obstacle for that sense. And then there is lots of games and gamification that we're applying. We are adapting particular solutions. But that's why we are talking about metaverse. So metaverse is just like an idea for us to where everything tries to be converging. So as we're talking about the data interoperability, so basically that isn't there. No. There is just like different solutions are everywhere, and those aren't converging. So Meta is as far as I'm concerned, the only platform provider that holds some potential to do some sort of a converging of these technologies.
Okay, thank you. Over there at the back, and then we'll close it. That's a lady. Okay, fine. Ladies first, sorry, and then they'll come to you, and then we close with you. Yes, madam.
Is it on? Thank you very much. My name is Maria, and I work in the Office of Science and Technology at the African Union Development Agency, NEPAD. Thank you for your presentation on the digital technology. It was quite insightful. But I have a question that how can we utilize this technology? How can we adapt it in rural areas where there is limited access to connectivity and access to real-time data? Because I feel like sometimes the rural areas are forgotten. We're always thinking about the urban areas, but what about the people in the rural areas? How can we use this technology to ensure that we improve their services? Thank you so much.
Do you elaborate on it?
So, I don't know if, Well, sorry?
If you wish, I can also.
Yeah.
Okay, very brief. So yeah. First of all, the connectivity, for example, Starlink kind of solutions are the only ones that supports us like globally meet those people who aren't like in connectivity with the 5G or so. So the connectivity itself is a challenge, of course, but then it also comes to the availability of the technology, as I mentioned. Rural areas, people in rural areas might be rich or might be poor. The rural areas per se doesn't mean that people are poor, but of course, if we consider that these are poor people, so it holds key questions for the societies also, that should we subvent these technologies into the rural areas somehow. And I don't say if we should do that or not, but these are the political decision makers who needs to be those solutions.
You want to add something?
Yeah. So probably one more thing that can make these technologies go into rural area is to advocate for open source. Because if the data continues to be for commercial, then it will be even more, to continue to be difficult. And I suppose that's one of the things that Resilience Academy has done, to make all the data openly accessible. So whether in a rural area, as long as there's a connection, then the data are accessible. Thank you.
Yeah, very quickly, there's an issue of infrastructures that's very relevant. We cannot have any sort of digital interaction if we don't have either the fiber or any kind of connection. At least this is the experience of my region. I mean, in fact, the rural areas try hard. I mean, are a priority for the regional authority, for the regional government to connect them. So there's the issue of infrastructure and connectivity. There's the issue of knowledge and, training of people who may not have the same opportunities of the ones living in central areas to let's say, know and be able to use these technologies.
Okay. Last question over there, and then we are done. I see Mr. Mungi is coming up. You know, he's trying to throw me off the podium here.
Okay, so the digital...
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so the digital twins and the likes, the kind of technologies are data hungry, now the question is to the lady at the Resilience Academy, where most of your work is around collecting data. Is the data that you collect open for people to create value on top of that, on top of what you're doing? And lastly, there was an initiative a few years back which was named Smart City DA. I was part of it, and unfortunately it didn't pick up because there was very limited uptake and interest from stakeholders. Wanted to get your experience and on the collaboration between public and private sector, especially in Finland, where we have initiatives like Helsinki City as a service, and you've spoken about examples of Tampere and the likes.
I'm sorry. So you have three questions there. One, the Resilience Academy, data is open. I'll answer that yes, for the sake of time. Yes, data is open. Smart cities, it's coming back. It's a World Bank project that's coming back, and there's some cities in Tanzania that have been earmarked to be smart cities. So that is coming back. The third is for Finland. I suggest you to meet later on after we finish this and discuss that. With that, please give a hand to the panelists. And thank you so much for your attendance. I've tried my best, okay? Are we taking a picture? And the lady wants to play a video, now or later. I don't know. I leave it up to
We
the
have
MC.
5 presentations left, each 1 hour. And then you can see we have so many people still around.
Do we get a picture or
yes,
we are
you
not
can get a
excluded?
picture.
Okay, fine, good.
How long is the video?
2 minutes.
Seriously, 2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Okay, can you play the video for 2 minutes, wherever it ends in 2 minutes, please?
Okay. While we are taking a picture here. There's no music, so we can't dance, eh? Yeah.
You can use the AI to play music in your head. that will work. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mulamula, for trying. The problem with the trying, you always don't get it right when you try. But when you do it, as you do, you always do, you make it, as you have made it today. Thank you again for your kind moderation. Well, now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 presentations, and each has 1 hour. Now, I don't know whether we'll make it for 4 hours, which means we'll leave here at 10. Okay, some good news? So are we going to be okay for the next 3 hours? Okay, because one has withdrawn their presentation, instead of 4 hours, now we have 3 hours. Okay, let's see where we can get. May I ask for my friend Eric? I'm told Eric is the one who is going to moderate the first one, or both of you? FSDT? May I call you on the stage? You were supposed to have 2 hours, but I doubt even 2 hours, even for yourself, it won't be okay, even to yourself. But if you can do the 2 hours, we can wait for you here. We are ready to stay even up to midnight, if people will still be around. Karim.
Well, I'm about to surprise you. I think my session had about 5 presentations within it. So we can take this a bit faster. So I'm Edward Obiko from Microsafe Consulting, and it's my honor to welcome you to this segment of the conference where we showcase the future of innovation and how it can shape Tanzania's economy and people's lives using the Jamii number to actualize practical use cases in the digital future. We're excited to present some of the most promising ideas from the Digital Ideathon, a collaboration between MSC and FSDT. Gratitude to our partners, and first, a heartfelt gratitude to FSDT, who have unwavering and commitment to financial inclusion and economic empowerment in Tanzania. Their efforts have helped uplift marginalized communities, particularly women, entrepreneurs, and youth. Together, we share a vision of using technology to drive inclusion and economic growth. I want to thank our panel of judges, NIDA, Bank of Tanzania, FSDT, and the fintech ecosystem in general. So your expertise has been invaluable in selecting the best solutions today. This part of the event was inspired by our recent expedition in Bangalore, where we explored the Jamii number, how it can transform just from being just a number into a powerful tool that can serve every citizen. So I'll also acknowledge our innovators. I think all of them are in the room. So the Ideathon attracted submissions from across the country, representing students from startups, the private sector, and women entrepreneurs. The diversity and quality of the entries demonstrate the rich spirit of innovation in Tanzania. Each of you has contributed to this exciting journey. I commend you for your creativity and for your dedication. Today, we also see how our teams are proposing how to use the Jamii number to promote financial inclusion, along with solutions that impact health, education, agriculture, and the circular economy. The power of the Jamii number, at the core of this Ideathon, we've discussed the whole week how it can unlock essential services for millions. It provides a secure, verifiable identity that can drive social, economic, and financial inclusion. But its potential will only be realized when we develop impactful use cases that benefit every Tanzanian, especially men and women and youth, empowering them to thrive in a digital economy. So today's shortlisted teams will present their solutions in front of our panel. The ideas will tackle real-world challenges. The teams will be judged on the following criteria: how well their solution leverages the Jamii number, the originality and creativity of the ideas, the potential for real-world impact, whether the solution can be implemented and sustained over time, clarity and collaboration, including gender inclusivity. We expect to showcase cutting-edge ideas, and I encourage everyone to fully engage with the presentations. Just before we present, I'll invite someone from FSDT, Nelly, I think, who'll run us through a few numbers from FinScope 2023 to create and set the stage for our partners. Nelly?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nelly Njovu. I'm a research manager from the financial sector at 8th Tanzania. So I'll take you through quickly our findings from FinScope survey 2023 report. So this is a demand-side survey which targets Tanzanians between the age of 16 and above. And the main purpose is just to gain insights on their usage and access to formal and informal financial services. But for the presentation today, I'll mainly focus on the KYC requirements which are necessary for someone to access and use formal financial services. Next slide. Next. Okay. So the first slide is just showing you on the penetration of national identification number. As we all know, the NIN is very important for someone to access either mobile money, banking, or other formal financial services. And if you look at the NIN penetration at national level, only 57% of the Tanzanians have a NIN number. And when I say NIN, I'm not talking about the actual NIDA card, but just the actual number, because it's also key to access the services. And if you look at the distribution of NIN penetration across the region the regions in Tanzania, we can see like the region of Njombe is leading at 71%. And then if you look at the islands, they are way far ahead in comparison to the mainland, with regions like Kusini Unguja at 95%, Kusini Pemba at 91%, and the rest. If you look at the NIN penetration disaggregation by gender, you can see that women are at 56% and men at 58%. So there is no significant difference in the penetration. Next slide. Okay. So if you look at the NIN penetration again by the economic activities that most Tanzanians are engaged in, but if you look at the overall economic activities, you can see like 30% of Tanzanians gain their income from farming and fishing activities, 27% from piecework or casual laboring, 20% are dependents, and the rest. But if you look at by those economic activities and the NIN penetration, we can see that only 30% among the Tanzanians who are engaged in farming and fishing, they have a NIN. And then for the casual laborers, 26% of them have a NIN number, and then dependents at 14%. But in a perfect world, you think like, for instance, for the people in the formal sector salary, they will have like a NIN number, but only 7% among the 5% who are family employed, they have a NIN number. Next. And then for the case of Zanzibar, they have a Zanzibar resident ID. So the penetration of Zanzibar resident ID is at 68%. And if you look across the different regions in Zanzibar, you can see Kusini Unguja is leading at 80%. And then if you look distribution by among male and female Zanzibaris, the males at 62%, while the females at 63%. Next. And then when you look back in the days, if you have any other form of ID, you can be able to access different financial services. For instance, when I opened a bank account many years ago, I was required maybe to have maybe my birth certificate or voter's ID or any other sort of ID which can be taken up for me to open an account. So if you look at these other forms of IDs, we can see that 73% of Tanzanians have a voter's ID, and this is from the age of 18 and above. So this number might be lower from the time that we did the data collection in 2023, but if you look closer to the elections, for instance, this year there's the local government authorities election, so the penetration of the voter IDs will go higher, and gearing up to 2025 where we have the national elections, the penetration of voters ID will go even higher. Next. And then for the driver's license, the penetration is even lower at 4%. And then if you look across the regions, you can see Arusha is leading at 10%. And then we have people in Kusini Pemba and Kusini Unguja at 13 and 11%. Next, please. And then passports is much lower because for you to get a passport, you either need to travel across the border, either it can be through foot, maybe by the physical borders next to Tanzania, or by flying to other countries. So penetration of passports is at 1% nationally. And then if you look across the different regions, you can see Mjini Magharibi is leading at 6%, and then Dar es Salaam is at 3%, which is not surprising because Dar es Salaam is the commercial hub, so the likelihood of people traveling to other countries is high. And then from Mjini Magharibi, they tend to have a higher level of relatives in the diaspora, so they tend to travel across the borders to go either visit their relatives or looking for work opportunities. Next. And then when it comes to the tax identification number, the penetration is at 4%. So this kind of translates back to the people who are formally employed, because there was a government move for all those who are employed to have a tax identification number, so their payee, when it's deducted, it can be tied to their tax identification number. But this is also not so good, because if you look at the people who are actually engaged in the enterprise, the people who own businesses, you expect them to have like tax identification number, but it's not the case because majority of them are informal, they're engaged in the informal sector. Next. And then this is on the title deed. So a title deed is important, one of the main KYC requirements. You might have a national identification number which can enable you to open a bank account, but the reality is when you want to access credit from the formal financial institutions like a bank, they require a collateral. But at the moment, we need an immovable collateral. It can be either a land or a house. So even if you have a piece of land or a house, but if you don't have a documentation to show your possession, you might not be able to access the credit that you might need for various reasons. So if you look among all the Tanzanians who own land, it's at 45% that either own the land personally or they own it to someone else. And then if you look at the gender distribution, 49% of males own land in comparison to the females are 41%. And then if you look like among those who own land, who actually has a title deed, because there could be different forms of documentation for the possession, but here we are looking mainly at the title deed. At national level, only 21% of the Tanzanians who own land, they have a title deed. And then if you look at the distribution across the different regions, we can see like people in Kusini Pemba are leading at 74% of the ownership of the title deed, and then Dar es Salaam is at 57%, and Kaskazini Pemba is at 67%. Next. And then this is just looking at the different forms of ownership, the documentation. We can see there is title deed, there is the certificate of customary rights, which is mainly in the rural areas. And then we have a letter from the local government authority, letter from the village head, and the others. But if you look at the distribution of the different kinds of proof of ownership across gender, you can see that there is no significant difference between the males and females when it comes to having a title deed. But if you look at the other forms, for instance, for letter from the local government, you can see it's more prominent among the women in comparison to the males, while certificate of customary rights of occupancy is slightly more prominent among the males than the females. So this indicates, as much as the title deed, there is no prohibiting factors by gender, but if you look at the other forms of proof of ownership, there is a significant difference between the two genders. Next. And this is looking at the different age categories. We can see the title deed is more prominent among the people above the age of 18, but if you look at the 16 or 17-year-olds, title deed penetration is at 5%. While you look at the same young people, you can see like the letter from the local government authority and letter offer is more prominent among them. And these people might question how were they able to access land. So there can be different scenarios. They could have inherited the land from their parents or guardians. And also, if you look at our Tanzanian context, you have young people actually engaged in economic activities, so they are able to earn an income and purchase a small piece of land. Next. And this is mainly looking at the accessing for more financial services. So we have seen the different types of IDs that people have, the KYC requirements, but here we are looking at the formal financial services that people have access to. The main driver of financial inclusion in Tanzania is mobile money, is at 75%, followed by banking services at 24%, CMG, community microfinance groups, or also known as VCOBA, is at 12%, insurance at 11%, MFI at 8%, and the rest. But if you look among those who are accessing the different forms of financial services, the penetration of national ID number is at 85%, for instance, for mobile money. But if we, in the perfect world, we expect everyone who accesses mobile money, the ownership of a NIN will be at 100%. But the actual situation in the ground, people are accessing mobile money through NIN numbers from different people. So next. And this is just asking more, exploring more on the NIN ownership and the SIM card ownership. So among the people who have SIM cards, 65% they say yes, then the SIM card is registered using their own NIN number, while 35% they are saying no. So it's alluding back to the fact that people are accessing mobile money through using NIN numbers from different people. Next. And then looking at the accessing formal financial services by age, you can see the young people, more of them are accessing mobile money, 16 to 17-year-olds. And then you see when you look at banking services, you can see the individual between the age of 25 to 35, they're accessing banking services. This could be driven by the type of economic activities they're engaged in. It could be formal employment where you are forced to have your salary or payments being channeled through the formal banking systems. Next. And then when you look at the informal financial services, so the informal financial services are money lenders, which are the informal money lenders, or we can call them loan sharks in the communities. And then we have social groups, which are the merry-go-rounds, or the community groups, or the religious groups where men or women gather money and they just rotate it among themselves. And then we have supply chain credit. So if you look at the penetration of the informal financial services, the money lenders at 5%, and among the money lenders, the people accessing money lending services, only 5% have a NIN number. And then if you look at the supply chain credit, which is more popular in the category of informal financial services, you can see among the 8% who access supply chain credit, 10% have a NIN number. Next. And then if you look at the accessing informal financial services by the different age categories, we can see that informal financial services are more popular among those people above the age of 18, but mostly so among those who are above the age of 25, in comparison to the young people of 16 to 17 and 18 to 24. Next. And then we wanted to also to understand, so what are we have seen that people, not everyone has a NIN number, but among those who have NIN numbers, some of them are not accessing formal financial services. So it's most important to understand what are the main inhibitors for them to access formal financial services. But the main things which came out from the findings show that it's mainly awareness and cost of financial services. Awareness, when you go to insurance, MFI or SACCOs, people do not understand how they work, so that's why they don't access them. But when it becomes to mobile money, people, they feel like it's expensive for some of them to own a mobile phone gadget. And also not having a NIN number can also be one of the deterring factors for why people are not using mobile money services. And then for the banks, it's mostly cost. When they look at the monthly charges and also other opening balance, it could also be one of the deterring factors why people are not using the banking services. So that marks the end of my presentation. So it has showed actually not everyone in Tanzania has a national identification number, which is important to access formal financial services. And even though the access of formal financial services is high through mobile money and people are accessing through a NIN of a different person, that can be kind of a problem, especially on the back end, because the person who is registered for the NIN number is not the actual person who's utilizing the services. So to compute or customize a service for that particular person can be a bit of a challenge. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Nelly, for those insights from the FinScope survey. My name is Colin Mutunji, and I'm from Microsafe Consulting. I'll be taking you through this exciting session where we shall hear from the teams that were selected from the Ideathon as they share their high-impact use cases of the JAMI number. I will introduce the teams to you and invite them to come here on stage and take their seats. They will be presenting for not more than 7 minutes. We shall also have feedback from our esteemed panel of judges. I will take this opportunity to invite the first team, Team NICOD, please come up. Join me to welcome them. The second is Alama ID, Pendezesha Ubongo, TAIC, and IoTeach. So as they come up to the stage, maybe we can pass the microphone so maybe the judges can introduce themselves just in 1 minute. Okay, so let's just start off with the presentations. I'll invite Nicholas and Samuel to come and present. That's Team NICOD.
Good evening. We are Team NICOD. I'm the presenter, Nicholas Carol Mboya. We are here to present the Tanzanian Smart ID. Through our idea, we are here to integrate the services being financial inclusion such as savings, investments, and other payment services such as Luku, health services such as the BIMA, NHIF, and the agricultural sectors. So this is our first slide, so please next. So in the introduction, we can see two people. The first one holding several multiple cards, maybe the bank card, the passport card, or other cards. So we want to integrate them just to be one card, which is digital one, and in which he or she can access all the services nationwide. So that's the idea of Tanzania Smart ID came from. Next, please. The problem statement of our idea is we are seeing that people in the rural areas or women's or some portion of the population have illiteracy. They lack that knowledge about the digital or other ones. If it comes the idea that we have to integrate the JAMI number, people think that it's a new thing that's coming. No, so the illiteracy is one among the problem, and also the inadequate identification is also the problem that face. You can see the pie chart showing that there is a portion of still population that do not have the identification number, so they lack and they face challenges in getting the financial services since they don't have the identification number or they are sharing from another person's. So that's a sort of problem that we are trying to solve. From our idea of Tanzania Smart ID, we want to integrate them, having one card, one smart card that you can do several transactions, being financial-wise, health-wise, maybe for treatments, and agriculture for farmers acquiring soft loans. Next, please. So we see the current approaches which are there. We have the NIDA in acquiring financial. So if you are going to register, you will use the NIDA in order to get the SIM cards, opening up the bank accounts, use the NIDA. And in the health, we have insurances like NHIF, and in mobile money, we have the mobile apps like Vodacom, the M-Pesa, Halo Pesa, Tigo Pesa, and etc. And in the limitation, we have in the current limitation of the verification challenges, since some of people are still sharing the NIN, can mean that I have my NIDA number and I open to another person the SIM card. So that's such a problem that you want to solve through this idea in which you want to integrate them, having one smart ID that you can use to authenticate or verify several transactions. Next, please. Okay, our solution as Team NI Code is that we are coming up with a real-time digital ID card that will ensure privacy through methods such as biometric methods, the fingerprint, through encryptions, so people will have that smart life of having financial services or acquiring health services through their smart ID. So that's our idea. If you come to the key features, we maintain privacy as one among the features, since we have to use the features such as the biometric, facial expressions, or we may use features such as one-time OTPs or the one-by-one encryptions. So next. Okay, our innovation, as I said, that we are trying to solve the challenge that meeting a bulk of cards or identifications that one person has. So we want them to just having one card in which we'll just have all the credentials of a person and can make it easily to get if it's soft loans, if it's health matters. Okay, next please. We have the market opportunity, since our idea covers first 3 parts, which is the health, the financial inclusion, including savings, investments, and other payment services such as Luku and the agricultural sectors. Next, please. Okay, in our future plan and vision, we are moving from the mobile, big datas, and the computing. Now we want to move to this idea of digital ID, that we'll have one digital ID in which we will just be able to make the transactions and all inclusions and health services throughout. Next, please. Next. Okay, we have the managing team, which is a team of 2 people. I, Nicholas, and Samuel. I'm from Tanzania Institute of Accountants, and Samuel is from Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology. Next, please. Okay, we thank you for the listening of our presentation. We are Team NI Code.
Let's put our hands together for Team NICODE. Thank you very much for your presentation. Maybe some feedback from the judges. Any questions? Okay, so let's invite the next team. That's Team Alama. Elena? Yes.
Good evening, everyone.
Just wait for the presentation.
Okay. Okay, good evening once again. This is a pitch-back business presentation for the Alama Smart ID. Next, please. Okay, this is a greetings to everyone. And next, please. This is about me and my partner. It's just two of us in our team. And I'm a student from the University of Dar es Salaam Business School. And my partner is also a student in Germany doing a master's in public policy. Next, please. Okay, this is our vision, this Alama Smart ID, whereby it's to empower every Tanzanian with a secure control over their digital identity, ensuring privacy, transparency, and trust in all interactions with the service providers. Next, please. So here are the three problems that we're trying to solve with the Alama Smart ID, which is generally an idea and the proposed project, whereby the first problem is data access without knowledge, because as we know, most of us, we only have our NIDA number, and we just give it out, and we don't know how much they access in our NIDA number. So that's what our project is trying to solve. And the second one is lack of control. When we give out our NIDA number, we have no limitation to the service provider in accessing our information, whereby the third is the data private concerns, whereby our data is at risk because sometimes they might be misused as they have full access to our information in our NIDA number. Next, please. Hereby our proposed solutions, whereby the first one is single credential access, whereby you just be logging your NIDA number. We are avoiding multiple login details, so we only have your NIDA number. Whereby the second one is the user control, whereby you can limit how much they're supposed to access the information in my NIDA. And the third is the real-time transparency, whereby anytime the service provider logs in my NIDA number or tries to take information from my NIDA number, it's visible on who accesses the data and when, through the blockchain technology which we propose and which is most likely going to be used. And the fourth one is the data security, whereby we ensure the data is secure and encrypted, just like we communicate in the other mobile applications. Next, please. So the following are the key features of the Smart ID, whereby it will be a NIN-based login. As I said before, it's just logging in your NIDA number, no need for multiple identifiers. Secondly, as I said, is select data sharing. I will just choose the data you want. So you'll be able to access, if it's a bank, you only access the data which is concerned with the bank, and everything else won't be mattering to you. And the third one is the blockchain for transparency, whereby, as explained, each time an organization accesses data, the transaction logged in on a secure blockchain providing an immutable record. So you can know this service provider logged in and took the certain information. Next, please. The fourth feature is the real-time notification, the instant alerts. Let's say the bank has logged in, or let's say the police has logged in, or maybe your employer has logged in. So the instant alerts. And the fifth one is the cross-platform integration, whereby the government, let's say, and the private sector are able to integrate through the NIDA identification, the Smart ID that we're proposing. Next, please. So this is how it's going to work, whereby one will be able to log in using the NIN, the NIDA identification number, then be able to select the data to share depending on the service provider you're dealing with. Third is the blockchain tracking, whereby every access or transaction is recorded. And the fourth is the real-time alerts. As I explained, we'll be receiving the instant alerts of whatever or whoever is logged in to check in the information, your NIDA number. And the fifth is the secure data exchange, whereby the platform ensures encrypted and a secure exchange of data. Next, please. So here is explaining the value proposition to the side of the citizens and service providers, whereby to the citizens is full control over the personal data. As I explained before, our project is all about giving power to the people. They have power over their information. They are the ones to decide how much you want to take, how much to access. And also, it increases the data privacy. Unlike other days, you can just log in and take whatever you want, and real-time awareness of data access. So right now, you can understand you can understand like what is happening, who is taking your information, and what for. To the service providers is streamlined and secure access to verified citizen data, and also improved trust and customer satisfaction. And the third is compliance with data privacy regulations. Next, please. Here I'll be expanding on the market opportunity whereby it's expanding mobile and internet access. As we all know, Tanzania is really growing so fast in the internet.
2 minutes left.
Okay, so we have government focus on digital transformation and unmet need for data security. Next, please. This is all about technology and security. Next. So here is the market strategy on how we launch our Smart ID, whereby we'll have partnership with key sectors such as banks, telecom companies, healthcare providers, and government agencies. The pilot program is, we roll out a pilot program with select organizations to test and refine the system. And also we'll have the public awareness campaign, whereby we also have the government endorsement. Next, please. So this is the financial model, whereby it's the revenue streams, cost, and cost structure. Next, please. Okay, to wind up, this is the impact that we're trying to build through our proposed project, whereby empowering citizens, as I said, we're giving power to the people, but also data transparency, whereby we foster a transparent ecosystem where data access is always visible and accountable. And the third is digital transformation, whereby accelerate the adoption of a secure digital services across multiple sectors. Next, and I think I'll be done. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Elena. Do you have any feedback from the judges? So no feedback from the judges. I'll invite the next team, that is Ibrahim from Pendezesha Ubongo. Yes.
Hi everyone. Very happy to be here. My name is Ibrahim. I'm a creative entrepreneur at the moment, and one of the lead and the founder of this Pendezesha Ubongo collective. At the moment, we are a collective, but our goal is to become Melatonin at Hub, to have a creative space where we would invite different talent and different people with skills to engage and discuss and how we can be able to solve different issues that are facing our society and become sustainable at the youth. For today, our program will be, what I'm going to present will be Ujasiri ni Mali, which is a Swahili word. In English, it means confidence is wealth. So this is a program that we are focusing on 3 components. And one of those components is capacity building for creatives, those who are emerging creatives in rural areas and who also do not have opportunities they want to be able to professionalize their skills through art or creative activities. And another would be knowledge exchange on fintech tools. So as we know, the creative industry at the moment is one of the industries that is growing fast, and a lot of youth, especially me, even other people are tapping into it, but we are still still suffering at a certain point because we don't have enough knowledge on these tools to become entrepreneur and how we can make money through the digital environment. But the third thing is it's based on inclusion. We want to focus on identifying people with hearing condition, the deaf, with their talent, what they are able to produce, but also us as a human being who have no issues, but be able to understand the language so that we can be able to bridge the communication for people with those hearing condition. And my fellow team is one of who is facilitating the sign language. I think you can see him over there. He's one of our facilitators in sign language sessions, and we recently had done some session at the design studio. There you can see we have a 3-year idea. This project is a 3-year plan, and for this year we have started with the project initiation, where we have done some research and scout for different locations where we're able to see maybe people with different issues, people with a hearing condition, what they're doing. And I would give an example. We went to Zanzibar. So if you go on our social media page, you'll be able to see what we did in Zanzibar. So we went to Zanzibar and we met some group who have hearing issues, but they are entrepreneurs. So we were able to see that there's an opportunity for them to work on ecotourism. So we want to see how we can intersect this idea together. But how we connect this with Jamii Namba. Recently, I heard about Jamii Namba. It was very early this year, and it was in this same place. They are hosting innovation festival, something like that. So they were speaking about how Jamii Number will be able to be like a one-stop shop for every service people to be able to access their banking, insurance, and things like that. And in my mind, I said like, I have this access because I know certain people in the innovation area, but what about the rural people? Do they have the same access about Jamii Number, or do they have this knowledge about where the government is trying to take? And if you go outside, you'd see that most people only have the national ID just because they want to have a new SIM card they would get, or if they want to open something very serious, that's when they will get. But they don't know if you're able to have your national ID, you can be able to use it on different areas. Outside there, we have seen that the area we can add location on Google and things like that, which is somehow the people in rural areas do not have this knowledge. And our program is more focused on that area. So this year we have done those kind of, if you can see the first year we have done those mostly. So if we're able to get the funding, because at the moment what is lacking for us is the funding, limited resources, also trainings. Even for me, I'm still learning the sign language. So sometimes it's also very hard if I get a person who is very fluent or is a deaf person want to explain something to me. So we want to also be able to train our trainers to have that knowledge of sign language and be able to go in the street and be able to train more. So yeah, regarding with the time, I'm trying to go fast, but I would like, I don't know, if you can go on our social media. There's you write Melatonin TZ, that is our social media page. You'll be able to see the documentary and get the picture of what we're able to do. We started the program last year in Kigamboni. It was a 3-month program where we were able to do a pilot, and we were invited at the cultural space there. It's called Shine Dance Africa, where we camped with the creatives and the community there for almost like 5 days. Among those days, early morning were theory sessions on the sign language, and in the afternoon session it was more creative, and they would get together to discuss different ideas, which at the end of the day, we were able to transform that space with beautiful murals that also have sign language elements and other information that creative would like to speak in their community. So one question is, every time I ask myself or asking someone, if you happen to go today at the stand and you meet a person with deaf or hearing issues, want to go somewhere, how are you going to be able to explain to them? So we want to be able to bring this kind of murals or activity into public spaces and being able to have them people understand. But also, we cannot always be there to train those people, even to train the society. So we want to see how we can also put the AR or augmented via virtual reality, so that when we do a mural, we could leave it there and someone could come and scan and still get the information of what we are trying to teach and what the message is about in that mural. So for me, I think I've tried to touch everything for now, but if there are more questions around there, I would be happy to open. And also, yeah, you can also scan there or follow our page, Melatonin TZ, so that you can be able to see mostly and lead our strategic plan, because we have a 3-year strategic plan, and through that we want to be able to form partnership. We want to be able to engage with people with other initiatives that we can be able to spark this conversation in different areas, and people be aware on the issue of inclusion and accessibility, and also be able to understand these fintech tools, how they can be able to benefit the people, and even among that, how can the people be able to use their national ID in a positive way. That's all.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim, for your presentation. I'll invite the next team, that is TAIC.
Yes, my name is Corneli Mtavangu. I was born in a peasant family, In a few years ago, my family always sell the crops at the harvesting sessions. So always, most of the villagers save their money in a cash. So one of the days on Sunday, I think my parents, after going to church, there's some thefts come into a house, then take some of the cash. You know what's happened at the end? This distracts the budgetings of how they can get the money to accommodate the fertilizer from the subsidies of the government. So the subsidized fertilizer from the government wants they to pay at the cash and also supply such fertilizer in cultivation session. Next. So coming as just like currently the government, through supplying the subsidized fertilizer to the citizens, especially for the rural farmers, they register them using the national ID or the voter's card and provide them a number, a unique number. That's the next time when he come to buy, he use such kinds of a number. So this kind of number is just wrong. So the people are supposed to memorize all it in a paper. So at the next times they fail, some of the elders fail to memorize, becomes a problem. But also the cultivation periods up to the harvesting periods is so long, just from season from May to November or December. So such kind of periods, they lack the good plans to save such kind of monies. So through saving into a cash, they seem that it's so difficult to manage the budget to buy the next subsidized fertilizer from the government. Next. So we become up with the developments of digital ID card system that empowering the rural farmers by providing a secure and efficient system for accessing government subsidized fertilizers. This system will ensure that the fund received during the harvesting periods, they insert it into a digital card. So this money will specifically only used for purchasing the subsidized fertilizer from the government only for that user. So this will prevent an improper using of such kinds of money for other users, since I've already deposited into the digital cards that's replacing the current system whereby the governments provide only the number that's come up with the day when taking up the fertilizers, but they pay in cash. So such kind of cash, removing the such we call as the financial inclusion that's inappropriate to it. Next. So what is the technology behind it? So the process that the farmers will become to be registered as a normal like us, like this period that they registered by using national cards, but the replacement that they will be provided a digital card instead of given the physical number. Through that card, he or she will deposit the money during the harvesting periods that will be used during the cultivation periods as the government starts to supply the fertilizer. So he or she will scan such kind of cards. The payments will be in a financial way and not into a physical cash right now. This will enable farmers to save the appropriate budgets for such kinds of periods. Also, the system is secure, so he or she will be provided PIN. So using purchase, even if we scan, will be provided to put such kinds of PIN so as to make the system secured. Also, it's a real time, so the card will have a QR codes. A user can scan it and see the updates and see the transactions of the cards as well. Next. Currently, according to the census of 2022 in Tanzania, 65% of the people living in the rural areas and main activity in the rural is in agriculture. So the targeted people will be the rural farmers accessing the subsidized fertilizer from the government, but also the fertilizer vendors and government agencies who currently use the only number and use the cash method instead of a digital way of payment. Next. So what's added to our system, just like efficient budget management, the farmers will be able to deposit the money that will be appropriate used during the cultivation period instead of the current times where he or she pay in cash. but also improve the security and the flood prevention, improve the financial inclusion since the payments into digital form, but also increase the efficiency for vendors since all the data is directly recorded at the centers without paying in cash. So there is no circulation at the middle here. Also transparency and accountability, the way as foundation for broader financial services such as banks to provide extra services to farmers, especially from rural areas. Next. Yes, we have a team from TAIC. My name is Cornell as a developer, including the administrator from engineering, solar bodies, and so next. That's, I think this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Any feedback or questions from the judges? So we'll invite our last team, that is IoTeach, to present.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In front of you is the IoT team. My name is Sabina Andrew from Arth University, pursuing Bachelor of Science in Information Systems Management with my friend from DIT. So in front of you, we bring the IoTeach project. Next slide, please. So I'm going to begin with the background of the project. As Tanzania, as many other African countries, is really behind when it comes to technology, specifically the emerging technologies such as Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. Most of us, specifically in Tanzania, we really come to learn about the emerging technologies such as Internet of Things and artificial intelligence when we are in universities. Something which brings zero expertise to when it comes to artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. There are really few experts in this field. So that is simply because most of us learn and find it difficult to adapt when we're in universities. So we came up with a solution which is going to help young kids and children to learn and create the interest of learning the artificial intelligence and Internet of Things when they are still young kids. So we are going to develop a mobile application which is going to consist of games which involves games and cartoons which are going to be specifically for kids so that they can learn and create that interest of learning artificial intelligence and Internet of Things and create the interest since when they're still young so as to develop that interest, and it makes them easy to adapt and have innovative ideas about it when they reach in universities. Not only that, we have also classified our mobile applications into ages from 5 to 12 years old and 13 to 17 years old, and also the adults. Every category has its own features when it comes to learning the artificial intelligence and IoT. Also, we didn't leave behind the people with hearing disabilities. We have also considered them in our application, whereby the people with hearing disabilities, they are going to be able to learn the IoT so that we can bridge the education gap which is there between the people with disabilities and people with no disabilities to when it comes to learning the IoT and artificial intelligence. So our project is going to help the people with disabilities to when it comes to hearing disorders. It's going to help them to convert by using artificial intelligence, by using the sign language processing, whereby it's going to convert the sign languages into speech, and then the speech is going to be converted into text to enable the people who have hearing disabilities to understand and know and learn about IoT and artificial intelligence. Next slide, please. So the problem is lack of access to quality IoT education gaps in technology adoption, fragmentation in educational progress tracking, and accessibility issues for special need learners. Next slide, please. So
So the solutions that we have proposed is that affordable and accessible IoT education, where IoT provides an online platform offering structured, affordable, and high-quality IoT education to students in undeserved regions. And there will be hands-on learning experiences, also incorporation of accessibility features such as screen readers, voice commands options, and adjustable text size to support learners with disabilities. Next slide, please. So the NIN application in our solution is that we're going to ensure that when a person is registering him or herself in the system, he or she is going to write his national identification number so that we can enable tracking the progress of that student. And also it's going to help during payments, and also it's going to help in security for during payments, and also tracking the progress of a student until the end of the lessons. And also we are going to integrate with the NIDA to the government for validation. The system receives a response and proceeds accordingly. Next slide, please. Our solution is going to improve access to IoT education. More students, especially in undeserved areas, will have affordable and easy access to high quality of IoT and artificial intelligence education through the online platform. Also, greater inclusivity in education. The inclusivity of accessibility features ensures that students with disability have equal opportunities to participate and succeed in IoT education, creating more inclusive learning environments. Next slide, please. This is the business model of our project. There are going to be free features for the beginners, and the more you move to the next levels, we are going to add more. We are going to add features which will require some payment so that you can access them. And the more you go up to the other levels, you're going to receive these certifications. And for people for the teenagers also, they're going to, for the kids.
1 minute left.
Okay. Next slide, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a prototype of our application. This is the first page where user should be able to sign up and log in the system. Next, please. And this the second page where all lessons are done right here. Next, please. Yeah, this is for people with disabilities. As we can see right there, there is a video and cause that people with disabilities can be able to learn through speech, to sign to speech. Then next. Yeah, and this is an AI assistant, which is called Nindi. Nindi can help this user to ask any question about IoT, Internet of Things. Next, please. Yeah, this is calendar which show the progress of a student for learners, and that's all. Thank you so much. And we say people with disabilities is not an inalienability. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team IoT, for your presentation.
Yeah, this is our team, Sabina Andrew, Juliana Salia, and Asi Aj. Thanks so much.
Yes, thank you. I see a hand raised. Yes, open with the microphone.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe I'll introduce myself first. My name is Jose Luis Gonzalez. I work for the European Union delegation here in Tanzania. Before we start with the scoring, or at least let's say before I start with the scoring, I just want to confirm that all the presenters have seen the criteria for scoring before they created their presentation. Do they know the criteria?
Yes, we took them through the criteria for the presentations.
Before they created the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question. Thank you.
So thank you very much. We shall give the judges time to deliberate, and we shall announce the winners later. And the journey doesn't end here. For some of the high-impact solutions, ideas that will emerge, Microsoft will provide training course for the teams. Yes, I see your hand raised. Yes.
Yeah, sorry, just one more question as well. For the presenters, were they sitting during Mashaka's presentation this morning on the Jamii Exchange and the Jamii ID before they created the presentation? I also want to understand, because I want to see how fair or how hard I should score you. Did you see Mashaka's presentation? Director Mashaka was in front of me here. His presentation on the Jamii Exchange, the ID. He even presented some use cases that they're already going to do. There's even a booth behind us in the front there that already showed use cases. I just want to understand how fair or how hard I should be.
Well, I've
So
seen
just
some
out
nod
of a show of hands from the presenters, can you just confirm if you have seen Mashaka's presentation, or have you visited the booth of the Jamii Exchange outside? Okay, thank you.
I think that's it. Thank you very much. Let us put our hands together for the teams that presented their solutions today. Okay, thank you, everyone. That's all from us.
Eric, I think next will be Eric and his team. Do we have Eric, please? Eric is not here. Okay, I stand to be guided. If Eric is not here, what next? Dr. Nkundo, you're not here? Okay, Mr. Tumaini, if you have any announcement before we make a decision, because I'm told the rest of the presentation, given the time that has taken us to this point, they will be done tomorrow, and we'll arrange the timetable. ICTC will rearrange the timetable. So is Eric back? Okay, I was about to close because I didn't know if you are still coming or karibu.
Okay. Hi again. I not involved in the calculation of the score, but also another thing that we probably will learn from this and should learn from this is the amount of capacity building that needs to be done, and the students are saying it for themselves. It also needs to be done for the students at a university level, at levels below the university. So that said, at least we accomplished also part of the goal for this exercise was to show that the Jamii number can also be used, and we need to start creating use cases within health, within agriculture, within education. So without further ado, I'll announce the scores, or rather the winners from number 3 going 2 to 1. Team number 3, Nicode. Come onto the stage. So Nicode gave us a solution for a smart number or a smart ID. And I'll encourage again Nicode, who were here during Mashaka's presentation, to go through whatever the Jamii number already does and all the potential that is already being invested in by the government. So team number 2. Team number 2 goes to TAIC. TAIC talked about subsidized fertilizer, issuing a card that can enable things like subsidized fertilizer and use cases in agriculture. Congratulations. Okay, and finally, and the team that scored the highest, Team Alarm Smart ID, who talked about the smart ID that does include blockchain features and more than that. Congratulations, team number 1. And we think all the participants are actually winners, so I'll invite the rest of the participants to come and collect the goodie bags as well. So Team IO Teach and Team Pendezesha Ubongo Collectives. We shall all take one group photo once this team has taken. So come closer. Colin? Okay, so that's the end of our program for the hackathon. We shall just take one last group photo with the presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. That makes the end of today. Tomorrow we are starting at 8 sharp, and the breakfast will be served from 7 to 7:45. Kwa hiyo tafadhalini tuwahi, tuonane kesho. Mungu awabariki sana. Asanteni kwa kuwa na uvumilivu mpaka saa hizi. Naona tumebaki 15. Asante sana.